Good afternoon, everyone. Dan Henry here in the Forewarned Weather Center with a weather up of what we could be in store for a little bit later this afternoon through this evening. That is our Lake Tawakoni tower camera. And that view is likely what you're seeing out your window right now across much of the area. It is a very humid day, a lot of energy in the atmosphere right now, and we're seeing this low, thick cloud cover. We do have some big storms that have started to develop off to our north and west. I'll show you those momentarily on radar, but a good part of the area is presently under a tornado watch. 83 right now at DFW, 83 at Alliance Airport. There's the tornado watch. In effect, it includes all of the greater Dallas-Fort Worth area, down through the Cleburne and Waxahachie area, so Johnson County, Ellis County, over to the west through Granbury, Glen Rose, and Stephenville, and then all points north. Again, that tornado watch is in effect. This is the primary storm that has developed so far. It does have a tornado warning. That's radar-indicated rotation, so this is not a confirmed tornado, but the rotation is starting to get better organized in this storm. In addition to that, it is producing up to tennis ball sized hail and wind gusts to 70 miles an hour. So this will be spreading a severe weather threat into Montague County, likely in the next 30 to 45 minutes. And this is one we'll have to watch for the potential of all severe weather hazards. Very large hail, again, the primary threat. Damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour. And if the rotation continues to get better organized and increase, it is certainly capable of producing a tornado. I think with time, we're going to see more storms develop and kind of form a line, or at least a large cluster that will drop southeastward. The estimated arrival time is going to be in that 2 to 5 p.m. time range for areas from roughly Highway 380 to the north, 5 to 9 p.m. here as you head down into the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and then finally 9 p.m. to midnight down to our south and southeast. Today, if possible, would be a very good day to get on the road early and to leave work and to get home, because there is a distinct chance that we could have some pretty intense storms moving through the greater Dallas-Fort Worth area during the late afternoon and early evening hours during the rush hour commute. So if you have the luxury of leaving a little bit earlier, getting home and eliminating that potential mess on the roadways, by all means do so. These storms are also going to produce torrential downpours, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, and that is really going to also, I think, elevate a potential flood risk as they drop to the south and east. We are currently doing, or going to be doing, coverage on Fox Local. So I urge you to get over to Fox Local. Kylie Capps, along with Berkeley, are going to be doing coverage there, and then a little bit later this afternoon, we will likely be on the air here on Fox 4, giving you the very latest on the severe weather potential. A moderate risk day here across North Texas. That's a level 4 out of 5. That doesn't happen very often at all. So this could be a very, very active day with the potential of very large hail, destructive hail, high wind gusts, and at least some potential for an isolated tornado or two. Stay with Fox. We'll keep you forewarned.
This has been a Fox 4 Warn Weather Alert. Stay connected at fox4news.com, on the web, Fox 4's free weather app, and live streaming on Fox Local. Thank you for depending on Fox 4.
Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Meteorologist Kylie Capps here, joined by meteorologist Berkeley Taylor. You just heard Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry give an update both on the air and on Fox Local for those of you who are watching us this afternoon. A very active weather day setting up. Now, right now, we have one cell that has begun to strengthen across very far northwestern parts of our viewing area. We're going to be watching that cell very closely over the next 15 and 20 minutes and see if that needs to, if that warning, that current tornado warning, will be extended to include parts of far southwest Montague County, northern northeast Jack County, and far northern and northwestern parts of Wise County. The main threat today is going to be the potential potential for very large hail. We started to kind of focus on that earlier this morning, and sure enough, that hail threat continuing to ramp up thanks to all the juice that's in the atmosphere. Couple that with the forcing from the front, which continues to head in. Let's go ahead and show the tornado watch. A tornado watch is currently in place for the majority of our viewing area, especially points from I-20 to the north. This tornado watch is currently in place until 9 o'clock tonight. And Berkeley, we were monitoring the National Weather Service chat earlier today because they were trying to decide, hey, do we need to go ahead and issue a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch? Now, yesterday we had that severe thunderstorm watch that was in place because the lower level turning of the winds were not impressive at all. And that's why they went ahead and issued the severe thunderstorm watch. Today, there's a little bit more juice, a little bit more of a feel that we could get those lower level winds to start to ramp up, which in turn would increase the tornado threat.
Right. And the National Weather Service did let us know they're going to be doing, or they did actually already, a special balloon launch at 1:30, and they said in their chat that they should be giving us that data here soon, so we'll have a better indication of what the current profile is from top to bottom. That will help us to better understand kind of what we've got going. Last check, there was still somewhat of a cap in place over the metroplex. However, you can see the storms that are ongoing off to the north and west easily blew through that cap. So as these move into parts of the metroplex, we expect them to shift to the south and east a little bit. Right now, though, what's interesting, they're moving very slowly. So something that we're going to be watching really closely. And but I think we're going to have to step aside here for a second because we've got some breaking coverage. So.
Los oficiales establecieron un perímetro y lo estamos buscando. Las escuelas están cerradas, los estudiantes están bien. Pero las calles y la escuela van a estar cerradas hasta que nosotros sabemos que esta situación no está activa. Again, we will give more information when this incident clears up, as we normally do on an officer-involved shooting. But I know it's important for our community to know that we're actively searching for the suspects. It's important for parents to know that our schools are on lockdown for the foreseeable future, and we'll make those determinations as the afternoon and the evening goes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome back. We want to focus quickly on the tornado-warned storm that is impacting Clay County. That's where I'm going to zoom on in and show you this on radar with a little bit of information here. This warning is in place until 2:45, so only a few more minutes. This hail, though, extremely impressive. I mean, we're talking tennis ball sized hail, likely just to the north of the Buffalo Springs area. So I'm going to go ahead and take that warning off because I want to zoom on in and show you kind of a closer look at, again, where this warning is. Let me see if I can get zoomed in here. Okay. Here we go. All right. So if we zoom on in towards the Buffalo Springs area, and again, this is Clay County. This is not technically our viewing area quite yet, but we are going to be monitoring this closely just because our actual counties are bordering Clay County, and the National Weather Service is keeping a close eye on this. So just to the south and southwest of Highway 287, just to the north of the Buffalo Springs area, again, the largest hail likely ongoing. So right now, our hail tracker estimating about hen egg sized, which is about 2 inches in diameter, right there just to the north of the Buffalo Springs area. But the storm likely does have that history of producing hail up to the size of tennis balls. So we were concerned about that yesterday, and unfortunately, this is going to be another day where we will continue to be concerned with the large hail threats. And with that level 4 moderate risk in place, like what Dan was mentioning, that doesn't mean that the threat for severe weather is exponentially worse than what we were talking about earlier today, but it does mean that we want to really highlight that large hail potential as these storms inch closer to the metroplex.
And something you were talking about is that we likely saw even larger hail than what radar is sampling right now, and it looks like it was confirmed from the Norman office of the National Weather Service. They said that there was some ground truth to that tennis ball sized hail. They're getting several reports of that from the Clay County storm. That was about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So I think we've seen a little bit of a weakening trend, if you could call it that, in the past couple of minutes. But as we've seen, I mean, this is the 5th day in a row now that we've seen severe weather and hail specifically across parts of North Texas. And with these storms, the way they act, sometimes we will see them weaken and then we will see them pulse back up. So, likely going to see these warnings continue to extend. But one thing that, again, I mentioned just a little bit ago is the fact that these storms are moving pretty slowly to the north, or rather to the south and east at about 25 miles per hour. So our National Weather Service office has said it's just a little bit too early to tell if they need to extend these warnings into parts of Montague and Jack County. But it does look like they have now kind of shifted that polygon further to the east now for that tornado warning.
Yeah, so it's a wait and see still at this point if that's going to be extended into western Montague County. But you can see that secondary polygon on top of the first one. Rotation with that most recent run looked a little bit more impressive. Now maybe
is the last 30 minutes here.
Yeah, so you can see how when the green is kind of combining with the red, that is your sign of lower level rotation. Not as impressive initially, then it starts to tighten up slightly. And I think in the last couple of radar runs, that's where rotation looked most impressive. And now slightly broadening of the lower levels. But the National Weather Service, again, that's where I think it looked the most impressive.
Yeah.
And that was around 2:35, so about 10 minutes ago or so. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. A tornado has not officially been spotted yet, but because of the way that the lower level winds are presenting themselves, that's why the Weather Service went ahead and issued or extended the current tornado warning. It is now in effect until 3:15 this afternoon for Clay County. Again, that is to the north and west of our viewing area, which is why we are going to be keeping a very close eye on this. Now, this right now is tracking south of Highway 287. If it is able to hold together, if that rotation is able to continue to stay as tight over the next 30 minutes or so, then it could be approaching Highway 287 as it tracks closer to the Bowie area. But again, that is Montague County. The warning does not include Montague County at the moment, but it'll be a wait and see at this point. So that is what we are most concerned with right now. Movement to the south and east, right around
30 miles per hour.
Right around 30 miles per hour, which, I mean, as Berkeley alluded to, that's pretty slow. Which, as far as data is concerned, that is a good thing. But unfortunately, tapping into a more unstable environment with this slower speed would continue to enhance the lower level winds as the storm taps into more unstable air, higher moisture content. We will likely see that hail core hold together pretty well. Let's go ahead. Can you pull up the hail core again? Yes. It looks, just from a visual standpoint, in between the Bellevue area and Buffalo Springs. So again, the largest hail likely to the south and southwest of Highway 287 and far eastern and southeastern parts of Clay County. Couple of reported hail sizes there. We've got the potential for golf ball size hail and ping pong ball size hail. And again, at this point, this is radar estimated. So we, let's see. Okay. Sorry, I am keeping an eye on.
Yeah, they're talking about issuing a larger severe thunderstorm warning for the entire supercell, and then potentially, depending on rotation, including an embedded tornado warning.
And it looks like
south and east. But there's a second hail core kind of developing back toward the south and west here. So I just wanted to get an idea of, again, like Kylie was saying, radar indicated. So I haven't seen any confirmed reports from this, but this severe warning here probably, I would say, is baseline. Oh, no, it's a little bit larger. So this warning is in place for hail size up to 1.75 inches. Right now, radar is sampling this to be closer to 1 inch, but also wind speeds 70 miles per hour.
I mean, when you have 70 mile per hour winds along the leading edge of a supercell and a hail size that's close to 2 inches, that is significant. That is enough to do damage, which is why, again, the Weather Service going ahead, issuing a tornado warning for the northern part of this cell, but again, just to the south and southwest, a couple more hail cores have been able to pop up. And this is going to be the trend through the rest of the afternoon. So that secondary hail core is borderline Jack County and Young County. This is basically what we've seen over the last hour or so are a couple of separate cells start to merge together as one. What that could do over the next couple of hours, one, is increase the high wind threat along the leading edge. We could also start to see slightly better rotation along the leading edge with lower level winds feeding into kind of more of a shorter line of storms. And there's our warning. So that yellow polygon that you see that just popped up on your screen.
I've got the details up here too.
Okay, so yes, this now includes Jack, Montague, and Wise County. This is in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon, with hail size right around golf balls, wind speed again 70 miles per hour. The threat is considerable. When the Weather Service has that tag on a warning where they say, 1, a tornado is possible, and 2, the threat is considerable, this needs to be taken seriously. That is large hail, that is damaging winds, and as that circulation has continued to hold, it's not quite in Montague County or northern Jack County or far northwest Wise County. They're waiting to see right now if they need to extend the current tornado warning, which is in place. So it looks to be slightly broader, I would say, with that lower level rotation. Again, the green mixing in with the red, not as impressive as what we were looking at about 15 minutes or so ago, but there is still rotation present in the lower levels. What's interesting to the untrained eye is mid-level rotation is a pretty good indicator of large hail, and lower level rotation is an indicator of, again, more of a tornadic threat. So maybe a little bit more of a circulation now noted just south of the Buffalo Springs area. I'm looking at that because red just popped up in the midst of the green, and that could be a sign of some tighter rotation there. But again, the Weather Service in Fort Worth not quite deciding if they want to go ahead and extend that current tornado warning. You are zooming in on the rotation right now. And that is what a meteorologist is looking for, more of a tighter rotation of the greens and the reds mixing together, as well as the colors kind of embedded within kind of the other color. That could be a sign of some rotation there.
Roads here for you too. Looks
Do
like
it.
this is Highway 59 here, as this is moving again to the south and east now of Buffalo Springs. Again, no tornado warning for any of our counties just yet, but they, as Kylie mentioned, put that possible tag in for that severe thunderstorm warning that we've got in place, which the severe thunderstorm warning goes until 4 o'clock. Again, further illustrating the point that these storms are moving very slowly because it is not even 3 o'clock yet. So that it goes for over an hour as these are expected to take their time moving through parts of now, I guess, into Montague County. And eventually we'll see if these hold together.
The Weather Service is seeing what we're seeing, and it looks like they are going to issue a tornado warning for Montague and Jack County.
Okay.
That circulation should move into far southwest Montague County and far northeast Jack County in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So there currently is a report of a tornado on the ground. And that is probably, we might have to head to the main studio then and do a quick cut in on the air.
Yeah.
So what we can do, you are on Weather 3.
Yes.
We can leave this up.
Okay.
And
There's the new warning.
Yes. So we will go look at the details on that and do a cut in on Fox 4 News. If you are watching us on Fox Local, you can still continue to do so. You will see Chief Meteorologist Dan Henry here in the next few minutes.
4 Warn Weather Alert.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dan. Much in North Texas until 9 o'clock. This is really the first big storm that we saw develop up around the Wichita Falls area. You can see it rotating here. So it's west of Bowie right now. Notice our couplet here, the red and green colors. This rotation has been tightening up and getting stronger with time over the last 10 to 15 minutes. It's very hard to see, but we do have at least one report from a spotter on the ground that said, yes, indeed, we did see a tornado develop with this. Kylie has circled the rotation right here. So we're roughly talking probably about 7 miles or so to the southwest of Bowie right now. If you would, Kylie, let's go ahead and elapse this. I just want to show the general movement of this. It's moving southeast at a very fast pace. That's the other thing that concerns me right now. The speed of this, 40 to 45 miles an hour. And on a day like today, too, where we've got very, very low clouds, dense low clouds, and heavy precipitation, you may not see this thing at all as it moves to the south and east. So we urge you, if you live here in Montague County, in fact, let's expand the view just a little bit to show that tornado warning polygon here. It's actually in effect for Montague County and Wise County. So anywhere within that polygon, we're talking about Chico to Sunset to Bowie, back towards the county border here. You need to be in your safe shelter, lowest floor available, away from exterior walls or windows, in a closet or a bathroom. This is a dangerous storm. Not only the fact that we've got a potential tornado on the ground, but it's moving so quickly at 40 to 45 miles an hour. So based on that, we'll put it in Sunset at 311 and Alvord down in northern Wise County at 318. So right now it's straight up 3 o'clock. So you've got 10 minutes. If you live in Sunset, you've got just over 15 minutes in Alvord. Go ahead, get to your safe shelter, grab some blankets if you can, some heavy pillows, anything to provide some extra protection. But you can see here, this is a very well organized area of rotation right now as we look inside the storm itself. Here's FM 1125 off to the east of this storm. This is Highway 287 off to the northeast of the storm. So again, it's just a few miles to the southwest of Bowie. It's likely going to pass down here to the south and east, but even if you live here in Bowie, especially on the south side of town, we urge you to be in your safe shelter here. The storms the last few days have been displaying some rather deviant motions, meaning they can change directions rather quickly, and that can catch people off guard. In fact, this thing almost looks like now it's turning more towards the east, perhaps in the direction of Bowie. So please be in your safe shelter there in the city of Bowie, southwestern Montague County, even down into a northern Wise County. This is a very menacing storm. In addition to the tornado threat, very large hail and damaging wind gusts possible, at least up to 70 miles an hour. Kylie, you're standing right there at the chat. Anything in terms of late breaking information coming from the storm?
The Weather Service not only concerned about that circulation again that we are showing you, which is fairly impressive on our storm relative velocity. So what this is showing you with those greens mixing within the reds, what's not going to be surprising over the next few minutes is if we see this tighten up and then kind of loosen back out. So that's telling you that, yes, there is still rotation present. As a meteorologist, you look at that bright green with the bright red, and yes, that is telling us that there is plenty of lower level rotation here. Couple that with the fact that we did have a spotter confirm a tornado on the ground. Now, we're not only concerned about that tornado threat, we are also concerned about a large hail threat. Let's see. Yes, the National Weather Service going ahead and continuing this tornado warning until 3:15 for far southwestern parts of Montague County and northwest Wise County. If this circulation continues, it'll likely be heading straight towards Highway 287 near the Sunset area. I would say in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so, because it is moving at such a fast clip. Let me see if
this is motion. This is motion away from the radar. Here's motion toward the radar. So there's our counterclockwise circulation right here. And we do get concerned when we start to see these pink colors and the dark green. Those are higher velocities, meaning that this thing has quite a bit of spin, at least in the mid layers of the storm. Keep in mind, the radar is originating down in southern Tarrant County. So by the time the radar beam makes it up here into southwestern Montague County, we're no longer looking at low-level rotation. We're looking up around 4,000 feet. But that is why we rely so heavily on trained spotters on the ground. And they did report a tornado in progress here. And again, I know that the initial motion here, Kylie, was southeast, but it does appear to me that this thing is moving a little bit more toward the east. Sometimes, if it does take an abrupt north turn, that can be a sign that the outflow can get cut off, and we can see that tornado dissipate. But this is really concerning me for Bowie right now, just because of the general motion now. This looks more east to east-northeast to me. So you are potentially in the path here in the city of Bowie, heading down Highway 287 towards Sunset and areas to the east as far as Forestburg right now. And again, as we've been watching and tracking these storms over the last few days, they have been representing some very strange motions at time, meaning they can change direction very quickly. Here's all the very heavy rain. That's our other concern here. Rain, hail wrapping around this tornado circulation, making it extremely difficult to see it. And you notice we're already getting a clustering of storms here north of Jacksboro all the way up through Montague County. There are severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for all of Jack County now, for northeastern Young County, and also into southern Montague County, where we have at least quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The storm for Jack, Montague, and Wise County is more intense. Wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour. An inch and a half in diameter hail is about the size of a ping pong ball. So ping pong size hail is possible, along with the potential for a tornado. You can clearly see it rotating on radar. We've only had one report so far. I'm not sure if we're really going to get many reliable reports from a storm like this, just due to the fact that the visibility out there today is so poor. We have got very, very low clouds, a lot of low-level stratus clouds that are obscuring visibility, heavy rain, hail falling. It's going to be really difficult to get confirmed reports on this. So the National Weather Service, based on that, is going to rely heavily on rotation here. It looks to me like it might be weakening just a bit, but they still have that tornado warning in effect for Bowie all the way down through Sunset into northern Wise County. Kylie?
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Dan, I mean, it seemed to have been turning a little bit more to the east. So what I want to do now, remember, we're watching the reds with the greens. That is an indicator of lower level rotation. I'm going to put our radar on pause. If we time this out directly to the east from the leading edge, around 35 miles per hour. This, again, keeps the rotation approaching the Bowie area. I mean, it is essentially moving just to the south of Bowie proper itself. So southern parts of the Bowie area right now, and then a little bit before 3:15 in Salona, a little after 3:30 in Forestburg. So again, what we are continuing to monitor is whether or not this rotation is going to hold together pretty tightly or start to loosen up, start to weaken slightly as it continues this track, again, directly to the east, potentially to the south and east. We are just looking at this as it's unfolding, and which is why Dan had mentioned it does seem to be taking more of an easterly track, which is pretty typical with these cells once they get going. Less of a southeasterly turn, more of an easterly turn. But again, you can kind of see some of the latest radar scans here coming out. Dan, rotation still present, but again, not as impressive as what we were looking at about 10 minutes or so ago.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we had that area of thunderstorm activity earlier this morning that targeted our northern counties here. What that did is that there was some thunderstorm outflow with that thunderstorm activity. And so we do have a low-level boundary up near the Red River here. And these storms initially over the next 1 to 2 hours to the north of the Dallas-Fort Worth area will likely have a little higher potential of producing tornadoes. Anytime you get a big storm like this that can attach itself to these very low-level boundaries where winds are converging and turning in the lowest 1,000 feet of the atmosphere, that tends to enhance the rotation in these storms. So this will still continue to have a distinct tornado threat with it for the next 1, possibly 2 hours. Even if we see this area of rotation weaken, these storms tend to be cyclical, like the one that we saw Saturday night, where they develop a tornado and then that tornado is on the ground for a certain period of time. The rotation weakens, the inflow gets cut off, and then the storm goes through a transition period where a new area of rotation develops and we can get another tornado possibly developing. But we're going to really have to keep a close eye on these initial storms here over the next 1 to 2 hours. Eventually, what's going to happen is these will likely all merge together in a big cluster or even a line of storms that will drop southeastward and then head towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area late this afternoon, early this evening. That's why it would be a good idea, if you have the luxury, if you're at work right now in the metroplex, to go ahead and try to get home early rather than to be on the roadways during the height of rush hour with a lot of traffic out there. That's the last thing we want to see, are storms moving into the metroplex with a lot of traffic on the roadways. Let's go back and put the reflectivity back on there if we can, Kylie.
Dan, I want to show you this one
Go ahead.
little spot here. The National Weather Service starting to watch. This is going to be just to the east of Highway 281 and west of Highway 148 in far northern and northwestern parts of Jack County. Starting to see slightly better organization in the lower levels. So if we do see another tornado warning come out of this initial shorter line of storms, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the area here, again, that is not currently under a tornado warning.
We got, looks like one there, perhaps one here, and then obviously the one that we've been tracking here that prompted the tornado warning. So there are at least 2, if not 3 areas of rotation developing in these initial storms here. Northern Jack County up into Montague County. We've got warnings for all of Jack County. Runaway Bay, you folks right now are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Decatur, Alvord up towards the Bowie area, and this goes as back far to the west as a northeastern Young County right now. These storms here not quite as intense. We're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds and probably half-dollar size, maybe ping-pong-sized hail. Hail size a little bit larger with these cells currently located up around the Bowie area. But there's your warnings. Jack Young in effect until 4 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm warning Jack, Montague, Wise County in effect also until 4 o'clock with a tornado possible tag here as well. This tornado warning polygon still there. It includes southern and southwestern Montague County down into northwestern Wise County. So from roughly Alvord right up Highway 287 into the Bowie area, that rotation could be indicating to us still a tornado. We could have had one briefly touch down according to the spotter. They viewed it, and that tornado still could be in progress as we speak right now, although we are noticing the rotation is not quite as well-defined and organized as it was about 10 or 15 minutes ago when the warning was initially issued. But we don't want you to let your guard down here if you live in southern Montague County, anywhere from Bowie down through Sunset, this Highway 287 corridor. That's the rotation crossing over Highway 287 as we speak. So this is going to be the area to watch very, very closely as we could have a developing tornado once again. Kylie?
Now, remember, we are pretty far away from the radar, and so in situations like this, we rely a lot on spotters with boots on the ground information to be able to let us know exactly what's going on. So the National Weather Service right now deciding to go ahead and extend the current tornado warning. So what you'll see in a minute is that initial polygon disappear from your screen and a newer red polygon taking its place because they have received a call reporting a funnel cloud near Lake Amon Carter. So again, that circulation now approaching the Sunset Fruitland area. So this is going to be crossing over Highway 287 as we speak, continuing, and they kind of agree with us, Dan. Notice how that polygon is a little bit more of an easterly
Yeah, they
trend.
reoriented it to more east based on the fact that this thing is moving more east now than southeast. So that's the old tornado warning polygon. The new one now stretches from Bowie and Sunset through northern Wise County. Alvord, you got to assume that you're in that. You're really close to it, so we want you in your tornado safe shelter as well. And this tornado warning polygon goes all the way east now through all of southern Montague County into southwestern Cook County as well, just to the south and west of the Munster area. Cook, Montague, Wise County under a tornado warning now until 4 o'clock this afternoon. The rotation that we're tracking is crossing right over Highway 287. The very latest report we have is a funnel cloud around Lake Amon Carter, south of the Bowie area. This rotation itself is generally moving eastward now. It was initially moving southeast. It made a turn now. It is moving more easterly, but it is certainly close enough to northern Wise County. That is why you've been included in the tornado warning itself. Tracking it off, what's the movement, what's the speed on this, Kylie, right now?
About 35 miles per hour.
So about 35 would put it in Forestburg at 336 and Roston at 345. There are other smaller communities, no doubt, here in southern Montague County that haven't popped on the screen. But suffice it to say, if you live anywhere from Bowie to Sunset down to Alvord, as far east as Forestburg and Roston, you need to be in your tornado safe shelter. And again, the idea is you want to put as many walls between you and what's blowing in the wind outside. Every home layout is different. A bathroom could be your best place. Sometimes it's a closet. Sometimes it's a pantry underneath the stairs. Just get in the interior portion of your home, away from exterior walls or windows. We have additional storms off to the west and southwest of there that stretch across northern Jack County. There's at least some weak rotation in these storms itself. Not organized enough, though, to prompt a tornado warning, although this one here concerns me quite a bit, Kylie.
Yeah.
This one here, just west of 148, this is starting to wrap up a bit. Would not surprise me at all if they issue a tornado warning, if that thing continues to really ramp up again. But the rotation here is clearly getting better organized right on Highway 148. That's in northern Jack County. So we're probably talking about what, as the crow flies here, maybe 8-9 miles north of Jacksboro here. This is something to really watch very closely. That's happening before our eyes right now. That could be the next tornado warning here.
Yeah, so this is going to be, again, basically crossing over Highway 148. So this is already just east of Highway 281. This is staying north of Jacksboro with more of a southeasterly trek here. So again, if we see this circulation tighten up a little bit more, eastern and northeastern parts of Jacksboro will need to be watching this very closely. Again, you are currently under a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential for very large hail and damaging winds. What I wanted to do next was pull up. Let's take a look at some of these hail cores here, Dan. Again, obviously,
the hail size appears to have dropped a little bit. That's the only good news that we can give you right now. When you're seeing some of these dark blue colors, look up on the scale here. We're likely talking larger than quarter, but smaller than golf ball sized hail, maybe peaking at ping pong size. This one doesn't look, there you go. Yeah, ping pong sized hail. That one there looks, there's our new tornado warning, just as we expected.
So let me
New
exit
tornado
out of
warning.
this, we'll go ahead and put storm relative velocity back on here. To be able to show you where that circulation was. Again, we have been watching this very closely.
This one is really tightening up quickly here. Again, this is motion away from the radar where you're seeing these pink and red colors. Here's motion toward the radar. There's our counterclockwise circulation right on Highway 148 here. That's probably about 5 miles or so to the north of Jacksboro right now. Jacksboro, you're technically not in the tornado warning, but you need to be in your safe shelter. You are close enough to the warning polygon. That warning polygon runs down through northern and northeastern portions of Jack County. Any other communities that pop up here, Kylie, if we zoom in a little bit tighter,
Yes.
Go ahead and track it.
Yeah, let's do that first.
There's Cundiff. Cundiff at 3:37. So in about 15 minutes from now, we expect this potential developing tornado to be tracking towards Cundiff. Very dangerous situation here. We've been watching the rotation regarding this particular severe thunderstorm right now wrapping up, and that counterclockwise rotation evident here clearly on radar right over Highway 148. It doesn't quite look like it's gate to gate, meaning we've got those pink and green colors right next to each other, but no doubt it is really starting to get its act together as we speak.
This is going to be a little bit closer to the Lake Bridgeport area as well. So again, and I know folks in Runaway Bay hit very hard last Saturday. Unfortunately, you are included in this newest warning polygon with our current tornado warning, which is in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Movement is to the south and east at 25 miles per hour. Dan, the National Weather Service agrees. Rotation about 10 or so miles north of Jacksboro right now. Far northeastern parts of the greater Jacksboro area will likely see this rotation pass by. If you live just to the south and west of the greater Jacksboro area, so we're talking like south of Highway 281, you are probably in the clear for now. But again, north of 380, you need to be watching this very closely with this warning.
The north side of Jacksboro, certainly Lake Bridgeport, Cundiff, Wizard Wells, and Vineyard. Those are all locations that could potentially be impacted by this tornado, the developing tornado. It's not confirmed as of right now, but radar is indicating increasing rotation associated with this. Now it's moved just to the east of Highway 148 here. So it's probably about 9 miles or so to the north of Jacksboro. If you expand the view here a little bit, once again, Kylie, you notice this thing is going to bring a potential tornado threat as well back down into areas that were hard hit by storms just a couple of days ago. And I know you folks have a lot of storm anxiety. Runaway Bay in particular. Well, this potential developing tornado here is dropping in your general direction here. So please, we urge you to get to your safe shelter. If you live in Runaway Bay and you're in a mobile home, you need to get to a more sturdy structure. If you're close to the storm right now, just hunker down where you are. But you do have time down here in Wise County, in Runaway Bay up towards the Chico area. If you do live in a mobile home, find a more substantial structure close to you. We don't want you out on the roadways wandering around. If you must, then evacuate this way. Head southeastward if you're driving and you live in a, let's say, a mobile home around the Runaway Bay area. This is not a confirmed tornado yet, but increasing rotation, looking pretty impressive on Doppler radar here. And it's got a tornado warning for all areas north of Jacksboro along Highway 148 and then tracking down to the southeast towards the direction of Cundiff. And if that thing holds together, it will be heading down towards Lake Bridgeport as well in extreme northwestern Wise County.
Yes, I changed the view there to be able to show you Lake Bridgeport a little bit better on our radar because, again, that is the current trajectory. I'm going to go ahead and put our velocity back on here to keep a closer eye again on that rotation, which at this point has crossed over Highway 148 and it is approaching State Highway 59. Again, likely approaching the Cundiff area, maybe just to the west.
Yeah, that's old. This is Old Post Oak Road right here. That's running north and south. That's just east of Highway 148. So this is our kind of our really strong rotation evident on Doppler radar right now. It's moving right over Old Post Oak Road and heading off in the direction. This is Highway 59. So this probably in the next 5 minutes, this circulation is going to be crossing over 59 if it holds together on the west side of Cundiff. So if you're in Cundiff as well, you need to be in your shelter. Let's just temporarily, if we can, we want to go back to that other storm, just check on it. Notice here the rotation could be tightening up again. This is east of Fruitland right now. There's Bowie sitting off to the north and west. So we're probably talking about just a few miles to the east of Fruitland. We've got another potential strong circulation here. Tornado warning is still in effect for this part of Montague County. That's FM 1749. So we're talking maybe only a mile or so to the northwest there of 1749. There's the town of Sunset. So that's our circulation in Montague County. It doesn't look quite as impressive as the one to the southwest, but we're going to track this one as well off to the east. That would push it towards New Harp at 336. And with that latest scan, it does look like it has weakened a little bit. Let's hope that trend continues. We don't want you to let your guard down, though. If you live anywhere from Fruitland, Sunset, eastward towards Forestburg, New Harp, please still be in your safe shelter here in Montague County. Let's go back down to the other one, Kylie, and give an update on that.
Okay, let's again take our radar. We're going to go a little bit farther to the south and west. This rotation more impressive than the one currently in southern parts of Montague County. I do want to briefly mention, though, because we were just on that storm, the National Weather Service is keeping with the tornado warning until 4 o'clock this afternoon. That is going to include southeastern parts of Montague County, northeast-wise, southwest Cook County. And again, we were watching that take more of an easterly truck, and sure enough, the Weather Service continuing with that thought as well. 3 miles east of the Fruitland area, 9 miles south and east of Bowie, moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. Now, the most concerning part of these cells that are ongoing right now is our Jack County storm.
Yeah, I do think we've got a tornado in progress here right now. I think it's located right on Old Post Oak Road. Notice we've got this gate-to-gate shear here. We've got clearly greens touching the pink and reds there. Strong counterclockwise rotation here.
Dan, that is Campsie Road, likely the intersection between Campsie Road and Old Post Oak Road.
Okay, so that's about as specific as we can possibly tell you. There at Campsie Road and Old Post Oak Road, that's where we believe we've got a tornado in progress. If you put the reflectivity, just for a second, put that reflectivity back up there. Notice we also have what's called a weaker area of reflectivity here. We've got all these reds. Look at the reds wrapping around here. That very well could be rain and perhaps some hail getting wrapped in by the tornado circulation here. This is telling me with these weaker reflectivities here that this is where our tornado is currently located, right on Old Post Oak Road here. And this thing is moving east. It could very well still be wrapped in very heavy rain. We've got hail up here to the north as well. Again, on a day like today with the very low cloud cover, it's going to be very, very difficult to see this thing approaching, if not impossible. So we want you in your safe shelter here. Very clearly, we've got strong rotation showing up on Doppler radar. It's moving in the direction of 59. So next stop, so to speak, will be 59 here. And then from there, we believe it's going to track very close to Cundiff. Cundiff probably at about 342. But again, that's based on current speed. These things can have a tendency to speed up. So we don't want you waiting there. Go ahead and take safe shelter in the Cundiff area here. This is Jacksboro. So Jacksboro, you look to be safe right now. This is our primary, although there's another circulation, Kylie, developing there. There's another one developing back on the northwest side right now. We'll have to keep a close eye on that as well. So again, this storm has multiple areas of rotation in it, and it's going to be these these first storms over the next 1 to 2 hours that have the highest potential of producing a tornado. With time, as we head into the late afternoon and evening, as they kind of merge together as a line or as a very large cluster, the wind threat will start to increase and the tornado threat may go down a bit. But a distinct tornado threat will continue here with these over the next couple of hours. Looks to me like we still have strong circulation here, a little separation there. Hopefully that's a good sign, but I still think we could have a tornado in progress here in northern Jack County.
And again, that would be approaching State Highway 59 likely in the next 10 or so minutes. When this tornado warning was initially issued, it was moving to the south and east between about 25 and 35 miles per hour. So we can kind of give you a little bit of an idea as far as just how fast this is moving. But again, if you live in Cundiff, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. If you live in Jacksboro, you are out of the warning for now. Now, if you live to, I would say, to the west of, let's say to the west
we've
of
got
Highway
we've got
59.
another circulation that we'll have to keep an eye on there. Right now, Kylie, it is located near Highway 281. It is northwest of Jacksboro. That could be another area to really keep a close eye on here. Heading up 281, right at the 114-281 split.
Right.
And just to the east and northeast of there is where we're seeing perhaps a secondary circulation. There's our main circulation still. It has moved now east of Old Post Oak Road, heading towards Highway 59 here, west of Cundiff, probably by about 4 or 5 miles. Let's temporarily check on Montague County. Let's check back on Montague County, see what's happening up there.
The Weather Service is letting the tornado warning continue.
Oh, they are? Okay.
But they have also agreed with us in that this rotation doesn't look nearly as impressive. It's a little bit less organized, which is really good news as far as our northernmost storm is concerned, our northernmost tornado warning. Now, Dan, I want to mention briefly our Jack County warning. Again, this is north and east of Jacksboro. Rotation is east of Old Post Oak Road and just west of Highway 59. Likely approaching the Cundiff area in the next few minutes. The way that this rotation is sitting right now, it should stay north of Highway FM 1810. But the National Weather Service mentioning there is an updraft.
It looks to me like they just issued a new tornado warning polygon
they did, yes.
there. Yep.
So this new polygon is still in effect until 4 o'clock. The area of rotation, this thunderstorm, which again is capable of producing a tornado. So this means that is radar indicated. A tornado has not actually been spotted just yet. But based on radar trends, what Dan and I have been discussing, I would not be surprised if there is a tornado on the ground with this one. This needs to be taken very seriously. 7 miles north of Jacksboro, moving to the south and east at 25 miles per hour. Again, concerned with the potential for half-dollar sized hail as well. This warning is currently in effect until 4 o'clock. The Weather Service was mentioning expect this rotation to continue to tighten. Basically, an updraft has started to form over top of the rotation, which continues to feed that lower level rotation, feeds the storm with more energy. And yes, I mean, I would say that this rotation is indicative of that.
Yeah, and what they mean by that is there is a very strong updraft, what we call the mesocyclone in the actual supercell itself. That almost acts like a vacuum cleaner. It's literally sucking air up. And with rotation down near the surface, as you suck that air upwards, it's just like the ice skater effect there. Angular momentum takes over and it spins up and you stretch that into the vertical and you can develop a tornado. So with a very strong updraft over this rotation here, we are expecting this to perhaps tighten up with time. And that looks exactly like what it's doing right now as we speak. It's located just on the north and west side of Highway 59 here, northeast of the Jacksboro area. Another area of rotation that we have to really keep our eyes on there on Highway 281 west-northwest of Jacksboro right now. So there are two areas of rotation that we really need to keep a very close eye on. Our tornado warning polygon polygon here does not include Jacksboro for the present time. It includes northern and northeastern portions of Jack County, but Kylie has circled both those areas of rotation. One is probably about 5 miles or so to the north or west-northwest of Jacksboro, very close to Highway 281. Notice our counterclockwise circulation here. Reds motion away from the radar, greens towards the radar. So there's circulation there, and here's circulation number 2. This one has also got has a tornado warning in it. That one does not so far. This one does not.
Yeah.
But we want you to take this very, very seriously here. I think we could have perhaps a secondary tornado developing there to the west-northwest of Jacksboro. Round Mountain Road there, Highway 281, I'm sorry.
This would be approaching Highway 148, and I know that we have been talking about how Jacksboro is out of the current warning polygon. If the Weather Service goes ahead and decides to warn this area of rotation, Jacksboro, you would likely be under the gun. I also want to mention that the National Weather Service has received a report of a rotating wall cloud with this storm as well, which is a good indicator that there is plenty of juice, there is plenty of rotation in the lower levels of the atmosphere to continue to fuel this storm, and potentially we could be heading towards that way, Dan, of a tornado warning issued soon. A lot of people are starting to ask.
Yeah, rotating wall cloud is pretty much the final step before we see a tornado develop, and that's a lot of rotation. Apparently, that's visible perhaps by some spotters here. This one appears maybe that the circulation might be weakening. There's still a lot of strong wind here. Sometimes you can get what's called the rear flank downdraft on the backside of the tornado circulation. That surges outward and can create some very, very strong winds. Let's put this into motion over the last hour or so just to watch the evolution of these areas of rotation. So this one here moving eastward, it's approaching Highway 59. This one is trying to develop as we speak and get a little better organized. So those are two areas that we're going to watch very closely. Let's bring the radar reflectivity back. Just take a step out in terms of distance. I just want to zoom out here temporarily just for some perspective here. So it is quiet down here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, even in Denton and Collin counties here. But with time, we're going to see these storms continue to develop, and they're going to be moving southeastward. So we're going to see a severe weather threat start to ramp up as we head probably towards the 5 o'clock hour here in the metroplex, and that'll continue as we head through this evening. All the areas shaded here, all the counties shaded in red, are under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. That includes areas as far south as Glen Rose, Cleburne, Waxahachie, Ennis, Kaufman, and Canton, all the way up north to the Red River. But again, these are our initial storms, and it's going to be these initial storms over the next 1 to 2 hours that I think pose the greater tornado threat, although all modes will be possible still as we head through the late afternoon and early evening. Large hail being the biggest concern, followed by damaging wind gusts, and then the potential of a tornado or two. We got 2 tornado warning polygons up there currently. Kylie?
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and track this just from the leading edge. So I'm not taking it from the areas of rotation this time, but I do want to get an idea if this current cell continues at the rate of about to the south and east around 25 miles per hour. This does extend this current cell into northern parts of Denton County a little after 4:40, a little bit before 5:30 in Crum, a little after 4 o'clock in Herman, Decatur again in about 20 minutes or so. A little bit of good news to report here. I'm going to take that off. We're going to go back to this northern cell. The Weather Service has removed that northernmost tornado warning. We were watching those weakening trends on radar, and sure enough, they have agreed. They have even removed Montague County, that northernmost part of that cell, from a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, so the rotation that led to the tornado warning up here in Montague County now, that has weakened enough that they've lifted, as Kylie just said, they've lifted the tornado warning. But we still are watching two potential areas of rotation right now. One here northeast of Jacksboro, the other one just to the west-northwest of Jacksboro. So we'll circle those. One located near Highway 59, the other one located along Highway 281. We don't believe that we have a confirmed tornado at the present time, but clearly we've got rotation. And there you go. There's our new, the rotation we've been watching here for the last 10 to 15 minutes now. They have just issued a new tornado warning with that one.
So this is going to include Jacksboro. The threat is imminent right now with this current tornado warning. You need to be in your safe place. I'm going to pause this and zoom on in a little bit closer where we are likely looking at the tightest rotation. Let's get a little bit closer to street level here. This is going to be just to the west of Old Post Oak Road, just to the north of Eva Road, approaching North 6th Street. So again, this is likely approaching more of the quote-unquote downtown Jacksboro area as we speak. And I am going to zoom out here. We'll get some data with this storm. Let's go ahead and click inside of that warning polygon. This current tornado warning in effect until 4:15. This does include the city of Jacksboro.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and read this, Kylie. So a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. This is straight from the National Weather Service. Is located near Jacksboro, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. Tornado and half-dollar sized hail. Locations impacted include the city of Jacksboro, Fort Richardson State Park, Lake Bridgeport, Gibbtown, Joplin, Lost Creek Reservoir, Wizard Wells, and Vineyard. Again, developing tornado. This is not confirmed as of yet, but you can clearly see the rotation there evident just to the west of Jacksboro right now. Developing tornado here. It's moving southeast at 30. And again, if you live in Jacksboro or Fort Richardson State Park, Lake Bridgeport, Gibbtown, Joplin, Lost Creek Reservoir, Wizard Wells, Vineyard, take cover now. Move to an interior room, lowest floor of a sturdy building. If you're in a mobile home, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. If you're in a mobile home right there in Jacksboro, you need to stay put. It's not safe to venture out. If you live farther southeastward towards Joplin or Vineyard, Runaway Bay, in the potential path of this, you do have a little time here. 358 Vineyard. 408 Runaway Bay, Boonesville 414. That's a lot of time that you have to take cover in a more substantial structure if you need to. But again, this is going to be hard for us today to get visual confirmation of these, just on the fact that we've got a lot of very, very heavy rain and hail associated with these storms. That is getting wrapped up into the circulation itself. And even outside of the circulation, a lot of low cloud cover. We've got dew points right now in the 70s. That's very, very humid air, which lends itself to producing a lot of low cloud cover. Poor visibility. Probably not going to be able to see this developing tornado as it moves to the southeast here. But this one looks like it's still trying to do something.
Yes.
But I think the one that's more concerning right now could be what's developing near the city of Jacksboro.
Yes, I agree, Dan. And at this point, again, we're watching those bright reds with the bright greens. That is a sign of that lower level rotation, inbound and outbound winds. At this current trek, this puts this rotation basically riding right along Highway 380. So we have more of a southeasterly trek on this current cell, this current area of rotation. Again, the threat for Jacksboro right now is imminent. You need to be in your tornado safe place. But as it continues, it's southeasterly trek. We have Vineyard likely up next, and unfortunately to Runaway Bay, the Lake Bridgeport area. You need to be watching this very closely.
Yeah, let's expand the view here a little bit, because we certainly do have indications of a lot of strong wind here. So even if we don't have a tornado with this polygon here northeast of Jacksboro, again, two areas of rotation, one to the east northeast of Jacksboro and one located very close to Jacksboro. Certainly, there's a lot of strong wind here coming out of this storm around the Cundiff area, so we could get some very high winds blowing into areas of northwestern Wise County as well, and in particular, kind of on the north end of Lake Bridgeport there. So we'll continue to watch that. Yeah, at least 50, probably at least up to 60-mile-an-hour winds that are blowing through northern Jack County, across the county line into northwestern Wise County. The rotation here, not as well organized as what it was. The tornado warning, though, still remains in effect. We've got literally now 2 different tornado warnings here for 2 different circulations. So if you live anywhere in Jacksboro, all the way down towards the Runaway Bay area, on into northern portions of Jack County. So again, 2 tornado warnings, 1 in effect for the northern cell until 4 o'clock. Could also see up to a $50 sized hail, and 1 in effect for the Jacksboro area, that one for 4:15. Josh Johns is out on the roadway right now. He's in Denton. Let's go ahead and take his view. So we'll split the screen here. So he is heading up in the direction of this storm. Now, this is a very, very challenging type of day to be out on the roadway chasing. Notice, look it up to the north of him. Very low visibility. That's what we're talking about. High rain, high precipitation rates with this. And so that's really going to limit visibility, and it's going to limit the view from even trained spotters on the ground like Josh to be able to see something. But nevertheless, he's heading up in that general direction, trying to give us a little better view of what's going on.
Yeah, you can easily see, again, those storms well to the north and west from his vantage point. So again, Josh Johns, he is on the ground for us, keeping an eye on storms as they continue to head in from the north and west. I showed you the track with a couple of these cells to show you that Denton County, yes, you are going to need to start to pay attention to these cells very closely. Now, the northernmost storm that we were focused on in Montague County, now impacting far western parts of Cook County. Right now, this is not under a severe thunderstorm warning. However, Sanger, Ponder, west of the I-35 merge in central and northern parts of Denton County. You're going to need to be watching this closely. Dan, we are heading towards rush hour. It is 3:40 right now. Over the next hour or so, when these cells continue to approach parts of the metroplex, namely to the north and northwest, there will likely be a lot of folks on the roads. We cannot stress this enough. Please do not park under bridges or overpasses. That is the worst place that you could park. I know you're trying to protect your car. We need to be planning in advance at this point. If you can go ahead and go home from work, especially across central, southern parts of Denton County, southern Wise County. Again, I would be watching this very closely. Quick update from the National Weather Service. They're going to go ahead and trim the 2 tornado warnings that we have. So the northernmost tornado warning, that was near the Cundiff area. We were watching that circulation very closely. They are going to trim that northernmost warning to now just have the southernmost warning. But again, mainly focused on that southernmost warning, Dan, by the time they trim that northern.
Yeah, I was just looking at some observations here, and we've got a lot of south to southeasterly flow, and those winds are picking up, those low-level winds. The dew points right now are about as high as you'll ever see in late April, 73, 74, 75, 77 degrees. So that is a tremendous amount of low-level moisture and warmth. Temperatures are still in the 80s, so things are still very highly unstable here. Still watching these 2 areas of rotation. This one here appears to have broadened out a little bit, but that could just be a temporary sign there. We've got this one that we're keeping a very close eye on near Jacksboro. It is tracking southeastward, and that's why you've got the tornado warning continuing for the city of Jacksboro and all points to the east and southeast along Highway 380. You live heading down towards 281 there, the 281 vicinity. All those areas are under a tornado warning as we speak. There's some more roads that are in the potential path of this developing tornado here. And we have to say developing right now. It's not confirmed. It's radar indicated, but clearly we've got motion away, motion towards the radar, counterclockwise circulation here. Looks like it's now on the east side of Jacksboro, and it's very close to 380 and the 281 split, maybe a mile or two, if that, on the north side of the 281-380 split.
We had a camera at one point. I don't know if anyone can hear me in the newsroom. Blake, if you can hear me, I know at one point we did have that 380 and 281 camera. If we can pull that up from the TxDOT system there, we'd probably have a pretty good view because it was pointing to the north and west. So if we can get that camera pulled up here by the time he does that. But again, that is the main area of concern right now. Our northernmost warning has been trimmed. The southern southeastern part of the Cundiff area, you are likely in the clear as this area of rotation is south of FM 1810 and now east of State Highway 59. Okay, so that's the camera there. Not seeing too much there, Dan. And you know, this goes to prove our point too of most of what we see today is going to be hard to see with even your most trained storm spotters. Most of this rotation is going to be rain wrapped. You are going to be dealing with large hail. Pretty dangerous setup on the roads there. So again, not seeing much from this.
Yeah, we have Houston-like humidity today here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. In fact, all across North Texas with anytime you see a dew point that's 70 or higher, that is stifling humidity. High moisture content in the atmosphere. It doesn't take much when you lift air that's got that much moisture in it to produce clouds. You literally only have to lift it several hundred feet off the ground, and that's why we've got a lot of low cloud cover out there to the south and southeast of these storms. That low cloud cover severely restricts our visibility. So even if we have trained spotters in what would normally be ideal locations on a good chase day to the south or southeast of the storm, if they're looking in this, they're really not going to see much at all. They can't see through those very low clouds, that stratus deck that's out there right now. Kylie's done a track here, tracking this potential developing tornado off to the east-southeast would put it in Vineyard at 359, Runaway Bay 411. I know you folks in Runaway Bay just devastated by the last tornado here. This is heading in your general direction. 411, your estimated arrival time. Lake Bridgeport 416 and the city of Bridgeport at 425. Let's go ahead and lapse this, Kylie, over the last hour. And there you go. And you can see the general motion of this is down to the east-southeast. So it's literally going to be following Highway 380 here on the east side of Jacksboro in the direction of Vineyard. We're also keeping an eye up here on this circulation. It's broadened out a little bit. Notice we don't have green and these pink and red colors butting up against each other. It's widely spaced for now, so we've got broad rotation here still that we're going to keep a close eye on. All right, that's Crum. That's Josh Johns on the ground right now. They are driving up towards 380 and Crum in far northern Denton County. And there you get an idea as you look off to the north there, all that low cloud cover, which is obscuring the severe storms that we are currently tracking right now up in Jack County and into northern Wise County. And you know, this is the other thing that you deal with too when you're out on the roadways here. Detours, roads closed, and the road network gets to be a little bit challenging out there. But Josh is doing his best to try to position himself closer to these storms as they drop off to the southeast.
If we can double box with the radar that I have pulled up and Josh's live camera, I have his little storm chaser icon right now. He is just to the north of Highway 380. He is basically looking, can we do weather 1 instead of that live radar? Are we able to double box with weather 1 instead of weather 2? If we are able to double box with weather, okay, well, or we could just do this here. But there's Josh's little icon. He is north of 380 right now, basically facing a sub-severe storm. He is likely going to be rained on here
in the next 10 or so minutes as they continue to head to the north and west. He will be coming up on a severe warned storm as soon as they cross over into Wise County. Again, he is north of Highway 380, moving through far western and northwestern parts of Denton County, heading into eastern Wise County, likely in the next 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, most of the hail reports, I was just reading the chat session, Kylie, are kind of a quarter size to $half size right now. So we're not getting any huge hail at the present time. The hail size has come down. So that's one good thing that we can tell you. There's one of our main hail cores right now, right near Jacksboro on the east side there. Although when you're seeing these purple colors here, yeah, that could be a little bit larger. Again, we're just getting reports from people. That doesn't mean that it's not larger. It's likely up to the size of ping pong balls here to the east-northeast of Jacksboro right now. The reports we've been getting from other folks are located outside of the main hail core, where the hail size is a little bit smaller. But what's most concerning to us right now are the two areas of rotation that are in this storm. Here's one here. This is broader rotation, so we don't think we've got an imminent tornado threat at the present time here, but still something to keep a very close eye on. It is moving towards the far end of Lake Bridgeport right now. So north of Runaway Bay, northwest of Lake Bridgeport, there's our one circulation. We've got another one here too that looks like it's broadened out a little bit. Very wide circulation. So we'll have to watch to see if this thing tightens up a little bit. This one is dropping to the southeast. This one has, again, prompted a tornado warning. So if you live anywhere from Jacksboro, especially down towards Vineyard and Joplin, these communities here, that Highway 380 corridor, the 281 corridor here, we want you in your tornado safe shelter. Could be a developing tornado. It's going to be nearly impossible to see it due to the fact that we've got the heavy rain, the hail, the poor visibility out there. So get in your safe shelter and stay there. The severe weather threat will ramp up as we head through the late afternoon hours, and especially early this evening down into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I think this whole cluster of storms is going to hold together, and it will bring a wind and hail threat and still potentially a low tornado threat to much of the metroplex as we head in that 5 to 6 to 7 o'clock time frame.
And unfortunately, too, this is going to be right in the heart of rush hour. We've had a lot of people who have been asking about, hey, should I leave work early? Should I stay put? I know we're right at school letting out right about now. But the reason why I have this tracker on, storms are currently moving to the east and southeast right around 25 miles per hour. We've seen that oscillate between about 25 and 30 miles per hour over the last hour or so by the time they got going to right now. So again, this is a track from the leading edge of this short line of storms as it continues to head to the south and east, likely approaching the metroplex. Dan, I want to briefly mention our Jack County tornado warning has currently been extended now until 4:15 for southeastern parts of Jack County. So again, this warning encompasses that area of rotation. It's located just 4 miles east of Jacksboro, moving to the south and east right now around 35 miles per hour. Again, this is radar indicated. We do not have ground truth for this.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and read the latest update. It literally came out within the last minute. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles east of Jacksboro, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. Again, radar indicated rotation. Locations impacted include especially the east side of Jacksboro, Fort Richardson State Park, Lake Bridgeport, Gibbtown, Joplin, Lost Creek Reservoir, Wizard Wells, and Vineyard. Take cover now. This is, again, a potential developing tornado here. The rotation within that Jack County storm, not quite as tight as it was before, meaning it's showing signs of the storm cycling. So, again, we use that word often here when we're watching these storms. These storms tend to have a cyclical nature, meaning that the rotation with these ramps up. It gets strong. It gets very well organized. You produce a tornado. The tornado is on the ground for a certain period of time. And then that circulation weakens, and so does the tornado itself. That leads to the demise of the tornado. But that's only temporary. These storms, as we witnessed with the one on Saturday night, are long-lived supercells. They keep going and going, sometimes for hours. And so that area of rotation then, once again, can start to get better organized, ramp up, and you can see another tornado develop. So these cyclic supercells have the potential of producing multiple tornadoes over a period of 2, 3, 4 hours. We don't know if we've had any confirmed yet. We did have that one storm spotter report probably about an hour and a half ago where they did witness a potential tornado. But it's clear to us that we still have rotation evident in these storms, and that rotation is trying to get better organized. We tracked this one here on the east side of Jacksboro. So Jacksboro's right there.
Right.
So this is east of Jacksboro. Vineyard at 4 p.m., Runaway Bay at 4:08, Rickles at 4:13, Boonsville at 4:16, and Cottondale at 4:29. Again, this is going to be moving through southeastern Jack County. There's the line. There's the Wise Jack County line. This is Lake Bridgeport here, kind of the southern end of Lake Bridgeport down towards Runaway Bay, and then that circulation will continue moving to the southeast.
Dan, still maybe some very broad rotation.
Yeah, that one is still
Lake Bridgeport.
Yeah, there are definitely two areas of rotation. That's clear to me, and that's good that you pointed that out. This is Lake Bridgeport, so this is kind of a broad circulation here as well, located on the north end of Lake Bridgeport right now, that we're going to continue to watch to see if this gets better organized.
Yeah.
And ramps up a little bit, because we could have a tornado threat develop for parts of Wise County that are outside of the current tornado warning. They're in Jack County right now, the Lake Bridgeport area in particular, and Bridgeport itself. So we'll watch this one as it moves to the east-southeast. Let's put that into motion here. Kylie, if you would, just lapse that. So yeah, it is generally moving to the east-southeast here. So that's one circulation.
Yes.
Don't think there's an imminent tornado threat here. The one that we're watching more closely is this one. Look at it right here. There's Highway 380. It's located literally just to the south of Highway 380. There's the small town of Vineyard. Here's FM 156. There's 199 down to the south there. So here's our circulation. It's dropping southeast. It might start to get better organized here in the next few minutes. That's why we want you to be in your tornado safe shelter right now in that part of Jack County.
It's tapping into fairly unstable air, which is why we've seen, and Dan and Josh mentioned Saturday night too, when we were watching that one long track supercell, a lot of storm cycling. So basically you would see that storm ramp up, the rotation would tighten back up, and then it would loosen. It would tighten back up, and then it would loosen. That's kind of what we're seeing with these two specific areas of rotation right now, which is why we can't let our guards down just yet, especially with the current tornado warnings in place. So again, this current circulation to the south and east of the Jacksboro area is right in between Highway 281 and 380. Vineyard, you need to be in your tornado safe place, likely approaching, gosh, I can hardly read that there, FM 1156. That is going to be kind of the cross street there as that rotation continues to basically ride right along Highway 380. Again, maybe a little to the south of 380 as it continues its easterly and southeasterly trek. Because these storms do have a history of moving to the east after it starts with the south and east, or after it starts moving to the south and east, we kind of just want to make sure folks directly to the east and to the south and east are, again, oh, wow. Let's see here. Yeah, if we can pull scan one.
Yeah, got a good shot here. That's 287 and 380. Some pretty ominous looking clouds there. There you go. That's 287 and Highway 380. We're looking northeast right now. You can see off in the distance there certainly some very, very heavy rain. We don't believe we have a tornado right now. We do know that we've got a spinning storm, and there are multiple areas of rotation that we continue to track in Jack County and Wise County for the potential of tornado development. This is going to be a day that's going to be very difficult even for trained storm spotters on the ground to let us know if they even see or witness a tornado. Fox 4 News at 4 o'clock is coming up. We're going to be back momentarily here with more weather coverage.
More local news every day. You're watching Fox 4 at 4.
Be back momentarily here with more weather coverage.
More local news every day. You're watching Fox 4 at 4.
All right, here's the very latest on the severe weather situation. I'll give you some good news. The tornado warnings have literally just been lifted because the actual rotation in both of these has weakened enough that the National Weather Service doesn't believe we've got an imminent tornado threat. The rotation is still there. Doesn't mean it's completely gone away. It's just not organized enough that we believe we've got a threat right now of a tornado. Severe thunderstorm warnings, though, do continue. That's indicated here from eastern Jack County through the Runaway Bay vicinity, Alvord, Decatur, down towards Briar. All these locations here in Wise County under a severe thunderstorm warning. Another severe thunderstorm warning, Graham, Bryson, down into areas south and east of there. Got a tornado watch in effect as well until 9 o'clock tonight. So that's all the counties shaded in red there, including Granbury, Glen Rose, Cleburne, Waxahachie, over towards Terrell, Canton, and points north until the Red River. That said, we still believe our highest threat today is going to be large hail, followed by damaging winds, and then the potential that we could see a couple of isolated tornadoes. There's our cluster of storms here, extending from Graham to Jacksboro, Decatur, up towards the Gainesville area. These are dropping southeastward, so as we head into the very late afternoon, early evening hours, we'll see the severe weather threat ramping up for the greater Dallas-Fort Worth area. Denton, 423, Mineral Wells 442, City of Fort Worth at 527, DFW 538, and Rockwall at 609. Don't etch those times in stone, though, because if anything that we've learned over the last few days, weather is not steady state. It is constantly evolving. These storms develop new storms. They speed up, they slow down, they turn different directions. And so that's why we're on the air tracking these literally minute by minute as they move across North Texas.
I want to look at those areas of rotation one more time, Dan, that we were focused on. Maybe an area of some broad rotation now across far western parts of Jack County. Again, there is no current tornado warning in effect, but what we have seen with these cells is they do undergo those storm cycling processes, which means they could see that rotation tighten back up, even if they aren't currently warned, aren't currently experiencing that tighter rotation. Now I want to take a look at some hail sizes because we have seen a couple of hail cores go up in size. So let's see if we can
I'll read the very latest here from the National Weather Service, too. So severe thunderstorm warning for Wise County, southeastern Jack County until 5 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm was located 7 miles west of Lake Bridgeport or 9 miles east of Jacksboro, moving southeast at 35 miles per hour. That's the hail cores associated with it, and our hail algorithm is showing hail size up to a ping pong at the present time, and that's what the warning is also showing. Ping pong sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Still some rotation in this storm. The rotation, though, is weakened enough that they have allowed the tornado warning to expire for now, but we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Got another severe thunderstorm warning as well. I'll try to read that one, too. That one is in effect for, let's see, Jack, Palo Pinto, and Young County. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 4:45. That severe storm is located near Bryson or 11 miles east of Graham. It's moving east at 30 miles an hour. Golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Train storm spotters showing that there was golf ball sized hail falling with that. Locations impacted with that storm: Mineral Wells, Graham, Jacksboro, Grayford, Bryson, Fort Richardson State Park, PK Lake, Perrin, Salesville, Barton's Chapel, and also Orrin in the path of that storm.
So I have our storm relative velocity on here because these are both areas that we have been watching for that potential rotation. So Dan, if you're looking at this with me, nothing sticks out completely at the moment. There are still some broader areas of rotation. That is fairly typical when a storm takes on that supercellular structure. But as we've seen these storms form more of that short line, I'm hoping that means that tornado threat will continue to go down. But again, embedded within these cells right now, there's still some areas of broader rotation. I'm going to zoom on in.
Yeah, this one, we've got a stronger, broad area of rotation here. It's not screaming to us right now that we've got an imminent tornado threat, but it's certainly still there. And we could have also some other kind of smaller circulations embedded where you can see these red and green couplets here heading down through Jack County. Josh Johns, meteorologist Josh Johns, is out there right now. He is trying to get in a better position. And Josh, what can you tell us right now first of all, where is your location, what you're seeing right now?
Yeah, we're coming into Justin on Farm Road. I believe it's 156 coming in down here. Let me double check that. It is Farm Road. Yeah, 156 coming into Justin. We're trying to get over to Rome to kind of position ourselves for that cell that's coming out of Decatur. What we've seen is it's really murky out here. It's going to be tough to see this storm coming up on you. We have a couple of towers that are trying to go up just to our southwest. You can see those intermittently as I move the screen a bit. Right up there to the top of that power line, that's another tower that's trying to come up to our southwest, so we'll monitor that. One thing I noticed is the winds are not very strong coming into the north part of the cell. Looking on the radar, the winds are probably going to pick up as we get closer to Rome, and that's probably going to be feeding this. But it's very warm, it's very murky, very humid, and it's going to be tough to get towards these storms, but we're going to try to get them over there closer to 114 in Rome here in just a bit in Wise County.
If we can double box with Josh's shot right now in Weather 1, I have a close-up of where he currently is located. Again, he is just north of Justin. He's not quite in that current warning polygon, but they're making their way. Again, they will likely stay to the south of the Decatur area, but heading into a severe thunderstorm warning, kind of a wider vantage point of that current storm.
Hey, Josh, it's Dan again. You know, on some days where you're watching, let's say, tornado coverage out in West Texas, up in Oklahoma, and you see those majestic supercells off in the distance, you've got great visibility. That is not the case today. We've got dew points 73, 74, 75 degrees, and that's why we're seeing all that low cloud cover out there. That is going to restrict visibility along with the heavy rain. So talk more about that a little bit. You've been out chasing storms for many, many years. This is a difficult chase day, is it not?
It definitely is. It's tough to see when it's this murky, but of course, if you get a low-hanging wall cloud or shelf cloud, we're going to be able to see it about maybe 3 to 5 miles out. The big problem is these storms are going to be running about 40 miles per hour, maybe 35 if they're slower, and that's going to make it tough to kind of get in position and then also deal with some of the traffic that's really built here across Denton County as of currently.
Yeah, that's definitely rule number one when you're out chasing. You always have a chase partner with you, and you always want to have escape routes. So if you can position yourself with north, south, and east-west escape routes to give yourself multiple different options to try to escape the storm. But Josh John's out there right now trying to give us a little better view on the ground of what's going on. Because really, quite frankly, on a day like today, it's going to be spotters like Josh that are going to be able to confirm to us whether or not we have a rotating wall cloud or a funnel cloud or perhaps even a tornado in progress. And there's a really good idea there as you head in that direction of kind of the limited visibility looking off in the distance. Josh, we'll check back with you in a few minutes when you get a little bit closer to the storm. But as we go back to radar right now, again, The good news is there are no tornado warnings presently in effect. We've got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, Jack, Palo Pinto, and Young County. That goes until 4:45. Hail size is up to golf ball with that. So, you know, when you get chunks of ice the size of golf balls that are likely hitting the ground at 60 or 70 miles an hour, that's a lot of force. That can cause a lot of damage, so we don't want you to be in the path of that. We've also got a storm here, Runaway Bay, Decatur, severe thunderstorm warning. Jack, Wise counties, that one goes until 5 o'clock. The hail size with that is a little less, 1.5 inches. That's the size of a ping pong ball. With wind gusts, it could be up to 60 miles an hour. But you notice, a little appendage there, kind of the southwest, that we're going to have to keep a very close eye on here. This is Jacksboro on the far northern end of the storm. That's hail coming down right now. So our dark reds and purple colors there, the large hail. That is a shot right now. US 380. You said Bridgeport?
Yes.
Bridgeport. So torrential rain coming down. That's the other thing here. When you've got rain coming down like that, notice you're not going to be able to see anything approaching with visibility like that. When you've got dew points in the 70s like we do today, you're going to get rainfall rates of 2-3 inches per hour. And so we certainly could see at least some localized flooding, especially as these storms move into more urban areas, the Dallas-Fort Worth area, construction zones, low-lying areas where it's all concrete and asphalt, and all that rain is runoff, and it will accumulate very, very quickly and could potentially lead to some flooding.
You know how we were just looking at that appendage on reflectivity, Dan? The National Weather Service was also looking at the same structure of that storm. Again, this is going to be far southwestern parts of Jack County and now likely northern areas of Parker County. Maybe a little bit of some broad rotation at the lower levels there. They are not planning on issuing a tornado warning at this time, but again, watching this area very closely because it is starting to exhibit those signs of some of that lower level rotation, those greens butting up to the brighter reds, indicative of some rotation in the lower levels there. So again, watching this very closely. This is an area that is currently warned under that severe thunderstorm warning as we speak. The other thing that I wanted to do was take a look at some of those hail cores, because I know as these storms continue to cycle through, we'll see these hail cores pulse up and then pulse back down. So what I want to do now is zoom in to a couple of these areas. Now, remember, and we talked about this, Dan, last night whenever we were covering those hailers that were impacting parts of the metroplex, but our hail cores are delayed slightly, so you can't take this exactly as it is. It is likely behind slightly, but it still gives us an idea of what these cores are capable of producing. So let me go ahead and query these to the north and west of Bridgeport, ping pong ball sized hail possible, and then far southwestern parts of Jack County, also looking at the potential for hail up to the size of ping pong balls.
I do want to let's put the reflectivity back, if you will, Kylie. We've got additional storms up to the northeast, and I don't want to lose sight of those as well. These are obviously impacting our North Texas counties right now, but I do want to point out that we've got some pretty intense storms here lurking just north of the Red River up here in southern Oklahoma. That's got a tornado warning attached to it, but these storms here have the potential of dipping south of the Red River, and so we'll watch these closely here, our Red River counties. The thing with these storms is they are closer to a stalled frontal boundary right now, where you get a lot of low-level spin, and so that's why we've got the tornado warning in effect here northeast of Durant in southern Oklahoma. So we'll watch you folks up here in northern Grayson County, northern Fannin County, into Lamar County. You're starting to get a little development there, and so your severe weather threat could also be ramping up over the next 1 to 2 hours.
Now let's take a closer look at the immediate metroplex too. We've been watching these storms to the north and west. They have kind of held on to that southeasterly trajectory between about 25 and 30 miles per hour. So what I want to do now is along the leading edge, take our storm track here. If it continues at that rate, again, to the east and southeast between 25 and 30 miles per hour, the leading edge approaching parts of the immediate metroplex in the heart of rush hour, we're talking a little bit before 5:15 in Weatherford, the Fort Worth area a little bit before 5:45, and then the big airport right around 5:50.
Yeah, and then perhaps down to DeSoto as we head towards 6:30 or shortly thereafter. But again, that's just a rough gauge right now, just to give you an idea, approximate idea of when you can expect the leading edge of these storms to arrive in your location. They are severe thunderstorm warnings at the present time, with up to golf ball sized hail and wind gusts at least 60 miles per hour possible with these. You know, keep in mind when you've got large chunks of ice, it takes a very strong updraft, a rising current of air, to support a chunk of ice that's at large. And what goes up tends to come down, and you can get localized downbursts of wind that produce some damaging wind gusts on the order of 60, maybe even greater than that. But just broad rotation right now being evidenced by Doppler radar. Again, this is kind of counterclockwise circulation embedded within these storms. Nothing looks as well organized as it did a couple of hours ago when we saw that big storm moving into Montague County. So something that we'll continue to watch very closely, but at the present time, we don't see any immediate tornado threat.
Yeah, let's go ahead and put the reflectivity back on here as well. I want to zoom on in to the Bridgeport area and the Paradise area, as we're likely seeing some higher winds associated with these. So if we put our, you see that bright pink that you see on your screen just to the south of Bridgeport, those are likely very high winds. So as we 60
to 65. Storm over Western Wise near Bridgeport continues to show increasing signs of organization. Straight line winds southeast of Bridgeport and the Paradise area. Expect winds of 60 to 65 miles per hour with that. That's the very latest from the chat session.
That's likely right in between Bridgeport and Paradise, right along Highway 114, extending up.
And they look like they've also upped the hail size now to 2 inches in diameter and 60 miles an hour. I'll read that. The severe storm located 7 miles north of Grayford or 14 miles southwest of Jacksboro. It's moving southeast at 30. So 2-inch hail. So a golf ball is 1 3/4 inches. So that's a little larger than the size of a golf ball. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Train weather spotters at 412 said that they did get 2-inch diameter hail reported near Bryson with that storm.
We have a live picture. Did you say 114 and what?
114 and 1558. That's right in Bridgeport there. Highway 114 in Bridgeport.
So pretty significant rain coming down as well. That, unfortunately, Dan and Josh both alluding to this, that is going to be one of the hardest parts about these storms as they continue to head to the south and east. One, we're dealing with some pockets of very heavy rain. Two, that hail threat. And three, if there is any circulation embedded, it is going to be very hard to see, especially from a storm spotter's standpoint.
Yeah, that's a great shot there. There's a look at the hail core associated with that storm. Anytime you see the dark blue colors there, now we're getting up to hail to about the size of ping pong balls. Once you start seeing the purple colors show up, now we're talking about potential of golf ball sized hail. Did have a report, as we said, from, look at that rain there. That is torrential rain. That is Highway 114, FM 1658 there in Bridgeport. That just gives you an idea of what you're going to be dealing with when these storms move into the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We're going to get rain just like that with this very, very high moisture content in the air. We're going to get 2 to 3 inch per hour rainfall rates with this torrential rain. And even if it rains for only an hour, that's going to produce 2 to 3 inches of rainfall and lead to a flash flood threat, especially in areas that are poor drainage, construction zones, low-lying areas. So we urge you, if you live down in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, if you can get to your destination quickly here so that you're not on the roads dealing with this as we head closer, let's say, to the 5 6 o'clock time frame. Back to the radar we go here.
And I've actually pulled up a picture. I know we were focused on rotation in Jack County. This is an example of a great storm spotter report. Berkeley put this together for us. This was from, again, Jack County. Jared Cook showing us that, yes, radar estimated about 1.5 inches to about 1.75 inches of hail in diameter. And this one maybe right at 2 inches. So, again, pretty significant hail there from Jack County earlier this afternoon. If we take it back to radar, hail continues to be the primary concern with this line of storms as it heads to the south and east, but we are monitoring those smaller little pockets of some broad rotation as well. Dan, let me know if you want me to pop that up or if we want to keep it on reflectivity.
Yeah, we can keep it here and just go ahead and lapse that. These are generally moving in a southeastward direction, so I think it's just a matter of time here till we see our next severe thunderstorm warning is likely going to come out. I would say for northern Parker County, we're probably going to get a warning that's going to come out within the next 30 minutes or so for Denton County here and northwestern Tarrant County. Don't expect these storms to weaken. We've got a lot of energy, south to southeasterly winds that are feeding moisture into these storms here, and so we expect these to maintain their intensity as they drop to the southeast into Parker County, for Palo Pinto County as well, Tarrant County and Denton County. So based on the current movement, that would put it in Mineral Wells at 447, the leading edge. Weatherford 513, DFW Airport 523, and City of Fort Worth at 541 this afternoon. We certainly have pockets of hail that are up to the size of ping pong balls, golf balls, and in some cases slightly larger than that. Got that report out of Bryson that we had a 2-inch in diameter hail, but there's one of our hail cores there on the north side of Grayford, which is hugging the Jack Palo Pinto County line right now, located just to the east of PK Lake. And we've got another hail core here. Looks like we more than likely had some hail come right through the Runaway Bay area. The main hail core now is just east of Runaway Bay. Of course, they just got hit by the tornado. These are storm-ravaged folks here in this community, and they had torrential rain and hail come through there. And that hail core, let's put that into motion, if you would, Kylie, just to show the general direction. Yeah, this is going to head right across Paradise here in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and then continue heading to the southeast, probably in the direction of Boyd and New Fairview. You could be looking at a large hail threat, and that's indicative of where we've got the severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Much of Wise County now could also see wind gusts of 60 to 65 miles an hour with these storms. That warning goes down through the Grayford area to Decatur 425. I'll let you read those because now with a split screen it's going to be hard for me to see that.
Okay, what are we looking at the bottom right-hand corner of our screen here? Okay. Okay, currently in Wise County, headed towards the Boyd area. Is that Josh that's with us? Okay. Josh, can you hear us and can you talk back right now?
I can.
All right, what are you looking at right now?
We're looking, we're about to turn south on 287. We're in New Fairview. We're trying to come up close to Boyd, where this storm is really starting to gust out on radar, so we should be able to come up on this pretty quickly as it comes towards us. But as of right now, it's just real murky. I'm even turning to the west. Let me turn to the west towards that storm. If you look over the tree line, even if you're over the tree line, you just don't see much. You can see the edge of the amble if you look closely, but that's about it.
If we can split screen with Weather 1 here, you can barely see Josh's little icon here, but he is approaching Highway 287 as we speak, currently on Illinois Street. And Josh, I know that we've been talking about this so far this afternoon, but when you say murky, that is exactly what we are looking at on radar right now. I mean, some significant rain that's continuing to fall. We're talking moderate to heavy rain with this cell, which makes things pretty difficult to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's see if we can. All right.
You got a report here to, some of the latest 1.5 inch in diameter hail, so that's a ping pong sized hail. Ham Radio reporting that in Chico, off of Sherman Street and Davis Street. Also had a report of some large hail, as we said, 2 inches in diameter. That's a little older report from Bryson in Jack County. So we're definitely getting reports of ping pong size, golf ball sized hail out of a couple of these storms. Severe thunderstorm warning, Jack, Wise County. That goes in effect until 5 p.m. Again, golf ball size hail. You can see the hail core there on the north side of Paradise. Wind gusts up to 65. You notice they've got tornado possible.
Yes.
So they even with a severe thunderstorm warning in this case, they add that tag, meaning a tornado is possible. So we've got rotation in this storm. Notice it here. Look at this. Starting to get a little better organized now. Let's put that into motion, Kylie. Go ahead and do that. There we go. So our rotation now is south of Bridgeport. Here's Highway 199 down to the south of there. We're going to have to watch this real closely just west of Highway 114. There's motion away from the radar, motion toward the radar, counterclockwise circulation here. And that is something that we'll watch very closely over the next few minutes here. That is going to be dropping down to the southeast into northern Parker County, right around the Springtown area.
Yeah, the National Weather Service looking exactly at what we're looking right now. If not, this... Yes, we're looking at that area, broader rotation, but notice, Dan, just to the south of the Bridgeport area, an even tighter area, which looks like kind of a little couplet. Again, that's going to be south of Bridgeport, west of Highway 114. Let's see if I can put my little...
yeah, that one is definitely tighter. This one is broader. But so we've got two areas we're watching now real closely here. One centered near Bridgeport, as you said. You've circled that there. The one down to the south is much broader, but we're going to have to watch to see if that thing tightens up a little bit as well. That is heading down through the extreme southern portion of Wise County at this point in time. We're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but again, they've got a tornado possible tag on that. And the reason they add that to the severe thunderstorm warning is because we've clearly got some fairly strong rotation. So what are we showing here? We've got 40-mile-per-hour winds going this way. We've got in excess of 30-mile-an-hour winds going that way. So we've got 70-mile-an-hour winds that are rotating like this. So that's something really going to have to watch this very closely now.
If we
close
go
to
back
Cottondale here.
To this northern most kind of tighter rotation area. This is going to be right along FM 2123, just to the south of Bridgeport. Again, staying to the west and southwest of Highway 114, but likely crossing right near the Paradise area in the next 15-20 minutes or so. Again, there is not a current tornado warning, but we are watching these two areas of rotation in western and southwest Wise County very closely, because these storms, as we've shown you over the last hour or so, do have a history of producing that lower level rotation, which could be indicative of a tornado.
Yeah, if you would, go ahead and put the reflectivity back on there. Just want to see what that looks like compared to our velocity right now. And you notice we've got a little bit of a notch there, a little inflow notch there. There's certainly hail falling up here to the north around Bridgeport. So this small little circulation up here, that's going to be almost impossible to see with torrential downpours and some hail in that part of the storm itself. If we had somebody located down to the south of Cottondale right now, they might get a little better view of the storm there. But there's definitely two areas of rotation with this Wise County storm right now. It is warned for severe thunderstorm right now, not tornado, but it's got the tag on it that there could be a possible tornado. There is clearly our hail core right now, so that's our ping pong sized hail falling, where you're seeing the dark blue colors just on the south and southeast side of Bridgeport. Pretty wide swath of hail though, so all of this area right now is experiencing hail of varying sizes. You get in the outer peripheries here where you see these gray colors, the lighter blues, you're talking pocket change hail. That's dimes, pennies, nickels, and quarters, even some pea-sized hail. Right in the core though, in is where we see the largest hail, and that is likely ping-pong-sized hail, and that is literally just on the northwest side of Paradise and just on the southeast side of Bridgeport at the present time.
And right along Highway 114, Dan, it's about 4:30, so folks starting to get on the roads. This is going to be one of those situations through the rest of this evening. If you have to be on the roads, please do not park underneath bridges and overpasses. We cannot stress that enough. That is the most dangerous place that you can be. Just try to time out your commutes going home or staying at work to avoid that congestion on the roadways. Let's go ahead and take this off. We're going to put it into motion one more time. I want to zoom on out and kind of start fresh, Dan, with a wider view of our 2 severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently in place. They have been continuing to drop to the east and southeast between 25 and 30 miles per hour. So if we take our 25 mile per hour tracker and we extend this towards the metroplex, inching a little bit closer, central Denton County likely in the next 15 minutes, downtown Fort Worth likely in the next hour and 10 minutes or so, the DFW airport a little bit before 6, DeSoto a little after 6:40, and then Waxahachie right around 7:15, 7:20. And take these timings, the exact timings, with a grain of salt. This just gives you an idea. You have about an hour.
Yeah, each time we do this, you notice the times are likely going to fluctuate by a few minutes as these storms continue to evolve, because the storm structure changes a little bit. They can move direction. You can get them to accelerate, slow down a little bit. And so we try to do these estimated arrival times, you know, every 5-10 minutes or so to give you an approximate time frame of when you're likely going to see that. But here's one severe thunderstorm, and we're really going to watch this circulation. Dan, that's really starting to wrap up a little bit.
Dan, the Weather Service is about to warn that area, southern Wise County, northern Parker County.
Tornado warning coming out?
Warning, yes.
Okay, yeah.
So that's going to be south and west of Paradise and just to the west of Boyd.
Go ahead and put that. There it is. There's our new, okay, so tornado warning just issued right now. We've been watching this thing, and sure enough, it's wrapping up now. We could have a developing tornado here located literally just south of Paradise. This is southern Wise County. Runaway Bay, you're safe. You're on the northwest side of this. Springtown, though, you are in this tornado warning. That tornado warning goes all the way down about as far southeast of Azle, Briar, Boyd, Paradise. All in that tornado warning, literally just issued right now. Take this very seriously. We've got circulation that is getting much, much better organized. This thing is really ramping up, and we believe we've got a developing tornado right now. National Weather Service agrees. They've issued a tornado warning. It's a fairly small area here, but anyone in there is definitely in the danger zone for this potential tornado. It's located very close to Cottondale right now. Literally on top of Cottondale. We could have a tornado literally on the ground. Going to be impossible for us to confirm that 100% because it could also be rain wrapped. A lot of torrential downpours here. We've been showing you these traffic cameras throughout the afternoon. Rainfall rates 2-3 inches per hour, which is severely limiting the visibility. Josh, you're fairly close to this. Anything you can tell from your vantage point right now?
No, as you can see, it is very murky. We're already getting rain. We're coming into the east side of Boyd. My escape routes are 114 and 730 with this thing. I keep looking down to see if we can even see a base, Dan, and I just don't see much at all as you're looking pretty murky. Our exact location, I'm trying to see if there's a cross street coming up, but just looking at a map, we're about to approach a couple private roads, but those won't show up.
Josh,
looking at a map, we're about 2 miles outside of Boyd.
You are just outside of our warning area, so you are on 114 or about to be on 114, approaching our tornado warning. Basically, sights set on Boyd, which is currently under that tornado warning.
I'll go ahead and just everybody stay with me here. I'm just going to read the tornado warning. As of at 4:29, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Paradise or 9 miles south of Bridgeport, moving southeast at 30. Tornado and golf ball sized hail plus 65-mile-an-hour winds possible. Locations impacted include Azle, Briar, Reno, Springtown, Boyd, Paradise, Sanctuary, La Junta, Cottondale, Highland Addition, and Keter. You all are located in that tornado warning polygon, so we urge you to take cover now, move to an interior room, lowest floor of a sturdy building. Again, the idea is you want to put as many walls between you and what's potentially blowing with this developing tornado. Lowest floor, interior room could be a closet, it could be a bathroom, but this storm is showing increased signs of rotation, and we very well could have a tornado and may not be able to see it just because of what Josh is showing you here. You notice off in the distance very low-hanging clouds today, torrential downpours. That rain could be wrapping around the tornado itself, making it almost impossible to see it. Let's broaden it out here a little bit because I don't want to concentrate. You know, there it is. It's located very close to Paradise, or on the south side of it. Let's put it into motion here, if you would. It's moving southeastward. So we've got, again, everyone inside this tornado warning polygon includes Paradise, Boyd, Briar, down as far to the southeast as Azle. So it's possible that if this thing holds together, we could see another tornado warning issued for southwestern Denton County and northwestern Tarrant County. That has not happened so far. I want you to be thinking about right now, though, the Azle, the Eagle Mountain Lake areas up towards New Fairview. You need to go ahead and make sure that you are located close to your tornado safe shelter in case a tornado warning is issued. There's another area of rotation. Let's briefly go over to that. That's trying to get ramped up a little bit as well. This one here is located near Grayford. Notice our couplet here. It's still broad rotation, but this could be something that also continues to develop here over the next 10 to 15 minutes. We circle it there. So this is west of Grayford here. This is far northwestern portions of Palo Pinto County. So we're talking about the PK Lake area right now. We're going to keep an eye on that as well. But right now, the most concerning storm is the one that we were just on near Paradise. That's got a new tornado warning associated with it. We've got clear indications of rotation here. Could be a tornado on the ground right now. We can't tell you for certain, but you need to assume that there is one.
Yes. So again, that current tornado warning is in place until 5 o'clock. So again, that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It looks like the main area of rotation just to the south of the Paradise area, continuing to track to the south and east, 9 miles south of Bridgeport, moving to the south and east around 30 miles per hour. So I want to get a little bit closer to some cross streets here. If there is a tornado on the ground, it would likely be west of 114 and just to the north of FM 2123. So that is going to be the northern and northeastern sides of the Cottondale area. Yeah,
Cottondale, and if you zoom out just a little bit there at Lucky Ridge. So that's where we think we potentially have a tornado here. It's literally just off of 114 right now. There's Keter sitting down to the southeast. Let's put that into motion here. Just a slow motion, if you would. There it is. Yeah, it's dropping southeast right now. So it's just to the south of Paradise right now. Cottondale, Lucky Ridge, Keter, you need to be in your tornado safe shelter. Could have a tornado in progress right now. This rotation has been ramping up over the last 10 to 15 minutes, and the National Weather Service, because of that, did issue the tornado warning, which goes as far to the east as Boyd and almost down to the Azle Eagle Mountain Lake area. In fact, I think they did include Azle in that tornado warning.
Yes, they did. So that's going to be the southernmost tail of this. It's basically right on the border. But I'm with the Weather Service in this. I mean, based on how we have seen these storms continue to pulse up and pulse back down, kind of cycle through these areas of rotation, it is not unheard of to go ahead and clip far northeastern parts of Parker County again under that current tornado warning. Far northwest Tarrant County, you need to be watching this very closely. Again, that is likely going, we've got another warning now. So that one, here we go. Okay, so that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to include the Grafford area at Mineral Wells. So that's going to be far northwestern parts of Parker County. This also includes the Possum Kingdom Lake area. Dan, I'm going to throw the reflectivity on back here just so we can see that newest warning there. But the most concerning part of this line of storms currently is our tornado warning in southern parts of Wise County and far northeastern parts of Parker County.
Yeah, and I don't like what this one's doing either. We're going to have to keep an eye on that one there around the Grayford area. We certainly have some rotation evident there, so we'll keep a very close eye on that one. That could be developing one as well here. Severe thunderstorm warning for now, but I'm certainly seeing signs of rotation there between Orrin and Grayford there to the west. The more pronounced area of circulation is the one that prompted the tornado warning for southern Wise County, and we'll go back to that one here. We're going to go back and forth between these storms here. There you see it dropping down to the southeast, and you can see right now we certainly do have broad, strong circulation. Whether or not we've got a tornado on the ground remains to be seen. This is also an area, if you put the reflectivity back up, I'll keep my fingers right here. We've got some very heavy rain. It does appear to me that we've got heavy rain wrapping into this. There are weaker reflectivities here where the rotation is evident. So certainly if we've got something, it's located around the Cottondale and Keeter areas, and it's moving down to the southeast in the general direction of Briar. So all these communities in the potential path here: Springtown 440, Boyd 445, Briar 451, Rome 456, and Pecan Acres you saw up there as well.
Okay, if we put this into motion one more time, again, over the last hours, with that tighter rotation now just to the north of the Lucky Ridge area, which is why this cell is currently under a tornado warning. Again, the area of rotation that you're most concerned with is right where the red meets the green. That's going to be just to the east of Cottondale, again, north of Lucky Ridge. If we zoom on in a little bit closer to street level, this is going to be FM, it looks like 51 here, Private Road 3366, FM 2123, just at 1.
Yeah, and Kylie, they are going to increase the wind speed for the Wise County severe thunderstorm up to 70 miles an hour. So a really good surge of straight line winds is ongoing as we speak across southern Wise County. So that's where you can see those green colors there. That is likely what's called our rear flank downdraft in this storm. So what we're seeing here is right on the backside of this potential tornado here, this surge of wind heading down in the direction here from southern Wise County, heading right towards the Springtown area as well. So even if we don't see a tornado with this, there's strong circulation. So we have to assume that there could be one in progress. We are in the progress right now of seeing some very strong straight line winds heading southward through southern Wise County into northern Parker County around the Springtown area. Another very hard hit area by a recent tornado, but we believe we could have damaging 70-mile-an-hour winds making their way from southern Wise County into northern Parker County. This is our circulation again. We continue to watch that. There's our counterclockwise circulation. It looks like it's broadened out just a bit, still there, but we are likely now seeing a surge of these RFD winds, these straight line winds on the backside of this thing, heading south through southern Wise County into northern Parker County.
Meteorologist Josh Johns is in Boyd right now if we want to take his shot. Josh, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
All right, tell us what you're looking at right now, because you are just inside of our tornado warning.
Yeah, we're looking directly at where the circulation would be, and occasionally when the lightning comes up, you can see the bottom of the cloud. Nothing's on the ground yet, which is good news, at least from what I can tell. The winds, when we were in Boyd, we kind of came to the east side of Boyd because the winds were starting to increase from the south, telling me the inflow was coming up. And if you look closely, you can see some of the inflow blowing right here, but nothing that's incredibly strong yet. We're probably about 2 miles from where that circulation is, and you're you're starting to be able to see the base a little bit more if you look closely. It's right in line with where that power line is, but we aren't far from it. Our phones went off when we got into Boyd because of that tornado warning, and now we're watching it, and I don't see anything that screams to me to be tornadic at this time. But if you look at the bottom under that base, it's turning kind of a hazyish, bluish gray color. At times, the edge of green. That tells me that there's hail inside this thing along with the wind.
Let's go ahead and pull up that hail core. I want to show folks what Josh could be looking at. Again, he talked about kind of the base of the cloud. So where we're seeing maybe that darker blue is an indication of some fairly large hail. If I can pull up our hail sizes here.
Yeah, you get to the darker blues, and that's definitely ping-pong-sized hail. So 1.5 inches in diameter. That with that one, Kylie, for sure. That the core of it is just north right now of Keeter and Lucky Ridge. That's the hail. Once again, though, as we bring the storm relative winds back on there, we'll show you that we do believe we've got some very strong winds making their way down to the south. On the backside of this storm, blowing southward through southern Wise County, perhaps into northern Parker County. And we continue to watch this very closely here. This rotation is trying to get better organized once again. It broadened out a little bit here, but clearly we've got strong motion this way, and we've got strong motion heading this way. So there's our counterclockwise circulation, kind of broad a little bit, but strong, and it's located around the Keeter and Cottondale areas here, and it's generally moving to the southeast. So once again, these areas are under a tornado warning. Radar indicating a possible tornado or developing tornado here. So please continue to be in your safe shelter. Cottondale, Boyd, down through La Junta and Springtown into northern and northeastern portions of Parker County. And with time, as this circulation heads to the south and east, we could very well see another warning going out for southwestern Denton County, northwestern Tarrant County. That's not been issued yet. National Weather Service will literally continue to monitor this scan by scan as this thing moves. We're also watching a storm here. That rotation looks like it's really broadened out there at the present time. So that's good news. We don't see any tornado threat at the present time here in northern portions of Palo Pinto County, around the Grayford area. Some big hail, though, falling up around PK Lake. That's likely at least ping pong size there, where you're seeing those dark blue colors. Multiple hail cores here. Got another one around the Grayford area, ping-pong-sized hail, where you're seeing the darker blues. And, of course, as we head into Wise County, we've got large hail falling there as well.
Yeah, and that's embedded within that tornado warning. So once again, if there is a tornado, again, that could be on the ground, it will be very difficult to see, which is why we have not been able to stress that enough over the last couple of hours. If there is a tornado at any point through the rest of this evening, it will be very difficult to see, which means that when a warning is issued in your area, you will want to pay attention, head into your tornado safe place, get off the roads, do all of those things that you would normally do, even if you can spot the storm from miles away, because that will not be the case with these storms as they continue to head to the south and east. Again, the largest hail right now associated. Yeah,
Kylie, let's just jump in here. They are likely going to extend the severe thunderstorm warning into Tarrant and Denton counties soon. More than likely in the next couple of minutes. They are also watching a tight mid-level mesocyclone, so that's mid-level rotation developing over top the low-level rotation in northeastern Palo Pinto County. Watching that very, very closely as it's approaching Salesville, even closer than we already were. So they are getting increasingly concerned, too, about that storm in northeastern Palo Pinto County that Kylie is zooming in, right? That's the one that we literally just pointed out that it didn't like the look of it. And there you can see developing rotation there. So we've got low-level rotation, some mid-level rotation. So this thing is also trying to get its act together here east of Grayford, far northeastern Palo Pinto County. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a couple more radar scans showing some increasing development with this, that we could see another tornado warning issued with that one. Boy, there's a great view now. That's probably the best one that we've had from Josh so far. You can clearly see the base of that cloud now. Hey, Josh, you with us right now?
Yes, I am.
So, what do you see? Are you seeing any upward motion into that lowering there? Any circulation at all?
I see some broad rotation. Like if you look closely, you can see some side-to-side movement, which is telling me there's some broad rotation in there. I'm also looking at the tail end as that cloud descends a little lower right over the feed store there. I'm watching there to see if anything peeks its head out of there. But we've got about a minute or two before the hail reaches us. So we're going to have to go south on 114 for a bit, get back ahead of this thing and point to the south. I'll turn the camera around so that we're looking at that the entire time, but we're going to head back south on 114.
Yeah, a lot of lightning flashes there with that storm. Pretty ominous look there. So there's definitely a lowering there. That storm's got rotation in it, but at least from Josh's vantage point right now, we're not seeing a potential tornado. There's the rotation here on radar. Notice that it's kind of broadened out a little bit. It's still strong. We still have that tornado warning in effect. We are going to see a severe thunderstorm warning expanded farther to the south and east.
Yes.
In fact, they just did that. There you
Yes.
go. There's our new severe thunderstorm warning here. Did they put a tornado possible tag on this?
They did.
They did.
Dan, yes. So I'm going to click on into this.
So
warning.
Fort Worth now, Arlington, the mid-cities, Grapevine, Keller, South Lake, Argyle, the Lake Dallas area, you're all in a severe thunderstorm warning. This goes until 6 o'clock. Golf ball sized hail, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and a tornado possible. And again, that's the circulation that we've been following very closely now.
Yes.
Up around the Boyd area. This circulation is going to be moving across the north end of Eagle Mountain Lake, heading through northwestern Tarrant County. Perhaps, you know, again, these things, they can take more of a turn to the east as well. So southwestern Denton County, too, we could potentially see a threat of a developing tornado. But as Kylie draws that there, that'll give you some estimated arrival times. Azle at 5:01. Saginaw 5:22. Stockyards at 5:28. Arlington 5:57, so right before 6 o'clock in DFW Airport at 6. That's tracking kind of the core of this storm,
right,
moving southeastward. So large hail damaging winds are two primary threats, no question about it. But in addition to that, we'll continue to keep an eye. And you can see the rotation there. It's clearly evident around the Boyd and Briar areas just to the north of Azle right now. We'll watch that very closely. If this thing continues to get wrapped up, it's very possible they could upgrade that severe thunderstorm warning to a tornado warning. Right now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning.
And as this continues to the south and east, Dan, if that rotation does hold together, we're talking northern parts of the Eagle Mountain Lake area. You need to be paying very close attention to this. So again, our current severe thunderstorm warning, which now encompasses southern and southwestern parts of Denton County and northern northwest Tarrant County, is in place for the potential for hail up to the size of golf balls and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Yeah, there's our hail right there.
There's that hail core. It's likely just to the north of 114, maybe another little core just to the south, west of the Boyd area, north of Keeter, as this continues to head to the south and east.
Yeah, so that's likely wind and wind-driven rain and hail falling right now, where you're seeing these purple colors and dark red colors. Could be up to the size of potentially ping pong balls at least, maybe right around Boyd. We could even see a little bit of golf ball sized hail. We're doing a split screen right now. Meteorologist Josh Johns has been following this storm. He got up close to it. He gave us a view of kind of the lowering there. Saw a lot of cloud to ground lightning Did not see anything indicative of a tornado, but he's had to back off now and trying to get repositioned because that storm was moving toward him, and so was the torrential rain. So they are trying to get in a better position right now as this storm moves to the southeast. There's the circulation. It's broad.
Yes.
It's definitely broadened out a little bit here, but it's still there. There's no question we've got a very broad, fairly strong circulation here in extreme southeastern Wise County, extreme northeastern Parker County, approaching northwestern Tarrant County, and southwestern Denton County. So right where all four of these counties come together here. Let's go to the west-southwest just briefly. I just want to continue to keep an eye on that. There's still something here that we have to keep a close eye on. Look at this, north of Mineral Wells. We do have a circulation here as well. We'll watch that very closely. The National Weather Service is watching it closely as well. But this is northeastern Palo Pinto County here on the north side of Mineral Wells. There's Highway 281, and we're watching this. If this thing wraps up too, there's a potential we could see a tornado warning. So please be in your safe shelter here in Mineral Wells, over towards the Cool and Millsap areas, because we have something that could potentially develop into a tornado. This is the stronger circulation at this point in time. This is our new severe thunderstorm warning. So you folks now in Denton County, Tarrant County, including the city of Fort Worth, Azle, all the way through Keller, Southlake, Grapevine, Mid-Cities, down towards Arlington. 70-mile-an-hour winds possible with this storm. The hail's way up here right now. Again, not everybody gets the hail. The hail cores tend to be in more concentrated areas, but it certainly could be up to the size of golf balls here. And again, they've put a tornado possible tag with this because of this circulation that we can see on radar here around the Boyd area.
Dan, they are going to go ahead and let the current tornado warning expire at the top of the hour, which is good news. Dan had just mentioned that rotation had broadened out, but as this cell continues to head south and east, the reason why that severe thunderstorm warning also has the potential for, or that TOR possible tag is what you hear meteorologists refer to it as, is because this storm does have history of producing rotation at the lower levels. Now, are we looking at Josh in the bottom right-hand corner of our screen here?
Yeah, I just want to chime in here real quickly that looks like a really good straight line wind surge of 70-mile-an-hour winds is moving into southeastern Wise and northwestern Tarrant County. So we're talking about the Briar and Azle and Eagle Mountain Lake areas. Got a really good surge of strong winds up to 70 miles an hour that are moving in from the northwest. Those winds more than likely kind of that rear flank downdraft on the backside of the circulation. That's pushing strong straight line winds into northeastern Parker County and northwestern Tarrant County. Looks like golf ball sized hail over most of PK Lake at the present time, with 40 to 60 mile per hour winds there. Seeing an increasing wind surge on the cell north of Mineral Wells. That's the one we were just on to. 70-mile-an-hour winds possible there. So a good surge of winds.
I pulled up a little arrow to show you what Dan was referring to. That bright green there, those are likely the highest winds. Again, up to 70 miles per hour possible. Let's go ahead and I'm going to take this off.
Go ahead and lapse that, if you will.
And
I think we can better show that surge of winds on the backside of this circulation here. So here's our surge of wind coming right down in this direction here. So it's blowing right through northeastern Parker County here, literally just north of La Junta right now. And this is going to be blowing right over Azle and Eagle Mountain Lake area. So these winds could be up to 70 miles an hour, surging in from the north and west. This is kind of on the backside of the circulation. Also here, we could have a surge of 70-mile-an-hour winds on the north side of Mineral Wells. We've got a circulation there. We've got a counterclockwise circulation, but on the back side of this, we could see some very strong winds literally heading right down 281 in the direction of Mineral Wells. And that thing is tightening up a little bit.
Dan, yeah, they're about to warn this.
Yep.
This is going to be our newest tornado warning for eastern Palo Pinto County and northern Stevens County.
So it's likely going to include Mineral Wells down towards Cool and Millsap. Going to have a new tornado warning here. This circulation tightening up. moving down to the southeast, going to be crossing over Highway 180. It's on the north side of 180 right now. It's literally located right along Highway 281, just north of Mineral Wells right now. So here's a couple things going on. We've got a tightening circulation. This could be a developing tornado north of Mineral Wells. We've also got very strong winds on the backside, up to 70 miles an hour, surging into Mineral Wells from the north and northwest. But Kylie has circled it right there. We believe we could have a developing tornado here on Highway 281 north of Mineral Wells. So tornado warning is just out. Is that polygon up there? It looks like it is.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and widen out. So here's the areas in this new tornado. That's a large tornado warning. So this tornado warning includes Mineral Wells, Cool, Millsap, all the way down through Weatherford, Willow Park, and Annetta. If you live down here in Weatherford, Willow Park, and Annetta, if you're in a mobile home, we want you to get in a more substantial structure. You have time. It's way up here near Mineral Wells. You have time to get to a more substantial structure if you live here. But there's our warning, new tornado warning, radar indicated. We don't have 100% confirmation. And again, on a day like today, and it bears repeating, it's going to be very, very difficult for us to confirm these tornadoes just because of the limited visibility that we are dealing with. It's an extremely humid day. Houston-like humidity today here in North Texas. Dew points are in the 70s, so we've got a lot of low clouds out there, torrential downpours. All of that restricts our visibility. We saw Josh get up close to these storms and still have a very difficult time see what was going on. But Kylie's drawn this path here. Cool, 5:03 estimated arrival time for this circulation. Millsap at 5:07. Weatherford 5:23, and Annetta at 5:37. So tornado warning in effect for these communities stretching from Mineral Wells all the way through northern and central portions of Parker County. Again, here's our circulation. It is literally located just to the north of Mineral Wells, probably by about, I would say, maybe 2 or 3 miles, right on Highway 281 here. There's Northeast 23rd Street. It's only a mile or so to the north of there where we see our counterclockwise circulation. This thing is moving southeastward here. Could be wrapped in rain, maybe almost impossible to see it. It is moving southeastward here. Before we toss to our 5 o'clock, I do want to show strong winds moving into northwestern Tarrant County here. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning. Could be 70-mile-an-hour winds now blowing through the Azle and Eagle Mountain Lake areas into northwestern Tarrant County. Destructive winds possible here. And we've got a circulation there. Not a tornado warning, but we're going to keep a very close eye on that as well. Fox 4 News at 5 o'clock getting ready to start up right now.
Here for you. Fox 4 News starts now.
All right, we still are under a tornado watch here across much of North Texas until 9 o'clock tonight. We have 2 powerful storms right now that we're continuing to monitor. There's our watch. It includes all areas shaded in red there. Our newest tornado warning has been issued for the Mineral Wells area, and that tornado warning continues all the way down through Weatherford and Willow Park. You folks in Cool and Millsap are in this. Palo Pinto, Parker counties until 5:45. Golf ball sized hail. And that's a live pick right now in Weatherford. So you folks at the moment are quiet in Weatherford, but this is heading in your direction. Let's go ahead, if we could here, Kylie. Let's bring out the tornado winds again, or the storm relative velocities. Let's look inside this thing and watch that couplet there, and you can see it here. There's our circulation. So we've got motion away from the radar, motion towards the radar here, counterclockwise circulation. It's literally just a couple miles to the northeast of Mineral Wells, right on 281, close enough to Mineral Wells that you need to be in your safe shelter here. Again, lowest floor available, away from exterior walls or windows, in a closet or a bathroom. This thing is tightening up. It is tightening up for sure. We've got good gate to gate there right now. So we very well could have a tornado in progress right now, just north of Mineral Wells, and this thing is moving in the direction. Look at that gate-to-gate shear. So that's 104 miles an hour of circulation. So that's combined. So that's motion away and towards. You add those together, and we've got 104 miles an hour of spin here, of rotation with this storm. Very, very close to Mineral Wells. We believe that this thing is going to be moving in the direction of Cool and Garner, heading from the Mineral Wells area. So we're going to cross over this circulation. This apparent tornado is going to move from Palo Pinto County into Parker County here, literally in the next couple of minutes. In fact, that could be happening right now.
Right. So FM 113, Dan, is the cross street that is about to be under the gun of this circulation. So 180 and FM 113, that basically right on top of Garner and Cool, likely in the next 5 or so minutes. Lake Mineral Wells is currently being impacted as we speak. You can kind of see it there highlighted on your screen. I know it's hard to tell with all of the colors, but that is likely ongoing. Now, the northeastern part of the Mineral Wells area that is likely who is seeing this circulation right now. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado warning, but as we have continued to see this thing wrap up, I would not be surprised if we have a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, so let's briefly leave this one here. Let's go over to Tarrant County because we've got another menacing storm that we've been tracking there. There it is. And notice here, we have a broader circulation. It's strong. There's no tornado warning in effect here. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. But what we are noticing here is a very strong surge of winds here, denoted by these bright, look at that, they're blowing across the Azle and Eagle Mountain Lake areas. So these winds here could be up to 70 miles an hour, literally blowing right over Eagle Mountain Lake at the present time. There's our hail core here up towards Boyd. So this is all hail falling from Boyd to New Fairview. Likely some hail. It's going to start mixing in around Justin. Hail size there that's indicating now it's going up. That's also a sign sometimes that a storm is getting stronger because larger hail requires a stronger updraft. A stronger updraft means it's a stronger storm. And our hail now is up to the size of literally a billiard ball there around the Rome area. So now Kylie, we're talking about probably hail that's about, what, 2.5 inches,
yes,
maybe greater in diameter. So this hail is destructive in nature. It's likely occurring right now around the Rome area. That is going to smash windshields, break windows. It's going to cause damage to vehicles that are outside. It's going to cause roof damage as well, strip trees of their leaves. And let's go ahead again, if you would. Let's put this into motion to show the general direction of this large hail core here. Hail size has been going up, a sign that the storm is strengthening, and it's likely going to go right along Highway 114 here.
Right.
From Rome, southeastern Wise County. This thing is going to head eastbound, it looks like, right along 114 into southwestern Denton County. Put the winds back up, if you will. Once again, strong surge of damaging winds is likely going on right now. That surge of wind on the backside of this coming across the Azle and Eagle Mountain Lake areas, and you can see that with these green colors here. This is moving in this direction, so very strong winds on the backside of this circulation. And we still do have counterclockwise circulation here, so once again, it is a severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-an-hour winds up to golf ball sized hail with a tornado possible tag. So this thing, it's possible we could see a tornado develop out of it. Let's go back to the west again to our Mineral Wells storm. Kylie?
Yeah, as we zoom on into this Mineral Wells storm, Dan, the National Weather Service reiterating what you and I have been saying. This rotation looks more impressive. It has tightened fairly significantly. A tornado now likely. So radar indicated rotation, no confirmed tornado on the ground, but we are going to treat this as if there is, which means folks in the Garner area, Millsap, Cool, you are right under the gun. Essentially, this rotation right over Lake Mineral Wells as we speak. That rotation riding right along Highway 180. The Fox area, you are going to be on tap next for this rotation as it continues to hold together. Rotation just to the north and east of the Sturtevant area. And again, right along Highway 180. Basically, this rotation is going to follow 180. Dan, we have seen it continue with this southeasterly trek. track. And again, I think it'll continue to stay to the south and east, riding right along 180 and approaching the Weatherford area likely in the next 15-20 minutes or so.
Yeah, so there's our counterclockwise strong rotation here. Very likely could be a tornado in progress to the east-northeast of Mineral Wells, very close to Highway 180, north of Sturtevant right now. So this is the Palo Pinto-Parker County line. And as Kylie said, this is likely going to ride to the east-southeast, right down Highway 180 here. But again, these things are never steady state. They can change direction. Right now it's moving southeast. That's not to say it couldn't turn more to the east or more to the north. All right, Michael, you are in Weatherford right now. You're getting a little closer. Is that fresh hail damage on the windshield, or what can you tell us? Okay.
I don't think he can tell.
All right. So Michael Beard is heading in the direction of Weatherford. So hopefully in the next 10 or 15 minutes, he's trucking along there. He's going to be able to give us a better look at this big rotating storm now that's prompted the tornado warning. Yeah, you can see the type of road network here, but Michael's been doing this for years and years, and he knows what he's doing, and he's trying to get in a better position for us here on that storm there that's currently impacting the Mineral Wells area. Tornado warning in effect, Mineral Wells into neighboring Parker County. So we'll go back to Michael as he gets closer to that storm. But we've got Josh on the ground. We got Michael Beard on the ground right now. So again, this is going to be extremely tough for these gentlemen on a day like today when we've got torrential rain. We've got very low clouds out there that's going to limit our visibility. So we really are urging you to take shelter here. We believe we do have, at least based on radar signature here, a tornado on the ground. It's located now pretty much right on the Palo Pinto-Parker County line, where you're seeing that red and green couplet. And for that reason, the tornado warning will continue all the way up until, what's the time on that? 5:45. Golf ball sized hail. Tornado warning. So if you live in Garner, Cool, Fox, Millsap, Sturtevant, Brock Junction, Brock, Weatherford, Hudson Oaks, Willow Park, you're all in the tornado warning. We want you taking shelter right now. Again, lowest floor available. You notice here our radar signature here. This is heavy rain and likely a little bit of hail wrapping into the circulation, and our circulation is likely right here. Right there. Just north of that, we've got large hail falling. That could be golf ball sized hail, a little smaller hail here, heading off to the east there around the Garner area. So notice a little weak echo region here, and that's likely, that's very characteristic when you've got a strong spinning storm. You've got weaker areas of reflectivity that are literally being suspended by the circulation itself. Very large damaging hail right now occurring just on the north side of Cool, at least the size of eggs. So we're talking at least 2 inches in diameter. You know, our product is not perfect here. That's just an estimate. It could be a little larger than that. Like last night, when our hail product was telling us one thing, we were getting hail that was even larger. So it's at least the size of eggs right now. And you can see it rotating here on radar. We believe the rotation signature now has moved into far northwestern Parker County. Josh has got, is that Josh? Hey, Josh. Great shot there. What can you tell us?
Yeah, we're looking at the shelf cloud on the leading edge of these storms. We just left Eaton High School, part of the Northwest ISD. We're coming up on Bonds Ranch and 287, so we're kind of in that Saginaw Hazlet area, and you can see the leading edge of these storms. When you see a shelf cloud like that, it means you're about to get some really strong winds, but that also means it's more outflow dominant. So the good news is that should drop the tornado risk a bit. It doesn't matter. You're going to see some 70-mile-per-hour winds coming out of this, and you can also see some vertical motion there on the beginning of that as well. Dan, I was wondering, do you want us to stay with this storm through the metroplex, which may be tough because of traffic, or do you want us to drop south in case that storm tries to wander into southwestern Tarrant County, this tornado warned right now?
You know, that's a good question. We got Michael Beard. Heading from Weatherford, so he's on that one. You might want to continue this one here. I know it's a little bit of a tall order today, but let's stay on this one here and follow this one if you would, Josh.
Roger that. We may go up 35 to 170 to cut across if we can get quick enough, and that way we come in through the metroplex, because it's going to be tough to get down. We may be able to hit 820 to 183.
You know, am I seeing some striations there too? It looks like it's, you know, we're kind of be able to show some of the mid-level rotation in that
Definitely.
storm. Yeah, you can see that.
You can
here.
see all the way up to the anvil.
Yeah, that's a great shot there. Very menacing storm right now that could be producing up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, large hail, and the rotation, as Josh said, it appears to be a little bit outflow dominant right now, which is making the circulation a little bit weaker. But we're going to continue to watch that very closely. Let's get back to radar here. We'll check back with Josh in just a few minutes as we've got boots on the ground. Yes, Kylie?
I'm going to interrupt you really quick because the National Weather Service is now upgrading our current tornado warning to an observed tornado. That means we do have confirmation that at some point within this warning, a tornado was observed. Basically, right along 180, which is what we were mentioning, that area of circulation was going to follow 180 as it continued to the east and southeast between Mineral Wells and Cool. So again, that was a few minutes ago that tornado was spotted, but we have to keep close tabs on this as it continues along 180, likely in between the Cool and Millsap area approaching Fox. There's likely some very high winds associated with this, even behind this area of circulation.
Yeah, you know, oftentimes you can get very high, what we call the rear flank downdraft of the storm, and so even behind this, some very strong winds could be blowing right now through the Sturtevant area down towards Bennett. We're more concerned, though, and we've had confirmation now about an observed tornado with this storm here. It has now moved into Parker County. We believe the tornado is located very close to Cool, right along Highway 180 here, and this thing is moving to the east-southeast, down 180 in the general direction of Weatherford. You folks in Weatherford and Fox and Brock Junction and Cool and Millsap and Garner, all under a tornado warning. We hate to get highly specific on a day like today. We want to be extra cautious, and so we are mentioning all of these communities that are in this tornado warning polygon. We're doing a split screen right now.
Yeah.
What you're watching is Michael Beard. He is heading in the direction of this storm, and you can clearly see the area of interest through his windshield there, off in the distance. We can't talk to Michael, but we'll be able to follow his progress along there. Very low clouds, likely looking at the wall cloud up there. And there very well could be a tornado that we can't see quite yet. There's the wall cloud. We're going to watch that really closely there. Michael's getting closer and closer to this tornado-warned storm. We have had an observed tornado, at least within the last 5 minutes or so, by a spotter. And so the tornado warning continues here. It does appear a little bit like this circulation may be broadening out a little bit, Kylie.
Yes,
getting a little separation here. Not enough, though, that they're going to, by any stretch of the imagination, lift that tornado warning yet. We've been saying this all along. These things are never steady state. The rotation literally can ramp up in 1 to 2 radar scans. So these things have a very cyclical nature. They spin for hours and hours, but that's mid-level rotation. It's the low-level rotation that develops these tornadoes that is very cyclical in nature. The circulation aloft is persisting, but we're going to continue to track this thing and assume that we still have a tornado in progress. It is moving to the east-southeast, paralleling Highway 180 here. That'll bring it into Fox at roughly 5:25, and so if we extrapolate, and we're probably talking in Weatherford at about 5:30 that we see the circulation. So just under 15 minutes from now, the circulation that you see now near Cool is likely going to be down towards the Weatherford area. So please, again, take this very seriously. You're under a tornado warning here in Parker County. Lowest floor available, away from exterior walls or windows, in a closet or a bathroom. Let's go temporarily back to the northeast there, if you would, Kylie. We're also watching a pretty dangerous storm that is moving into Tarrant County here. Broad rotation here. We don't think we've got any immediate tornado threat at the present time there in Tarrant County. We will watch that closely. It's a very broad counterclockwise rotation here between Saginaw and Eagle Mountain Lake. Could be some strong winds still occurring, especially in the back side of this thing. 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts blowing through the Eagle Mountain Lake area. They'll be heading down towards Blue Mound and Watauga. Blue Mound at 518. Watauga 528, North Richland Hills at 532. What about the hail? Let's bring the hail back up there. So that's the wind threat with this storm.
Dan, I also want to mention, I mean, we're approaching 35W with these highest winds right now. So again, we are in the heart of rush hour. You could be dealing with some very high winds if you are on the road across I-35W right now. As again, that wind signature that we just showed you continues to head to the south and east. Now, here's a little bit of good news. Our hail cores don't look nearly as impressive as our storm just a little bit to the south and west that is about to cross over 35W. So we're talking 114. We're talking Highway 377 likely experiencing some hail. Highway 287 right in between 287 and 35W. Some larger hail if we are able to query this just to the south of the house.
Just chime in, Kylie, reading from the chat session here. Tornado was on the ground near Cool, but is now lifted. Either way, radar is still indicating a strong wind surge with high spin-up potential moving between Cool and Millsap with this storm. So they are going to keep that tornado warning in effect. There was a tornado on the ground near Cool. It's lifted, but there is a high potential for another spin-up tornado. Kylie is zoomed into there. It looks to me like the rotation now is literally just to the southeast of Cool right now, approaching the small town of Fox. We've also got a train spotter reporting a swath of tree damage near Mineral Wells Highway and Maddox. Just reading these as they come off the wire here. Also looks like a good hail core starting to come down near Garner that will move east-southeast with this storm across central Parker County. The Denton County storm is starting to cycle. It weakened a bit as the RFD outpaced the inflow. But a new updraft is going up quickly as it moves towards I-35W. We expect this storm to intensify over the next 30 minutes or so as it moves to the east-southeast. Large hail damaged a windshield at Lake Mineral Wells State Park. So they've had some large damaging hail falling there in Mineral Wells. I'm going to read this very latest tornado warning here. As of 5:17, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 2 miles southeast of Cool or 4 miles northeast of Millsap, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. At 5:15, we had a tornado reported near Cool. That tornado lifted, but another tornado may occur at any time. Locations in the tornado warning: Weatherford, Brock, Hudson Oaks, Western Lake, Annetta, Cool, Annetta South, Annetta North, Millsap, Brock Junction, and Tin Top. All of you in those communities still urged to be taking cover in your tornado-safe shelter.
Michael Beard has a pretty cool shot right now. You can see it in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. A little bit of lowering there. He is likely facing that tornado-warned cell. I wouldn't be surprised if he is moving right along Highway 180 just to the west of the Weatherford area. That circulation, again, does not look as impressive as it did about 10, 15 minutes ago when we likely were looking at that confirmed tornado. We were live on the air with you. It's near the Cool area. We likely did see a tornado on the ground in that time. Right now, that area of circulation is approaching southern parts of Fox. So what we've seen, and Dan, kind of correct me if I'm wrong, but it now looks like this area of circulation moving just to the south of Highway 180. So we have kept with 180 this entire time, through this entire tornado warning, and now shifting a little bit south of one of those main roads.
Yeah, and so our main circulation is broadened out. So that lends credence to the fact that we believe that tornado has lifted. But what the National Weather Service is saying is that there's a high likelihood of a spin up. So you see these green colors here. That's what's called your rear flank downdraft. That's the thunderstorm cooled air on the back side of the actual circulation itself. So this RFD here, you can get spin-ups with it, brief tornado spin-ups. So that's one thing that we have to watch as this swath of wind continues to move off to the east-southeast. We can get spin-up tornadoes. High likelihood that happens. And so they are, even though that the main tornado that developed over Cool lifted, with that spin-up potential still in place, we still have the tornado warning that's going to continue through Weatherford all the way down towards the Annetta location here that you see. That's your tornado warning polygon. Let's go back to Tarrant County, because that storm appears to be getting its act together as well with a high wind. Yeah, this one is not looking good at all here.
Let's look at this notch.
So it is really ramping up here as it approaches I-35W. So up there's Hazlitt. We do have rotation here. We likely have very strong winds that continue to make their way through the Eagle Mountain Lake area, Saginaw, towards I-35W. This is a very, very strong storm, likely seeing wind gusts perhaps up to 70 miles an hour with this. We did get a wind gust on there. I saw it at 59. I didn't know where that was, but if you get a moment, Kylie, to see if you can see where that wind gust was.
So that was going to be south and southeast of Mineral Wells.
Okay, so that was with that one here. Yeah. But still keeping an eye on this circulation. But regardless of whether or not that we have the potential of a tornado right now, we certainly have indications of very strong winds. And you can even look at the storm. Bring that storm signature back up. It's really looking impressive here on radar as you bring the reflectivity back up again. Notice there's our large hail here that is likely falling right on the Tarrant and Denton County line. So Hazlitt, where we're seeing those colors there, I think it's at least $quarter to $half size. Could be a little bit larger. We may be underestimating it a bit there with our hail product, but wouldn't be surprised if it's a little larger than what's being depicted there, probably up to the size of ping pong balls. This thing, though, is moving southeastward here, so let's bring that back up again, if you will. Yes. And we'll do a track on that. I think it was moving southeast at roughly maybe 30 miles an hour.
That's correct.
So we'll go ahead and do a track on that one. A little bit hard to do because of the shape of this storm, but we'll do our best.
What I'm going to do, Dan, is I'm going to take it along the leading edge, but this leading edge is not where the strongest part of the storm currently is, but this does give you a heads up. Hey, at the big airport, we're likely looking in the next couple of minutes, Las Colinas a little after 5:35. A little bit before 6 o'clock in downtown Dallas, and a little bit before 6:15 Cedar Hill. But remember, that is the leading edge of this storm. But as we just showed you, the strongest part of the storm was a little bit farther or a little bit back into the storm, I should say, a little bit farther to the west and northwest, where we were looking at that hail core, as well as more of an interesting radar signature that could be some indication of some tightening lower level winds.
And whose shot is that there? So yeah, Josh is clearly looking at the most of the. There's our lowering right there. There's our wall cloud, and I'm not detecting any signs of any strong rotation there. But certainly there is a distinct lowering there that we're going to continue to monitor very closely. Kind of little scud there. Those little kind of raggedy-looking clouds hanging down from that. What we typically watch, though, is to see if any of those raggedy-looking scud clouds start rising rapidly up into that wall cloud itself. That wall cloud is what's defined as the isolated lowering of the rain-free base of the storm itself. So he zoomed into the most interesting part of that we're going to continue to monitor. Again, there is rotation in this Tarrant County storm, but we don't believe we've got anything that's an imminent tornado threat at the present time. It's got a wall cloud with it, but nothing more than that at the present time. The circulation here is not very well organized at all. It's there, but it's not giving us any indication at all that we've got a tornado threat, at least right now. That certainly could change over time, though, but right now, The main concern, I think, is twofold. It's number one, it's very strong wind gusts that could be 60 to 70 miles an hour, and hail. We've got some large hail falling in this storm as well. And torrential rain, we can't underestimate that as well. We're talking about rainfall rates here at least 2 inches per hour, if not 3 inches per hour. And even if that rain falls in just 1 hour, we can pick up a quick 2 to 3 inches of rainfall. All of this is torrential rain coming down. Hazlitt, Keller, Colleyville, South Lake, Grapevine, Flower Mound, Double Oak. This could produce at least some localized flooding here. And you can see an instantaneous rainfall rate of close to 5 inches per hour, but averaged over time, it's a good bet that we're going to see a good 2 to 3 inches of rain falling in an hour as this storm continues to move through northern Tarrant County here and southern portions of Denton County. That's where our severe thunderstorm warning is currently in effect. And you can see that polygon stretching all the way down through the mid-cities into Arlington.
Yeah, I'm gonna time this out again, Dan. Again, kind of difficult to do just based on the shape of this storm. That is, we take our tracker out and we time this based on movement to the south and east around 30 miles per hour or so. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go from the strongest part of this storm. So what we will likely see next is the National Weather Service extend this warning into western and northern parts of Dallas County. And remember, right now, the main threats associated with this warning, as it encompasses northern and northwestern parts of Tarrant County, southern Denton County, Collin County, you're up next, as well as Dallas County, with this storm motion to the south and east between about 25 and 30 miles per hour. We still have the potential for those very high winds. We're talking likely between 60 and 70 miles per hour. And then again, the potential for right now hail up to the size of quarters. We showed you that area of rotation, which at this point does not look very impressive, but we will continue to monitor rotation in the lower levels. Because as we've seen with these cells over the last 2 hours or so that we have been on the air, we have seen those areas of rotation kind of tighten up and then loosen back out. So that's going to be the main concern, that and the potential for very large hail as these storms continue to drop to the south and east. So I have a tracker on here right now from kind of the heaviest rain, the strongest part of these storms. We're looking at to the Euless area, so the HEB area between about 5:35 and 5:40. We're looking at Dallas Love Field a little bit before 5:55, and we're looking at the University Park area, so northern parts of downtown Dallas, likely right around 6 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah,
so
they say, the latest from the chat session here, Kylie, the storm over Tarrant and Denton is certainly cycling, so it's in the progress of trying to reorganize, not producing much right now, but the mid-levels are becoming more organized. So the mid-level rotation is becoming more organized. They still expect it to strengthen. They're going to have a new warning coming for the cells moving across central Palo Pinto County. Just got a report of a 2-inch hail southeast of Mineral Well. So that's egg-sized hail. I'm going to read the very latest here, the warning for Denton and also for Tarrant County. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 6 p.m. Severe thunderstorm was located over Keller, moving southeast at 35. Wind gusts to 60, quarter-sized hail. Fort Worth, Arlington, Grand Prairie, Denton, Louisville, Flower Mound, the mid-cities, Haltom City, Hearst, Keller, South Lake, Watauga, Colleyville, Saginaw, Highland Village, Trophy Club, all in that warning. And there you see the hail cores that Kylie has brought up on that storm that could be up to 2 inches. Boy, we've got a great shot there now. Really good shot there. That is Josh, I believe.
Josh, are you able to talk back with us?
Hey, Josh,
yeah,
what can you tell us right now? Where are you and which direction are you looking at?
Denton Highway and 820 in Haltom City, and we're looking north right now. So I'm kind of scanning the bottom here. If you look to the right, that's your shelf cloud that we see right there coming in advance of the storm. You go to the left here, we're looking across 820, so towards the north part of the storm where you're saying the area of interest is. And then look at the underside here, what we call the whale's mouth. When that overtakes you, you're about to get some high wind. So that's what's going to be working into
that is an incredible shot there right now, Josh, that you are showing us. That is really, really incredible there. You know, they were commenting on this storm, Josh, that the mid-level circulation is still very impressive. This storm is cycling right now, which is very common. We saw this happen with the last couple of severe weather episodes here. And so nothing happening at the low levels right now. Obviously, we're looking at that. We don't see any evidence of a rotating wall cloud or a funnel cloud right now.
Right.
But this storm still has very strong organized rotation in the mid-levels. And obviously, it's got very good structure. We've got a feed of strong moisture feeding into it. So there's every possibility that this thing could ramp up and perhaps still be capable of producing a tornado. But that's a great shot there from once again, just recap your exact location again, Josh.
Denton Highway, 377 and 820.
377 and Loop 820. All right.
Dan, I want to go back to our tornado warn cell real quick. The National Weather Service watching another potential tornado circulation just west of Weatherford. So that's going to be where 312 meets I-20. They are continuing that current tornado warning until 5:45 for southern Parker County. Rightfully so. We've continued to see that rotation tighten and then kind of broaden.
Go ahead and lapse that, if you will, Kylie.
Yes.
I think we'll be able to tell a little bit more once we put this into motion here. So we're talking about an area here, right here, more than likely, just to the southwest of Weatherford. Again, we could be getting another potential spin up here, another indication on radar that we're seeing increasing rotation associated with this storm. Again, it's literally just to the south and west of the Weatherford area. So we want you to continue to be taking this very seriously here anywhere around the Weatherford area, as far to the east as Hudson Oaks and Annetta, even as far south as Tin Top right now.
Right.
This could be one of these situations that we talked about before, where we've got this surge of wind on the backside of the storm, what we call the rear flank downdraft here, and you can get a spin-up tornado associated with that. And we're watching that very, very closely here on the south and southwest side of Weatherford right now.
Yeah, I'm going to zoom out so we can see a couple of these cities populate and drag this out. Again, movement right now to the south and east around 25 miles per hour. So rotation likely approaching the Tin Top area, likely approaching Baker a little bit before 6 p.m. And not only that, but if a lot of folks are on the roads, right now, namely Highway 171, likely south of I-20, or that
yeah, that's
right
I-20 there in Weatherford at Summerstone, Kylie. So that's a look at what it looks like right now in Weatherford. And you can see what we're talking about here. Torrential rain, visibility maybe only just about 500 feet or so at ground level. So you're not going to be able to see anything approaching if we do see another tornado spin up. We can tell you that there was a tornado on the ground near Cool earlier. It was on the ground for a fairly brief period of time, we're told, and then it lifted. And now what we're watching here is the potential for another tornado to develop here on the southwest side of Weatherford. That's the area that we're kind of concentrating right now. Notice a little bit of an increased surge here. There's likely some very strong wind that's surging on the south side of Interstate 20, south of Weatherford at the present time here. This is all torrential rain from Weatherford to Hudson Oaks to Annetta to Willow Park here. The only way you're going to be able to see anything is if somebody was positioned down here to the southeast of this thing, and even then, it's going to be tough to look through those very low clouds on a day like today when the humidity is just literally sky high right now. We do have some large hail falling. It looks like it may have come down a little bit. We were getting indications up to 2 inches in diameter, probably now 1.5 inches in diameter, ping-pong-sized hail falling, especially on the south side of Weatherford here. Let's lapse that, if you would, Kylie. Show the direction, movement of this hail, this swath of hail right now. And again, it's all varying sizes, so it could be anywhere from peas to dimes to nickels up to perhaps ping pong size when you get into those blue colors. That's crossing right over Highway 171 right now. So large hail could potentially be a developing tornado here. Please, we urge you, if you live in and around the Weatherford area, over towards Hudson Oaks, Annetta, even down as far south as Tin Top, please be in your tornado-safe shelter as we speak. Again, there's what we're looking at here. We can see the counterclockwise rotation. Could potentially be another tornado trying to develop here on the south and southwest side of Weatherford.
Yeah, again, this warning in place until 5:45, and we can't stress this enough. We just showed you how large that hail core was. We have shown you how heavy the rain is, not only from our ground truth of a couple of cameras that we have along I-20, but also just from reflectivity. Anytime we are looking at those yellows with the reds, get a little bit of purple in there, that's indicative of that hail core, but also we are looking at that very heavy rain associated with reflectivity. So again, the area of rotation that we are concerned with right now across central Parker County is to the south and southwest of Weatherford, likely riding just south of I-20, approaching Highway 171. Again, this warning in effect until 5:45
I'll
this
go ahead and read
afternoon.
the latest on that. Kylie, severe storm capable of producing a tornado, and you're right in the exact location, located in western Weatherford there, near I-20 at US 80. It's moving southeast at 25, tornado and a 2-inch hail possible with this storm. Locations impacted: Weatherford, Brock, Western Lake, Annetta, Annetta South, Annetta North, and Tin Top. These are all places that we've been kind of calling out on the air here. I do also want to let you know that we've had a train spotter reported multiple homes and structures damaged on Lee Road to the east of Mineral Wells. So that's this same storm. That's the same storm here. Apparently, train spotter has reported multiple structures damaged on the east side of Mineral Wells with this storm.
Let's take a look at Michael Beard's shot, if we can take this full. This looks like a little bit of damage. Blake, do you have his exact location?
Weatherford, I don't have the cross street.
Okay, we don't have the cross street here, but you can see some damage. It looks like trees on the ground. It looks like structures that are likely damaged, either siding or smaller structures there. He's trying to zoom in and give us a better look. We might have to come out of that for a second if he's not able to focus that. But again, this is and also notice the blue sky. Okay, so that tells
yeah, that
you
is definite debris there, storm debris.
Yes.
Now, we can't tell you if that was related to perhaps a brief tornado spin-up or to a very strong straight-line winds, but no doubt there's been at least some damage there around the Weatherford area. Michael Beard showing us that shot, live shot right now in Parker County. Not only here, but we've also been told there's some pretty heavy damage possible on the east side of Mineral Wells from this same storm. And as we look here, let's look back to the west once again, back into Parker County. And this is pretty impressive here. We are definitely getting a surge of very strong winds here. Notice how this is bowing out here. So we're getting a very strong, and that very well could have led to the damage that Michael Beard is showing you, but very strong surge of winds here. I would say this is likely up to 65, 70 miles an hour. We've got a velocity there of 66. So anytime you get a strong surge of wind like this too, you can get a tornado spin up. So this is a prime location right now, especially just on the south side of Weatherford, for very strong straight line winds and the potential of a tornado spin up here. And this swath of wind is going to be moving right across Highway 171 here shortly. This area remains under a tornado warning through at least, I think it was
5:45.
5:45. We'll see if they extend that warning, but until at least 5:45. Here's our other storm to the northeast. It's got some large hail in it here. It's tracking up through northeastern Tarrant County. The main hail core now is coming into the Grapevine area. Let's zoom into that a little bit, show you the, I think we could be underestimating this, to be quite honest with you here. This is saying less than quarter-sized hail. I see that and I say that's larger than that. This is definitely ping-pong-sized hail coming down around the South Lake area into Grapevine. When you get returns like that on radar, that's likely indicating to us that we've got larger hail. So could be ping-pong-sized hail here falling right along 114, the South Lake area, over towards the northwest side of Grapevine right now. We continue to watch this thing. This storm has some mid-level rotation, some mid-level spin in it. Josh was on it just about 10 minutes ago. We could see a wall cloud, but there's no indication to us right now that we've got a tornado threat at the present time with this. No reports of a funnel cloud, no reports of a rotating wall cloud. The wall cloud is there. We do have a very healthy storm, nevertheless. They could be at least producing some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts along with that large hail. But the more dangerous storm right now is certainly this one down in Parker County. That's got a severe thunderstorm warning also surrounding the tornado warning that's in effect. And we'll have to watch.
It's a little
yeah, back down here. Boy, look at that there.
Yeah.
South of Millsap. Got a little appendage there, a little hook developing there. Could be indicating to us. We'll have to watch that. Brock, Dennis, we're watching you closely here. Could be signs of some rotation developing there. This by far is the more interesting radar signature right now. Got some rotation here south of Weatherford. Michael Beard showed us that shot of the damage there. In fact, we'll go. There's the damage. Just looks like some maybe an outbuilding, a shed, some RV. Okay, that's an RV park, we're told, there between Cool and Mineral Wells.
So Dan, just based on what the National Weather Service told us, which was there was a tornado that was spotted near Cool. Again, we don't know for sure if that is what this damage was associated with, but I would not be surprised. So what we're looking at right now in the top left-hand portion of your screen is the current rotation associated with our tornado warning in central and eastern parts of Parker County. So Parker County not out of the woods just yet as this rotation has continued to tighten back up. Again, this is the most impressive area of rotation that we've seen right now on radar, likely just to the south of I-20. And not only are we looking at some rotation in the lower levels, we are also looking at some very high winds. My guess is about 70 miles per hour just to the east of Highway 171 and south of I-20, where you're looking at that really bright white pinkish area. That is likely the highest wind speeds that are ongoing. So Annetta, Aledo, just north of the Baker area, Tin Top, you are to the south and west of those highest winds. And again, just south of I-20. So
I want to chime in here for just a couple minutes. Sorry, Kylie. Heads up southern Parker, Tarrant counties, northern Hood and Johnson counties. There's an outflow boundary that's moving south in your direction, and the tornado potential may ramp up once that outflow gets to the clean air part of the storm when it gets between Aledo and Crescent. So you notice that there on to the south of this storm, there's outflow that's running out ahead of this, and that outflow could potentially increase the threat of a tornado. I just want to point that out. Multiple reports of 1-inch hailstones around Keller, at Roof Snow Drive, Bear Creek Parkway, also at 1709 South Lake Boulevard and Keller Smithfield Road. So lots of at least quarter-sized hail coming down there as well.
So I've timed out this area of circulation, the National Weather Service. Notice how now there's 2 red polygons on your
screen. Yeah, they just reissued that. They just reissued the tornado warning.
So now we are continuing with this storm. And what I'm also interested in is the southwestern part of this storm, how we've started to see a little bit more of a notch, a little bit more of an appendage that looks impressive on radar. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this tracker off. And Dan, I'm going to zoom in on that for a second, and we'll see if we can see some rotation in the lower levels. Again, the tornado warning right now does not include that southwestern appendage, but as we zoom on in, maybe a little bit of rotation here just near the Brock area, north of Dennis. But again, the most impressive area of rotation on radar approaching Highway 171, just south of the Weatherford area, which is why the National Weather Service has gone ahead and extended that current tornado warning.
Yeah, we'll see if this can tighten up a bit. Certainly what we can tell you is that there's likely a good surge of wind on the backside of this circulation that's heading eastbound here. So that's going to be capable of producing wind gusts maybe on the order of 60 to 70 miles an hour And that swath of wind is crossing over 171. So we're south of Weatherford here, north of Baker, northeast of Tin Top, where we're getting that really good surge of air here that's likely going to produce 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. And again, a potential of at least a spin-up tornado as that surge of air comes to the south and east. Severe thunderstorm warning continues here. Multiple reports of generally quarter-sized hail around the Keller and South Lake areas. It could be a little bit bigger than that at times, but in general, that's what we're topping out at this point in time. That severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 6 p.m. 60 mile an hour wind gusts are possible with this storm. You know, the storm off to the west and southwest may be interfering a little bit with this,
right.
But just kind of keeping it in check, so to speak, but still a pretty healthy storm with winds of 60 and quarter-sized hail. And as the National Weather Service denoted too, if you widen out just a little bit, Kylie, these storms are producing some outflow. And as that outflow runs down here into northern Hood County, into northern Johnson County, that could potentially lead to an increased threat of a tornado. These areas have not seen any thunderstorm activity at all. So that's the clean air that they were referencing right now. We've got south to southeasterly winds feeding a lot of warmth and moisture into these storms, flowing right into these storms. And so we fully expect these to maintain their intensity as they continue to drop to the south and east. But no doubt that's our strongest storm right now.
I'm going to pop up temperatures real quick. And I think that we will be able to see where the front is based on these temperatures. One of the things that's going to help us is stable air behind the front. So when we look at Denton with the current temperature is 75 degrees and Denton County now removed from that current severe thunderstorm warning, that's a good sign. That means that our front is steadily making its way, that cooler, more stable air again is in place. And that's the other part that I want to mention with our tornado warning as it's ongoing to the south and west. And you know how we were looking at that little appendage across far southwestern parts of that storm? It is actually in more stable air. So as I show you radar one more time, we pop this up and we zoom on in again to that little appendage. The National Weather Service notating that, yes, okay, the signature of that storm just to the south and east of, or south and west, southwest of Weatherford does have a little bit of a hook, but it is behind the cooler, more stable air. But there still could be some large hail out of that. So remember that. I mean, anytime we are in cooler, more stable air, the potential for large hail will still exist in cells like these because of the cooler air in the upper parts of the atmosphere. So sometimes that can be indicative of larger hail. And that's what I want to pull up right now. We're going to pull up our hail sizes and see if we can see some of that larger hail that's ongoing. Yeah, sure enough. So in that southwesterly appendage just to the south and west of the Weatherford area, out of that tornadic potential, but more in that large hail potential, likely impacting Brock as we speak, and to the north of the Dennis area. So as we take our hail size here, this is likely golf ball sized hail that's ongoing. Honestly, our hail tracker has done a pretty good job with these two cells, I would say, notating that larger hail potential. And then a little bit farther to the east, if I can move our radar
Chad
over.
Casey on Twitter,
let's see if we can get this hail size here, just right along Highway 171.
Yeah, so we still have the tornado watch in effect for a good part of North Texas. As Kylie mentioned, the northern area is now behind this storm. Once we see these pass through, the tornado threat will decrease. Severe thunderstorm warnings here in yellow, and also we've got that tornado warning that continues there for southern and southeastern portions of Parker County. There's the large hail. There's one hail core there. You can see south of Interstate 20. Severe thunderstorm warning, Tarrant County. That goes until 6 p.m. quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The strongest storm still is this one here in Parker County. It's got the more impressive hail, which could be up to 2 inches in diameter. That warning continues until 6:15. Let's look at the reflectivity signature here. Also, Hood Palo Pinto, Parker counties now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30. Quarter-sized hail and wind gust of 60 miles an hour. So that kind of gives you a lay of the land of all the warnings that we currently have in place at the present time. One good thing to note here is that this is becoming a little bit more outflow dominant here. So even though you look at this and you might say, boy, that looks like something, that could be a circulation. This is back in the cool air. So we're really not worried about that because the air is cooled and stabilized. What we're still watching, though, is kind of the leading edge here, this surge of wind that's moving across Highway 71 now. You may look back at that. The Weather Service called it kind of fool's gold, so to speak. It looks like it could be something that is tornado related, but it's not. It's back in the cooler, more stable air. But just a swath of wind and also some large hail. As we bring back the hail core here, Kylie, we can show you that that hail now is moving to the east-southeast on the south side of Annetta, and it's varying sizes here. You can look up at the scale up there. So we got anything from pea size up to about the size of maybe a ping pong ball, where you're seeing the darker blue colors. Another hail core there located to the southwest of the Weatherford area as well. Both of these are kind of moving off to the east-southeast.
And you mentioned that outflow boundary and how important that is when we start to see these storms become more outflow dominant. That means that the boundary that's just in front of these cells is going to help to eat up some of that energy that's associated with these storms, to be able to give them the juice, give them the energy to keep going, especially in the lower levels. When the outflow boundary is out ahead of it, that helps to take away some of the energies, which is why you'll hear us kind of have a little bit of optimism whenever we start talking about those outflow boundaries that develop along the leading edge. So again, if storms become more outflow dominant, especially like what we've seen just a little bit farther to the north, there will be the potential for more weakening. So let's
the lifeblood of these storms is the rotating updraft. And what happens is when they become outflow dominant and the cool outflow surges in front of that inflow, it literally cuts off its supply of south to southeasterly flow that's feeding it with warmth and moisture. And once that happens, then the actual updraft weakens and the rotation weakens as well. But again, these things are all cyclical in nature. That's just all a part of the process of watching these storms. That is State Highway 171 at FM 51 there. Exact location, please?
Well, I believe
just south of Weatherford, we've got some torrential rain. Now, we do know that we've had at least some damage between Cool and Weatherford with these storms. We don't know if that was that tornado that was spotted around the Cool area, was on the ground for a brief time and then lifted, or if it was straight line wind. There's certainly some wind blowing here, too.
Right.
You can clearly see that. There's definitely some gusty winds coming down, and the traffic is coming to a stop here. I'm just wondering if traffic is stopped under the, perhaps if this is an overpass here and they're getting pelted with hail. Now it's starting to move a little bit more. Not sure because of how tight we're in there right now. But, boy, the visibility here is maybe only a few hundred feet. You barely can see anything at all with this torrential rain. Still have that tornado warning in effect. I believe, Kylie, they did extend that.
They did.
But there's some very strong wind that's likely continuing to surge to the south and southeast.
Yeah, let me go ahead and pop up radar one more time. And so we can show you kind of a wider view of this. We have it on loop over the last 30 minutes. And as I pull up some of the data associated with this warning, again, this current warning has been extended for Parker County. It is now in effect until 6:15. And not only are we concerned about that lower level rotation, we are also concerned about the potential for very large hail. We have seen these storms continue to cycle through. At one point, hail up to the size of about tennis balls was possible, so around 2 inches in diameter or so, likely slightly higher than that as this one cell continues to head to the south and east. But again, current tornado warning in place until 6:15 for Parker County, and that was extended because this rotation continues to hold. Dan?
Yeah, and Victor Peter Flores, one of our Fox 4 storm chasers, just shared a photo with me. It was from the Brock Dennis Fire Department. Big chunk of hail. This thing looks to be at least the size of a golf ball, a jagged, and that was just 5 minutes ago. So it is producing still some very large hail. So our severe thunderstorm warning looks like now it has been extended. This is a new warning now. This extends across the northern half of Dallas County and northeastern Tarrant County. That goes until 7 o'clock this evening. Quarter-sized hail and wind gusts possible to 60 miles an hour. Don't see any tornado threat with this storm, but it is moving in a general almost due east direction here, maybe slightly south of that, east-southeast. Got a traffic camera up there. Heavy rain now starting to impact the traffic on the roadways there. I'll tell you what, though, Kylie, this is good news, I think, because on a normal day at 5:56, I believe this is 114 that we're showing you here, that would be stacked up in both directions.
Right.
It's still heavy. But that tells me that I think a lot of folks got out of work early today and they got home. So that's definitely, it's heavy traffic, but it's not the type of volume that we would typically see at 5:56, 5:57 now.
Right. And we started discussing that
That's definitely
earlier.
114.
We started talking about that earlier this afternoon. Like, hey, if you have to, or if you can, go ahead and leave work early. You do not want to be stuck on the roads with the potential of a large hail event ongoing. What I'm showing you now is a tracker in the top left-hand corner of your screen from the heaviest rain, the strongest part of the storm. Now, northeastern parts of Dallas, likely in the University Park area, we're already starting to see some rain, but that is not the heaviest rain. That is not the potential for hail yet. That's why I tracked this out from kind of the strongest part of the cell.
Yeah, and this one here, we're talking quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So it doesn't have the gusto, so to speak, that the one off to the west in Parker County has. But as we track this, you saw those locations there popping up on the screen. Torrential rain falling right now in the Farmers Branch, Carrollton area, back towards Grapevine. There's our hail core here showing up right on Highway 114. So this would be the Grapevine vicinity here. Grapevine, Los Colinas, in that general area there where we're seeing that up to quarter-sized hail. Let's go back to the west if we can. That hail core is looking pretty impressive in that western storm. And there you can see it just south of Annetta right now. Had the report in Brock from the volunteer fire department there. Good chunk of ice that was the size of a golf ball. So wouldn't doubt at all. We've got golf ball-sized hail falling here south of Annetta. This hail core is going to be heading southeastward in the direction of Wheatland. Here is the Parker and Tarrant County line. So yeah, golf ball-sized hail likely heading into southwestern portions of Tarrant County, probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes. So heads up there, Benbrook, Wheatland, down towards Tarleton State there, the location in far southwest Fort Worth. Could be some damaging hail moving in your direction. So if you live here, Benbrook, Edgecliff Village, these areas in far southwestern Tarrant County, if the car isn't undercover, you've got a few minutes to get it undercover or into a garage. Fox 4 News at 6 o'clock, getting ready to start right now.
Here for you. Fox 4 News starts now.
All right. Again, thanks for joining us at Fox 4 News at 6. Dan, I've tracked out this hail core because now we're starting to get into southwestern Tarrant County and where that hail could definitely cause some issues over the next 15, 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, and this is the same storm that it did have some rotation in it. Fortunately, we've not had any additional confirmations of any tornadoes. I still do think that there's a good swath of wind that could be blowing with this storm as well. And that hail core now, the colors, notice they got up to purple on there. So this could be at least golf ball sized hail falling right now. That's Weatherford up to the north. You're back in the cooler, more stable air behind the storm. And now we've got some fresh damage here. That is some storm damage. Who's that from and where's that at? That's Michael Beard. Okay, so he's between Cool and Mineral Wells. So that's Parker County there. Not sure if that was tornado damage or straight line wind damage. There was a tornado warning in effect. We had reports of a tornado on the ground in the cool vicinity. A lot of debris strewn on the ground there. Kind of hard to tell exactly what was hit, but certainly there was at least a structure hit. I noticed, if you notice there, though, the power lines are still up off in the distance, but it certainly did do some tree damage. So this could have been highly localized, which maybe tells me that we did have a smaller tornado perhaps, or a very concentrated area of wind damage from perhaps a downburst, some straight line winds. But certainly that storm continues to head to the east-southeast, and we've got warnings in effect due to it. In fact, we're still seeing a swath of wind moving down toward the Johnson County line here. Parker and extreme northern Johnson County. That's some good straight line winds likely moving down towards the Crescent area, maybe as far to the southwest as Brazos Bend, but southern Parker County here into, in fact, even northwestern Johnson County and northern Hood County. That's Hood County, Johnson County here. So right where those three counties meet, we're likely seeing some very strong winds on the backside of this here. So again, the tornado warning remains in effect, but regardless of whether we see a spin-up tornado, I think we still could see some very strong winds with that storm.
The National Weather Service keeping with the current tornado warning. Again, movement right now is to the south and east at 25 miles per hour. Now, this is radar indicated velocity that I've pulled up on your screen, but still, anytime we're talking winds between 70 and 80 miles per hour, that can do significant damage. So I'm going to take that tracker off, and we're going to put this in motion one more time over the last hour. And I also want to track this out one more time. Again, moving to the south and east around 25 miles per hour. We have seen these storms continue to cycle anywhere between about 25 and 35 miles per hour. So if this circulation continues, again, it is broad right now, but either way, you could be looking at a very high wind threat clipping far southwestern parts of Tarrant County over the next, let's see, what time is it? 25 to 30 minutes or so. Again, that is that swath of dangerous winds that our radar is estimating with velocities between 70 and 80 miles per hour as this continues to head to the south and east.
And those are fairly low-level winds because there's the radar site right here in Burleson. So this isn't too far away. We're probably up maybe about 500 feet above ground level that we're showing these strong winds. And so those strong winds certainly capable of mixing down to the surface. And so high wind threat here, and also certainly the potential at least of a spin-up tornado as these winds continue to surge down to the south and southeast in the direction of Crescent there in far southeastern Parker County down towards the Crescent area. Let's put the reflectivity back up here again. Let's broaden out the view here in case folks are just getting home right now from work, just tuning us in. We've got at least two big storms that we continue to keep an eye on. One up here in northern Dallas County, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. That warning goes until 7 p.m. Not seeing any organized areas of rotation in this storm. Just some very heavy rain now falling across west and southwest portions of Tarrant County. No warning in effect at the present time here. The warning is for Parker County. And now they've taken the hail size up to 2.5 inches in diameter. So we're talking about tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts here. And the tornado warning continues at least for another 10 minutes in a far southeastern portion there of Parker County. Still denoting rotation on radar here. And also noting those very strong winds, that surge of winds that can always lead to at least a spin-up tornado. And is this a new warning? It looks like they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. Yes. Just as I said it, now southwestern Tarrant County is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Northern Johnson County is under it, and also northeastern portions of Hood County. That's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that literally just came out.
Yeah, and Dan, they're going to keep with the tornado possible tag on this warning. And I agree with that, just based on the lower level rotation that we've been keeping an eye on. Movement right now is to the south and east at 20 miles per hour. This is definitely the biggest storm that we have right now on radar. And what I'm going to do is track this out from the strongest part of the storm. So again, south and east around 20 or so miles per hour, puts it in Benbrook in the next 15 minutes. Again, the strongest part of the storm. It could be raining before then. It is raining in Benbrook right now, and then again a little bit before 7 o'clock in the
that's some significant damage there. This just in now, that storm damage in Mineral Wells. Ashley Valdez sharing that with us there. And I'm sorry, Derek, can you repeat what you said again? Washington Road in Mineral Wells. So that's damage from this storm that we continue to track moving now through southeastern Parker County. So that's some very, very strong wind that led to the damage there that you see. So we were told in chat that there were several structures that suffered significant damage, and that is likely one of them right there. So that'll give you an idea. That's easily going to take 80-mile-an-hour winds to do the kind of damage that you saw there. So,
Dan, I'm going to interrupt you really quick because we do have some information coming into the news desk as well. We just got information from one of the emergency managers in Mineral Wells that they can confirm that they do have a large area of structural damage in Mineral Wells, with some structures completely down. First responders are on the scene assessing the damage now, and there are some injuries that have been reported at this time, and those folks have been transported again. So that is the same cell that we're watching right now. We were discussing those couple of different areas of rotation as the storm impacted central Parker County, basically right along Highway 180 near the Cool area. We had a report that a tornado touched down, and then even farther back to the west. So again, we don't know for sure. We don't have that confirmation of an actual tornado yet. It'll likely be tomorrow morning when the National Weather Service assesses that damage. But what we can tell you is that injuries have been reported, and there are structures that have been damaged.
Yeah, very, very strong winds for sure. And whether or not those winds were rotating in the form of a tornado, we don't know that at the present time. But that's not good news that there have been injuries now in the Mineral Wells area. This storm, though, is dropping southeastward here. Now, the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for several counties, including far northeastern Hood County, parts of Johnson County, including down to the Cleburne area. We've also got southwestern Tarrant County and southeastern Parker County. So literally 4 counties under the warning at this point in time. Very strong winds, likely up to hail to the size of golf balls with this thing. What are they labeling the winds and the hail at on this storm?
Let me pull that
the
up.
warning itself.
With the actual warning for the severe thunderstorm warning, we've got hail up to 2 inches in diameter, and then wind speeds up to about 60 miles per hour. And I wouldn't be surprised, Dan, if it's higher than that, just based on some of our radar indicated velocities.
Yeah, it's certainly we could see wind gusts go higher than that, but 60 miles an hour seems to be a pretty safe bet. The hail size in that is 2 inches in diameter, which is the size of an egg, a large egg, a little bit larger than a golf ball here. And there's the well-defined hail core you see there. And they still are continuing this tornado, this small area tornado watch in southern or tornado warning, I should say, in southern and southeastern portions of Parker County here, up to egg-size hail there. Again, dittoing what we just said, where you're seeing those purple colors on the south side of Annetta and south of Aledo. And if you put this into motion, Kylie, go ahead and put that into motion. We can show you the general direction that this large hail is going to be moving.
And Dan, I'm going to briefly mention too that the National Weather Service is updating this warning, so the one that we are on right now, this hail core, to the potential for baseball-sized hail. So they're kind of seeing what we're seeing, which is that this hail core continues to look very impressive, and there will be the potential, especially in that pinkish purple area in the center of this core for hail up to the size of baseballs.
Yeah, and that destructive hail is likely going to clip at least southwestern Tarrant County here, northwestern portions of Johnson County, and you can see another little hail core there developing around Baker. So, you know, when you get hail this big, that tells me a couple of things. Number one, to have hail up to the size of baseballs, that requires a very, very strong updraft to suspend hail that heavy. And also, hail that's that large is likely hitting the ground at 70, 80 miles an hour, maybe even higher than that. That's a lot of force. So this is destructive hail. That's the type of hail that's going to produce a lot of damage here. That storm could be a sign, too, that the storm is getting stronger. The updraft is getting stronger. The hail is getting stronger. As I always tell people, the bigger the hail, the badder the storm. And so this one is certainly going to be one that we have to continue to watch here. That shot that we're showing you live here, is that Josh? Or is... Okay, so that's I-35E kind of looking off to the west there. Just some clouds, pretty quiet situation there as we show you that drive cam. But I think the biggest concern that we have right now is this hail. Very, very large hail, and it's showing up distinctly here with our signature. We've got, looks like almost two separate areas where we're getting large hail, but a large area across southeastern Parker County now, seeing anywhere from literally anywhere from pea-sized hail all the way up to baseball-sized hail. It's the core of these where we're getting the largest stuff, right there and right there. That one is right on the Parker and Hood County line, and this one here is just east of Highway 171 right now. And this is the one that could clip into southwestern Tarrant County here. You can see some of the roads popping up in your screen. Pate, Bear Creek Road, over towards Cleburne Highway. You're right in the midst of that really, really large hail. Over towards Roman Road. So good job there. Let's slide down to the south and west, show you that other hail core there as well. Right around this town of Baker, we're seeing some very large hail. Baker Cutoff Road, Baker Road. That is right down near the county line.
Granbury Highway just to the west as well. Dan, notice though, as soon as I zoomed in onto that northernmost hail core, the center of it popped into that bright pink area. So that tells you that these hail cores are likely strengthening, and the reason why the Weather Service went ahead and gave the potential for hail up to the size of baseballs is exactly what we're seeing. So again, baseball-sized hail is significant, and with winds ongoing between 60 and 70 miles per hour, that can do significant damage.
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's widen the scope out once again, Kylie, and put the radar reflectivity back up there. We are tracking 3 big storms right now. All have severe thunderstorm warnings attached to them. So we've got one storm here that's located on the southwest side of Mineral Wells. That one is moving more southeastward in the direction of Lipan and Morgan Mill and far northern Erath County. We've also got this one here. This one is the strongest of the 3, no question about it. Could be up to baseball-sized hail. There still is rotation inside this storm. We don't believe there's an immediate tornado threat right now, but I'm concerned in this type of situation, too, because you can get a spin-up tornado, and those can develop very, very quickly, and that's why the Weather Service continues with that warning there, where you see the red polygon from Aledo, roughly down towards the Crescent area. The severe thunderstorm warning itself includes southwestern Tarrant County, southwest Fort Worth, Benbrook, Burleson, down through Godley, and the Cleburne area. And you notice there that hail size, baseball size, with 60-mile-an-hour winds, and the potential of a tornado. And then finally, we do have this warning here in northern Dallas County. That one is kind of a borderline severe storm right now, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and also quarter-sized hail. Quarters was what we were mainly seeing as this thing moved through northeastern Tarrant County, South Lake, Grapevine, into the Coppell areas. That was the more consistent hail size that we were getting. There's our hail core right now, located right around the Las Colinas area. So Good news, this, at least currently, that's not destructive hail. That's basically the size of quarters. That's our shot from our new building in Las Colinas there, the new Fox 4 studios. And they're kind of in the thick of it right now. The rain is temporarily let up there, but they are still under a severe thunderstorm warning there. That's just off of Highway 114. You can see Highway 114 just off in the distance there beyond the building. And note it once again, note the traffic there. 615 is typically gridlock. Well, it's much lighter traffic, and I think that tells us that a lot of people heeded the advice and got home earlier today. That's really good news. This storm again is moving to the southeast. Very large hail in it. What's the hail size on this one here? Let's go back to that one temporarily if we can.
Zoom in on that one. And Dan,
Yeah.
I also want to mention our tornado warning has been allowed to expire on time. So again, good news there, but the Weather Service saying, hey, we are monitoring this closely and we will not be afraid to pull the trigger just based on that lower level rotation and how it continues to cycle through. So if I put this on pause and we pull up our hail size here, not as impressive, maybe slightly smaller than the size of quarters, but we have seen this all afternoon. These hail cores will continue to pulse up and pulse back down.
Yeah, so that warning continues there. Again, the strongest cell right now is the one kind of in between. So we've got three big ones right now. It's this middle storm here moving through southeastern part. Boy, look at the hail core now. That has really come up. There is no question about it here, folks. That is destructive hail just in the north side of Crescent right now, and that could be larger than baseballs. We could be talking about hail perhaps up to the size of softballs now with this one here. And that destructive hail is going to be moving right into Crescent. A large swath of hail. So all of these pink colors here, that's golf ball sized hail. Then you're surrounding that with those dark blue colors. That's your ping pong sized hail. But this here, this is baseballs and maybe softballs there when you get a signature like that. And that is grapefruit-sized hail heading towards the Crescent area. So we're talking about hail that is likely about 4 inches. Oh, but let's go back. That's an older photo. Okay. So large destructive hail falling right on the border there, right on the Parker and the border with Tarrant County, and actually I take that back. Johnson County, Hood County, Parker County. Right where those three counties meet there, that's where our most destructive hail is falling. Got a picture to show you here momentarily. We'll get back to the hail in just a second. There's Chad Casey, south of Weatherford. Can we take that photo, or is that on a different weather source?
Let's get that on. Let me.
Yeah, he was.
I'll do that weather too.
Yeah, there you go. There's clear evidence of what appears to be. Not sure if that was right before we saw a tornado develop there or right after, but Chad Casey with that shot there south of Weatherford, where we've had damage. In fact, we had significant damage around the Mineral Wells area. Several structures have been leveled. There are several injuries as a result of those high winds. Not sure if that was a tornado or very, very strong straight line winds. So that'll give you an idea. Good shot there from Chad Casey, our storm chaser. Back to the radar we go here. And again, biggest concern right now and the biggest storm by far is the one that we've zoomed into here. This is north of Crescent, but this is moving in the direction of Crescent here. This is Highway 377. This is Highway 171 here. So here's northern Hood County. Over here, we've got northwestern Johnson County. Up here, we've got southern Parker County, southeastern Parker County. So a very, very large area of potentially damaging winds that is peaking right now. Look at the scale up there. Could be peaking at the size of grapefruits. So we're talking about maybe 4-inch in diameter hail. And that'll be heading off to the south and east. Crescent, you're firmly in the path of that hail core there. And perhaps Joshua as well, as we head towards about 6:48, so maybe 25 minutes or so from now. But again, nothing is steady state with these storms. This one is clearly in a state where it's trending up.
Hey, Dan.
It is getting stronger, no question about it.
Yeah, and because of that, the National Weather Service is going to issue a tornado warning, and I believe this will be for northwest Johnson County. Let me see here.
Yeah, it's wrapping up right here, right near Crescent. You can see that. We've got clearly an indication here on radar that we could have a tornado developing there right in the vicinity of Crescent. So you folks in Crescent, please, we urge you, this is a tornado warning that has been just issued. Radar indicated very strong rotation. This storm was clearly ramping back up again. We first noticed the hail size, which indicates to us a very, very strong updraft. Grapefruit size hail, and in addition, we could see a developing tornado wrapping up here. But notice, Kylie, quickly put the reflectivity back on there if you would. This thing could be very well wrapped in rain and hail.
Yes.
And you won't see it. So we urge you, if you live anywhere from Crescent to the southeast through Godley, Joshua, Keene, down towards Cleburne. I think that this new polygon goes a little farther to the south and west as well. It almost down towards Cleburne State Park. So here's our brand new tornado warning. We urge you, make sure you're in your safe shelter right now. Lowest floor available, away from exterior walls or windows. This type of hail that's falling with this storm is going to shatter windows. So absolutely, you don't want to be near the window trying to look out and get a better view of this thing. It's going to smash literally windshields, going to cause a lot of damage to roofs as well. At this point in time, we're really not concerned about that. What we're more concerned about is the actual circulation that could be a developing tornado very close to Crescent, and this thing is going to be moving down to the southeast. Godley 631, Cleburne at 657.
Yes.
Again, brand new tornado warning just issued.
Again, this warning is in effect until 6:45 this evening. It's moving to the south and east at 25 miles per hour. Concerned about the tornadic threat as well as baseball-sized hail. And I'm just reading you a couple of reports from the National Weather Service chat. It looks like just to the north and east of the Crescent area, there were some brief power flashes, which oftentimes at the surface can indicate that a tornado is either touching down or is about to touch down. Again, a very scary situation there, but I have this tracked out to show you. We're talking in the next 10 minutes for the Godley area. You need to be in your safe place. This rotation continues to look very impressive on radar. Now that I have that track pulled up, I'm going to zoom on in, Dan, closer to the rotation because that looks a little bit tighter, and it is right along Highway 171.
Yeah, exactly. Just literally just to the southeast of Crescent right now is where we're seeing that circulation. There it is. It's right on Highway 171. We had a report of power flashes, which occurs as very, very strong winds either knock out a power transformer or knock down some power lines, and that causes that big flash of light. It's clearly identifiable. It's distinctly different than a flash from a lightning strike because it lasts longer. And then when we see that, we know that we've had some very, very strong winds. But we are clearly zoomed in here just southeast of Crescent to what looks like a tornado that could still be on the ground here around 171, Highway 171, literally just on the southeast side of Crescent. Some very strong winds. Not sure if this is how long this could be on the ground, if it's one of these brief spin-ups, but the National Weather Service is concerned enough that they have issued a tornado warning not only for Crescent, but for all points down to the southeast through Godley, Joshua, Keene, and all the way down towards Cleburne and Cleburne State Park here. So we've got this well-defined area of rotation on radar that is kind of tightened up here. And we believe if there still is a tornado in progress, it is located right here, right on 171, just to the southeast of Crescent. Put this into motion, if you will, Kylie. It's generally moving in a southeasterly direction. It's literally just formed in the last last 5 minutes. So this is a brand new tornado warning. It is our most dangerous storm. There's no question about it. In addition to the tornado, we could easily see wind gusts of 70 miles an hour, and very, very large hail is also falling with this storm. And we're talking about, we had signatures on radar that were showing maybe up to grapefruit-sized hail. I think at least baseball-sized hail coming out of this thing, but it could be even slightly larger than that.
It looks like that area of rotation might have shifted a little bit with one of the recent radar scans. Again, right along Highway 171, Godley, you need to be taking this warning very seriously. You need to be in your tornado-safe place as this area of rotation, as it continues to head to the south and east, is likely heading straight towards the city of Godley. Again, not only are we focused on this area of rotation in the lower levels, which is indicative of re-strengthening for a potential tornado, we also are very concerned with that large hail threat. When you have hail up to the size of baseballs that are falling in some of that winds between 60 and 70 miles per hour, that'll do substantial damage. You'll want to make sure you are away from windows. You are not on the roads, because again, this is a very dangerous storm.
Yeah, we got a split screen here. That is U.S. Highway 67 on the bottom right, looking good there, clean from any storms. But this is the one that we're keeping a very close eye on. It is a new tornado warning that was issued for, now we had a report of at least a brief touchdown in Crescent. Power flashes were seen, meaning that these very strong tornado winds may have knocked out a transformer or perhaps down some power lines. Not sure if the tornado is still on the ground. This is a situation where we're at least going to see the potential of these brief tornado spin-ups here. Regardless of whether or not we have a sustained tornado, we could see brief tornado spin-ups with time as the storm continues to move down to the south and east. So that's why they've put a fairly large area under this tornado warning from Crescent down through Godley, all the way down this stretch of 171 down towards Cleburne and Keene. So this is storm. The most menacing part of this storm is going to be tracking down towards Godley at 628, so that's right about now. 641 Joshua, 651 Cleburne, Sand Flat 701, Grandview at 716. So we urge you, if you live anywhere here in this portion of Johnson County, make sure you're taking shelter, lowest floor, away from windows, exterior walls and windows. You want to be in an interior small room. Again, put as many walls between you and what is likely blowing in the wind outside. This storm is no longer severe. Good news there. So they have lifted the severe thunderstorm warning for northern and northeastern Dallas County right now, just some torrential rain. There have also been a few counties removed from the watch. So Wise County, Jack County, Montague County, Cook County, Grayson County, you're in the cool, more stable air behind these storms, so we no longer see a tornado threat there. And with time, we'll continue to see a few more counties lifted out of this watch. But for now, all the counties you see shaded here from Dallas, Tarrant, Denton, and Collin counties and points to the south and southeast are under that tornado watch. So two big severe storms right now. We've got one on the south side of Mineral Wells. You folks in Mineral Wells were already hit very, very hard by a storm probably about an hour or so ago. Don't see a threat for you. This storm is to your south and southeast and moving southeastward. So Erath, Hood, Palo Pinto, Parker, all under a severe thunderstorm warning. Quarter-sized hail and wind gusts up to 60. This one, though, is a far different storm. This one, Hood, Johnson, Parker, Tarrant, that one goes until 7 p.m. Could be up to baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, so destructive hail, and the potential for a tornado. And as recently as about 5, maybe 7 minutes ago now, we got that report of at least a brief tornado touchdown around the Crescent area. with power flashes. That's very common when you have very strong winds that knock down some power lines or perhaps a transformer, and they cause a more extended flash of very bright light. It's different than a flash of lightning that's more instantaneous. It's a more long-lived flash of light, which tells us that we've had high winds occurring in that particular area. Really hard to tell. The reflectivity is getting a little bit muddy here. We still do have a rotation in this storm, and I still think that there's the possibility we could see additional spin-up tornadoes as this thing moves off to the southeast through Johnson County.
There could also be another little area of rotation across the northern part of this warning, so we're focused on the Godley area, and then the National Weather Service kind of looking at that too. Basically, right along Highway 171, which is what we're looking at right now in Godley, and just north of 171. It's kind of still evident that there's a little bit of that lower level rotation, and just to the west of the Godley area near the hook of the storm, there's likely another area of rotation, and then just to the north. So I'm gonna
I'll read what they said. It's kind of right along 171, north of 170. The tornado couplet on the lowest scan faded pretty quick. So that was the one that prompted the warning near Crescent, but it is still evident just above the surface. So it lifted, but what they're saying is they can clearly still see rotation just above the surface with that one. But now, as you said, a new one is forming west of Godley near the hook of the storm, and that's another area of convergence and rotation. So there are two areas of rotation, and Kylie just circled both of those. There's the previous one that spawned the brief tornado near Crescent, and then there's another one that's closer to the Godley area. So two areas of rotation that we have to keep a very close eye on. Needless to say, if you live anywhere from Crescent and Godley all the way down through the Cleburne, Keene areas, Joshua, please continue to be in your tornado safe shelter. We could have additional tornadoes develop with very little warning at all. You're probably not going to see these, given the fact that these storms are producing torrential downpours and very large hail. Visibility on a day like today is extremely poor due to the fact that we've got Houston-like humidity here across North Texas today. Dew points in the 70s. That's why you see as you look outside right now, even where it's not raining, the visibility is very, very poor in many areas. I believe we've got a shot here that we're going to take. Look at this. This is damage in Mineral Wells. That is Washington Road there. Extensive damage. And just brief look there, Kylie, that seems to me to confirm that we had a tornado there.
I agree, which is just devastating. We were watching those areas of circulation near the Mineral Wells area, and what I do want to briefly mention now, Dan, again, this does look indicative of a tornado, but when we have winds along the leading edge of a storm between 70 and 80 miles per hour, sometimes that can do just as much damage as a low-end EF0, EF1, even EF2 tornado. This one doesn't look like straight line wind damage. What you look for with some of this damage that the National Weather Service, I'm sure tomorrow morning, will be surveying very closely. You look for a little bit of twisting in some of these pieces of metal, these structural pieces, the debris. You want to see a little bit of twist in some of that damage to be able to officially confirm again that there was a tornado. But based on the fact that we had a couple of spottings from our National Weather Service chat is more indicative that yes, there likely was a tornado.
Yeah, and sadly there were several injuries associated with that storm in the Mineral Wells area. We can tell you right now, you folks in Mineral Wells, you're on the safe side of these storms and the more cooler, stable air. The severe weather is just off to your south and southeast, moving away from you. Here's our biggest concern right now. We've got a tornado warning that continues for Johnson County until 6:45. In addition to that, up to baseball-sized hail, we've had, we believe, at least one brief tornado touchdown. Now that's Godley, and there's a look. This is just a brand new photo that was shared with us, David Cordell, and it's just beyond this home here where we very well could have had a tornado touchdown. You can see the distinct lowering here. This is what the National Weather Service is talking about. There is clearly rotation just a few hundred feet, maybe 400 or 500 feet above the ground, and that did lead to a brief tornado touchdown in Crescent. We're watching the area around Godley, and there you can see the rotation as well. So these tornadoes can develop very, very quickly, literally from one radar scan to the other, which is why we want you to still be on high alert. Make sure you're in your tornado-safe shelter, lowest floor available, in an interior closet or bathroom. This dangerous storm continues to track down to the south and east, and that's why you remain under a tornado warning there from Crescent down through Godley, as far to the east as Joshua, and as far to the south and southeast as the Cleburne area and Cleburne State Park. Let's bring the hail back on there just to see what's happened with that hail. Is the hail size coming down? Is it maintaining its same size? Because often, see, it's coming down a little bit here. I think that's a good sign, because that tells me that the storm at least maybe weakening just a touch. We were getting baseball to maybe up to grapefruit-sized hail. That's not the case anymore. Our hail now is likely topping out at about ping-pong-sized here, just to the northeast side of Godley. But that's how quickly these storms pulse up and down in terms of their strength. Again, when you're talking about very, very large hail, that requires an extremely strong updraft. This thing is still spinning. It's just that we don't think we have any real low-level rotation at the present time.
Yeah, Dan, I do want to briefly mention, you mentioned how fast these hail cores can pulse up and pulse back down. Just a few minutes ago, the National Weather Service received a report of hail close to about 3 inches in diameter. And just look at this most recent radar scan, where there likely still is hail falling, maybe up to the size of ping pong balls within, again, that, well, and it just with that last scan, it looks like it pulsed back up again. So I'm going to zoom on in, and we'll see if we can take a closer look at this hail size here. Again, okay, about ping pong ball sized hail. That's going to be west of FM 1902, likely where the largest hail continues to fall. As we zoom back on out, FM 917, and just to the east of FM 2331. That is where the hail core is currently positioned. Now, if we take the hail off of this and throw back up here our storm relative velocity, still keeping an eye on some areas of rotation. Now the National Weather Service just letting us know they are going to go ahead and let the tornado warning in Johnson County expire in about 8 minutes, and I think we can agree with that, Dan. I mean, we've continued to watch these areas of rotation that look impressive at times and then kind of widen back out, and that seems to be the trend with those two separate areas of rotation that we pointed out about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, did get its 65-mile-an-hour wind gust very recently here around the Crescent and Godley area. So this thing is still producing some very strong wind gusts. Gust to 65. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a wind gust go up to perhaps 70 miles an hour. So the tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire. We'll continue to watch this rotation very closely here. And the large hail, though, continues. We've seen the hail size come down just a little bit from just a few minutes ago, but it's certainly coming down here. That's Chisholm Trail Parkway, the toll road there running north and south. Let's see where the hail is in relation to that. That's a major marker in terms of a road that everybody can identify with here in Johnson County. So there's the toll road. There's Chisholm Trail Parkway. Just literally west of there right now is where we're seeing the large hail, and it's probably peaking right now at golf ball size. And this hail, I think if we put it into motion, we're going to show it probably moving in the direction of Chisholm Trail Parkway here. And yeah, it is definitely moving quickly to the south and east. So
it kind of takes on a little bit of an easterly turn at times. So again, about to cross over the toll road as we speak. But again, Godley, you are, or maybe far northern and northeastern parts of Godley, you're still looking at that hail potential, but you are almost out of the clear as far as the larger hail is concerned. The next cities that need to be aware of this, Joshua, this will likely be tracking straight towards you. Again, we are talking large hail, not necessarily those areas of lower level rotation, which is why the tornado warning was issued. But again, that should be allowed to expire in the next couple of minutes. So Joshua, again, you are under the gun some of that larger
and
hail.
Keene as well, likely going to see this hail as it continues to move down to the east-southeast. Not quite as big as it was earlier, but certainly when the threshold is generally right around ping pong to golf ball size. Once it gets that large or larger, you're talking about a lot more force as these chunks of hail are hitting the ground with a much higher speed and carry with them a much greater force. So this hail swath generally moving to the southeast at a very good clip. It'll be in Joshua at roughly 646 and Keene at 656. And the severe thunderstorm warning continues. I think we could easily see wind gusts of 60 to 65 miles an hour, maybe up to 70 miles an hour. We did have the reported wind gust of 65 there. And there you can see the very latest scan here of the hail core. And notice the Chisholm Trail Parkway just off to the east of there. But it's centered right on County Road 913 and 913A is where we're showing it right now there in Johnson County. Let's expand the view here once again and bring the reflectivity back up. We'll kind of reset here briefly, show where all the storms are currently located, what direction they're moving in. We still technically have a severe thunderstorm warning here for this cell that's dropping south of Mineral Wells. You're behind this storm safely. A lot of damage in Mineral Wells. That severe thunderstorm warning for Erath, Hood, Palo Pinto, and Parker counties. It's literally all on those county lines. That's why you see multiple counties there. Quarter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. The stronger storm, Hood, Johnson, Parker, Tarrant, still at times could be up to baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. But, you know, that hail size fluctuates up and down. We don't think it's at baseball size right now. We think it's more golf ball size, but easily in 5 minutes we could see that go back up again. That warning in effect until 7 o'clock. More importantly, they are going to leave. They're going to let that tornado warning expire as the rotation signature has weakened a bit. We think we very well could have had a brief touchdown around the Crescent area, according to a reliable report in our chat session. And look at these storms here. They have completely fallen apart. Good news there up in Dallas County. All that's left of that now, just some showers that are moving through the Sunnyvale area into Rockwall County. So this is the main area concern right now. And the severe weather threat with time is going to continue to spread down to the south and east. So I know you folks haven't seen anything yet down in Hill County, in Ellis County, down towards the Corsicana area, but these storms moving in your direction, and we could see the severe weather threat moving your way as we head through later this evening.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea, Dan. I'm going to go ahead and track this out to include parts of northern and central Hill County, as well as far northern Navarro County, Ellis County, if this continues on more of a southeasterly trek. But remember, we have seen speeds of this short line of cells anywhere between about 25 and 35 miles per hour. So we're going to take these timings with a grain of salt as these cells continue to merge and head to the south and east. And I also want to briefly reiterate, okay, and I'm going to zoom on into our godly storm because right now, the National Weather Service has
over softball-sized hail being reported on 171 between Cleburne and Godley right now. We've got some photos too. Some huge hail. The person that's holding this, literally, it's as big as their hand. So that is very, very large hail that is falling right now in between Cleburne and Godley. 3.5-inch diameter hail covering the road between Joshua and Godley.
Wow. Yeah, it would be awesome if we could get an image of that. We've been focused on Highway 171 for a while now as we've continued to track this storm, which is about to expire as far as the tornado warning is concerned. But large hail continues to be the main, most dangerous threat. Again, just to the west side of the tollway and just north of Highway 171 is likely the largest hail core.
Yeah, that is Chisholm Trail Parkway right here. here. So it's butting up against, and keep in mind, this is likely not a live shot. So I would not be surprised at all if we were getting very, very large hail right now, literally falling right on the toll road as we speak between Joshua and Godley here. This is going to be destructive hail. That is going to come down with quite a force. A large hail that's 3.5, 4 inches in diameter. So we're talking bigger than a baseball, up to the potential size of softballs here. That is going to strike with a tremendous amount of force, shattering windshields, doing quite a bit of damage to roofs as well. And that hail core is moving in an east-southeasterly direction towards Joshua. We've also got, there's a photo right there. That's the photo that I was looking at. And you notice that's the one that's likely about the size of a softball, very jagged in nature. When you see hail like this, it forms through a process of what we call aggregation. So you get a bunch of hail chunks literally that clump together to form these larger hailstones. And once they get too heavy to be suspended by the storm's updraft, or they get blown out of the storm updraft, they hit the ground. And that thing there, that is going to cause a lot of damage. And that's what's going on right now, right here between Godley and Joshua. That's our big hail with this storm here. There's CTP, Chisholm Trail Parkway, the toll road. There's 171. So there's our big hail right there. We've also got more hail showing up, though, farther south, down around the Cleburne area. That one is peaking, I would say, at least quarter size. But you know what, Kylie?
Yeah.
This is underestimating a little bit. Again, you know, based on what we've been seeing and what we're showing here, I think it's definitely bigger than golf balls. I think this is probably larger than golf ball size. Again, this is just an estimation by Doppler radar. And I think the sizes that we show you here will be on the conservative side. I think they're going to be larger than that. Got another hail core here down around the Cleburne area. But we've had several photos now showing 3.5, 4 inch, even 4.5 inch in diameter size. And so a new warning now just issued. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning. Notice the orientation of this is almost north to south, following the track of this very large hail. Severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson County until 7:30. Look at the hail size there, 4 inches in diameter. That's the size of a softball, 60-mile-an-hour winds. They still have a tornado possible tag on this warning. There still is rotation in this storm. It's not organized enough that we believe we've got an imminent threat of a tornado, but certainly still broad circulation above the ground, and we'll have to continue to watch that very closely as well. And that's what Kylie's showing again. Again, here's our motion away from the radar, motion towards. So we're seeing that counterclockwise circulation still evident here on radar.
Yeah, Godley likely looking at some very high winds too at the moment, right along Highway 171, south and southeast of the Crescent area, as this warning now encompasses the majority of Johnson County. So let's get some information here. I'm going to throw back up the radar. We're going to take a closer look at this warning data as it continues to head to the south. Now it looks more southerly oriented, maybe a little bit to the south and east, but this current severe thunderstorm warning takes over the previous one. It is in effect until 7:30 this evening.
Yeah. And one thing they're noticing, Kylie here, sorry to butt in, but good-looking hook there with the storm between Bono and Cleburne. You can see that. Yeah. North of Cleburne State Park. However, here's the problem right now. The velocity data that we're getting is poor right now. And so they're trying to clean that up. And so we want to let you know that when we show you that velocity data, I don't think it's very accurate right now. We're likely getting a little corruption, a little data corruption there. But, you know, anytime we get, you know, a little southwest appendage, a little hook like that, that certainly draws our attention. Notice how the reflectivity is very weak here. So we've got that weak echo region. We've got this little hook here. We're going to watch this very, very very closely. National Weather Service is also concerned about it as well. But this storm is dropping southeastward right now. So there's our new warning in effect. It goes for Johnson County until 7:30 this evening. Giant hail. We've seen several reports of that, up to softball size, at least 60-mile-an-hour winds. Wouldn't be surprised if we get gusts that go over that. And as we put that into motion, Josh, you running the radar. You mic'd up too?
I am, and we do have 2-inch hail at this time falling at the EOC. So Cleburne, if you're familiar with Cleburne, that's on the northeast side of town. So 2-inch hail at least falling on the north side of Cleburne. That's larger than the size of a golf ball. This is a very dangerous
Josh, this is your hometown. I mean, you are from Cleburne. You know this area very, very well. So it's good to have you chiming in right now and including some of this on this. So as you look at this storm now, very, very impressive. You know, we think, Josh, that at times we've been underestimating the hail size when we're showing the algorithms here, just based on the fact that we can compare timestamps. Okay, we can look at the data here from radar. At for instance, you know, right now it's roughly 6:50. You know, at 6:40, and look at what the radar is telling us, and then get ground truth reports of what folks are witnessing out there, and they are showing us hail that's the size of softballs, that is literally large enough to take up a whole human person's hand. So very, very large hail is falling from this, and you can see one of the strongest signatures right there with the purple colors.
67.
Yeah, that's what State Highway 174 western end. We can clearly see some heavy rain coming down there at the present time. We're continuing to watch this storm as well. That little hook that you see there could be indicative of this thing trying to develop a circulation. The velocity data, it looks to me like it's a little bit corrupt, but we certainly do have some counterclockwise circulation there. It looks to be a little broad. We'll wait and see if this thing starts to tighten up a little bit more. But yeah, you've zoomed in there too as well. This is all corrupt data. I'm not sure what's going on there. But yeah, Josh has zoomed in right around the Highway 67 access road on the west side of Cleburne right now. That could be an area where we're starting to see developing rotation.
And we have already seen some 3.5-inch size hail fall on 917 between Joshua and Cleburne right now, Dan. So this is a very destructive storm that's moving through Johnson County right now. You're looking at the wind mode of the radar. I want to switch back over to hail size and look at some of the cores within this storm, because we are seeing a very large core of hail falling on the north side of Cleburne currently. Now, we tried to pull up a camera at Chisholm Trail Parkway in 67, but at this time that camera not working, potentially because of the hail that's coming down, which even though the radar is showing the potential for golf ball, this thing's already approached teacups, if not larger. So we're talking larger than baseball size hail working into the city of Cleburne right now. You need to take cover, get inside the center of your house away from windows as this moves through, because even though the hail's coming down, maybe there's not a tornado within it, but the gusty winds are with it, and that can cause some wind-blown hail. You can actually see, as I zoom in real quick, that black spot on the radar. That's where the radar's going up there and saying, hey, there is something big up there. And that's what's going to be working towards the ground. So north side of Cleburne right now, that's going to be moving eventually into the city. Now, watch as this went through time, that hail core is really ramped up. That tells me it's about to come down closer to the ground. This hail has been sitting in the cloud for a while. And when we're starting to see more of those purples, more of those blacks try to mix in, that's very large hail that's going to be coming down here in the city of Cleburne. I want to look at velocity real quick, just because you notice that hook is getting a little bit more defined, and I clicked on the wrong velocity. So bear with me. Yeah, we're seeing the rotation starting to tighten. This is going to be on the north end of Lake Pat Cleburne. If you see the thin blue line right there, that's going to be on the north end of Lake Pat Cleburne. We need to watch for the potential for a spin-up tornado now on the southwest side of Cleburne, as that is starting to ramp up just a bit. No tornado warning in place, but I sure wouldn't mess around with it, as well as the fact that we have some very high winds showing up on radar here. If we go ahead and look at this, amount of rotation on this, let me go ahead and query this particular speed on the radar real quick. That's going to be those pinks and the light kind of tan colors. That's 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. So you're combining 65 mile per hour winds with the potential for up to baseball to maybe even the size of a teacup size hail. That's going to be coming in from the northwest, and that can tear up stuff just as much as a tornado that could. Now, we just got a new warning now, a new tornado warning coming for the city of Cleburne right now. Let's go ahead and go back to the mode of the radar as this comes out. This is a new tornado warning now on the north end of Lake Pat Cleburne. This is moving directly over the southwest side of Cleburne. So Hill College over towards the Cleburne High School. Go further south, you're going to go towards Smith Middle School. You're eventually going to go towards Girard Elementary and down towards Country Club, the Nolan River Estates. This is directly in the path of that as that continues to move off to the southeast. In addition to the tornado warning, we have the potential now for 4-inch hail. That's roughly the size of a grapefruit. That is a very large chunk of hail that will be possible with this. And we already have confirmed 3-inch hail at the EOC. That's going to be in the hail core on the north side of town. We now have a view from US 67 Central and Chisholm Trail Parkway. Go ahead and take that view if you can. You can see the hail coming down along with rain now. The wind is moving too. Now this is up north of where that potential tornado is. So you know that this has hail. You know that this has winds that could be approaching 70 miles per hour. You need to just go ahead and treat it in the city of Cleburne as if there's a tornado with this, because it can cause the same amount of damage. In addition to the fact we have this wrapping up now, Dan, on the north side.
Yeah, it really is. You've zoomed into it really well there. There's the circulation. Got reports of a rotating wall cloud. We're going to try our best here. We've got a camera up there. That's US 67. And again, it bears repeating that it is extremely challenging conditions right now to be able to show you a ground truth report given the low visibility. But that clearly indicates to us that we have got, I think, a tornadic circulation there. There is Highway 67. So as the crow flies, Josh, how far is this to the southwest of the Cleburne area right now? It's not far, maybe only a few miles to the southwest of there is where we've got our circulation, and that is continuing to move down to the south and southeast here. Tornado warning is in effect. We urge you, if you live in the Cleburne area and off, especially to the southwest of there, to be in your tornado safe shelter. Looks like we've had one spin up very, very quickly here, at least getting a report of a rotating wall cloud, which is oftentimes the very step before we see a tornado spawned. It's 4 miles to the southwest of Cleburne right now, but we don't want to take any chances. Even if you live in Cleburne, please be in your tornado safe shelter. But we believe the most dangerous part of this storm right now, where we're indicating the strong rotation, is about 3 miles to the southwest of Cleburne. That's where Josh has drawn the circle here. There's our motion towards and away from the radar. So we clearly have fairly strong counterclockwise rotation here, evident with Doppler radar. So we're talking about roads here. I'm going to look off to get a little better view here. So we're talking about Country Club Road and also Josh, you'd probably know that better than me. That's Nolan River Road.
It is.
And so literally just to the west of Nolan River Road and just to the south of Highway 67, if there is a tornado in progress right now, that is where it's going to be.
Yeah, it's pretty much right on top of the Cleburne Golf Club. If you remember a couple of years, Dan, and I think it was 2013, we had that tornado track through Cleburne. This is exactly where the worst damage was. So if you were hit by that tornado, you probably need to be taking cover for this. But also, look at the wind field north of it. This is
very strong wind. Gusty
winds close to 60 to 70 miles per hour. It wouldn't surprise me if this is starting to near 80 here. Let me query.
Yeah, this is likely our RFD here, our rear flank downdraft. Very strong winds that are blowing right across Highway 67. Look at that, the core of those. We're talking 75-mile-an-hour winds possible here. So very, very strong winds on the backside of this. There's our tornado circulation right here. Here's Cleburne. So we're just a few miles to the southwest of Cleburne right now. So please, very dangerous situation. We want you to assume that we have have a tornado in progress. We did get a report of a rotating wall cloud. I'm not sure if there's any updated. I'm going to go back here to the chat session here. Anything new there you're seeing?
They are activating the outdoor warning sirens. First warning was 5 minutes ago, and also there was hen egg size hail reported at the Cleburne High School. So to give you an idea of where that at, I'll grab the pointer tool. Here it is, right here where Kilpatrick and Nolan River meet. That is the 2-inch hail falling there. That's the same area where we have 70 to 75 mile per hour winds. So the potential's there for wind-driven hail coming from the northwest to move into the west side of Cleburne here if it's not already falling.
Yeah, that's destructive hail, especially when it's being driven by winds that are that powerful here. But you notice a distinct characteristic here, that little hook there, and we've got that echo-free region there. So this is characteristic of what we typically see with a tornado here. We've also got, as Josh said, very, very strong winds on the backside of this. We believe the tornado is right here, right where you're seeing the green and the pinkish red couplet here. This is right down the Nolan River Road here on this southwest side of Cleburne, only about 3 miles away as the crow flies, right there, just west of 174. Put this into motion if you would, Josh. I believe this is likely going to be moving in a southeasterly direction. Now, that's just developed, so you can clearly see there. So it looks like it's moving to the southeast here, or the east-southeast. So if you live anywhere in Cleburne, to Rio Vista, as far west as Cleburne State Park, you're definitely in the danger zone right now. We could very well have a tornado in progress here, and it very well could be wrapped in rain. Very heavy rain, large hail. We've had large hail up to the size of softballs falling out of this thing as well. That's going to make it almost impossible to see it approach your location here. So tornado warning continues for Cleburne, Rio Vista, Sand Flat, Parker. All those communities are under this warning.
Yeah, and as you look at the reflectivity, we still have that denoted hook echo region. The heaviest hail is where the red is right now, so that's coming down in the city of Cleburne. Even though the tornadoes south of you continue to take cover, because again, that is 70 to 75 mile per hour wind blown hail that could be up to the size of 3 inches that have already fallen here. And it wouldn't surprise me if maybe we even saw some softballs trying to mix in there. So this is big hail that's moving through. We also have that potential for gusty winds to 75 miles per hour with it.
All right, so it's 7 o'clock right now. We've just come to the end of what is typically our 6:30 news on Fox 4. We're not going anywhere. We're staying right here. We're going to continue to track this severe weather here in North Texas. This is our dangerous storm right now. Look at the hook here. We could very well have a tornado in progress just to the southwest of Cleburne as we speak. Up to softball-sized hail, 4 inches in diameter, has been reported, and we could continue to see that. In addition, very, very strong winds wrapping on the backside of this thing. Could be 70, 75 miles an hour. Yeah, this is a really a very concerning situation for us here. If you live anywhere from especially Cleburne and on the south side of Cleburne right now, just on the northwest side of Rio Vista. So it's probably about 2 to 3 miles northwest of Rio Vista and about 3 miles southwest of Cleburne is where we're showing the very distinct counterclockwise rotation associated with what we believe very well could be a tornado. If there's any chance we can get a camera up here, Highway 174, somewhere between Rio Vista and Cleburne, south of Cleburne, Highway 174. If there's a traffic camera we can show, I'd love to be able to do that. But we are zoomed in right now. That is Nolan River Road, south of Cleburne. That's where we've got the very strong rotation evident there, and very strong winds too. These are likely rip-roaring down to the south at about 70 miles an hour on the backside of this storm here.
Yeah, the dam for Cleburne Lake, for Pat Cleburne Lake, is right there. So on the northwest, or northeast rather, corner of the dam is where the center of the circulation is. That mesocyclone, probably about 2 miles wide, looking at it right now, maybe 3. So in that little radius from that little corners. So the south side of Lake Pat Cleburne, all the way up to about the Sheriff's Posse grounds and all the way down to the north end of Rio Vista. You need to be in your safe spot now if you aren't already. That's where the core of this rotation is. In addition, with the gusty winds and the potential hail that could be reaching up to the size of softballs, with winds gusting to 70 to 75 miles per hour coming in from the northwest side. That's going to be moving directly at your house there on the south side of the lake.
Yeah, and what we're showing you here, again, we're peering inside this this dangerous storm right now, where we're clearly showing this counterclockwise rotation. These storms have shown a sign where they ramp up very quickly, and that's exactly what happened here. That has prompted the tornado warning. Just joining us right now, there is a tornado warning in effect from Cleburne all the way down to the south through the Rio Vista area. We're trying to effort to see if we can get a traffic camera 174 here. I don't know if there's any cameras.
I don't think there is any in there, Dan.
Yeah, and if we get a 67 camera, that's probably going to be where the hail and the rain is coming down. But Rio Vista, you are literally located just a few miles to the south of the circulation itself. Cleburne is sitting just a few miles to the north of it. But there's our tornado warning polygon. It's in effect until 7:30. Softball-sized hail and radar indicated rotation that could be a tornado. And that's the signature always that gives us a great deal of pause when we see that hook there, that characteristic hook with this rain getting wrapped into the circulation itself here. So we've got winds flowing in this direction here on the southeast flank of the storm. We've got strong winds wrapping like that on the back. So there's our counterclockwise circulation here, literally just north of Rio Vista right now. We've had reports of a rotating wall cloud. We have not had 100% confirmed reports of a tornado as of right now. But, boy, that certainly looks like it right there.
Yeah, you see Fox Run Road, County Road 1205, just to the east of 174, Junes Road. I know there's the Junes Ranch back in there. You're stuck very close to this circulation. That's going to cross 174 and eventually work down towards County Road 1205, a big pinpoint of where that rotation is currently.
Yeah, that's what we call, again, gate to gate here, when you've got green, pink right next to each other here. Tight circulation, very tight circulation. We've got nearly 100 miles an hour of spin here, 45 in one direction, 50 in another. You add those together, you got 95 miles an hour of spin right here. That could be associated with this, we believe, tornado in progress right now. And it is located very, very close to Highway 174 south of Cleburne. Of Rio Vista right now. That's where we believe we've got the tornado signature.
And the National Weather Service now seeing that there's a lower level of CC. Let me see if I can get that for you, Dan.
And we'll bring that up there. But again, we urge you, if you're in this location, anywhere from Cleburne down through the, that looks to me like could be a little bit of area right there where we're seeing potential for some debris being lofted into the air on the east side of 174.
Yeah, and as you look at time, you could see that a little bit right there. You got a little low reflectivity, now you do as well. Let's go back to the velocity and look at that core as it is right on top of where your CC is. So we likely have the potential for that tornado to be all the way to the ground now. And this is going to be approaching County Road 1205, which kind of branches off of 171 and heads south down towards Rio Vista. And this is about to head towards County Road 310 and County Road, it looks like 1107B to the north of Rio Vista. Yeah,
if you would briefly bring up that radar signature one more time, Josh. Let's just see where that is. And let's, you know, this potentially could be a little bit of a debris ball, too. That's showing up on radar.
I'll walk
here.
It through time here. You see the donut hole.
Yeah. So we could be looking at not only rain and hail, but debris here that's being lifted by this tornado south of Cleburne right now. Just kind of gives the characteristic look of that. And clearly we've got very strong low-level rotation here. It looks like it's just to the east now of 174. So this thing is moving east-southeastward. It literally just crossed over 174. It's north of Rio Vista. It's south of Cleburne. right there, we believe we still have a tornado in progress. It's crossed over 174 here. Very strong low-level rotation, and there may be indications that we're picking up some debris. We look at different products. Sometimes you can see it on reflectivity with higher reflectivities in the shape of a ball. And then we were showing you that other product where it looked like there was a color discontinuity, so to speak, that was indicating to us that, no, this isn't rain, it's not hail, it's something else. And that likely can be an indication of debris that's been lofted into the air, whether that's nails, 2x4s, sheet metal, things of that nature. But we're increasingly concerned that that's an indication that we could have a tornado in progress here. Yep, go ahead.
Looks like it came down a little bit, which is good news.
It did come down a little bit, for sure. But we don't want to assume anything. We still have that tornado warning in effect here from Cleburne all the way down through the Rio Vista area, and still a rotation signature that gives us pause here on radar. And I'm looking at another photo there north of Cleburne, where we had some very, very large hail that's fallen. This thing is still producing hail the size of baseballs, jagged hail. And anytime you have hail that's large, that indicates a very, very strong updraft in the storm itself, and a very strong storm. And it does appear now, Josh, that it's getting a little less, perhaps a little less.
Let's go ahead and move it through time and see what it did as we move through time here. It was real tight right there when it crossed 174. And now it's still wrapping. I mean, it's still rotating, but it's not as tight as it was looking like, which is good news. But if there was a tornado still within this, I would say that it is probably a mile or two to the northeast rather of Rio Vista right now. So take a little measuring tool, and that's close to 2 miles.
Yeah, and that's FM, let's see here. That is
916.
FM 916. So we're looking literally just a mile or so north of Rio Vista and a mile or so to the northwest of FM 916. That's where we still have indicated radar rotation there. Again, this we did have a report of at least a rotating wall cloud. Feel fairly confident that as that circulation tightened up, if we did have a tornado, it likely moved right across 174. And we're going to continue to monitor this as the rotation is generally moving in an east-southeasterly fashion here across Johnson County.
So that's close to Tower Road, 1205, and to the north at 916, starting to approach County Road, let's see, County Road 1202 as well. And again, that's northwest of Rio Vista, or northeast rather, of Rio Vista. As we go back to reflectivity, look, we still have a lot of dark red there. We still have some purple, so there's still very large hail coming down. We also have winds on the leading edge of this storm, so if you aren't getting any sort of wrapping or a tornadic signature, you're still getting very high winds showing up. Those winds potentially reaching up to 70. It wouldn't surprise me if they're getting close to 75 miles per hour, and that would potentially lead to wind-blown hail coming into the north side of any sort of structures there along 916 in Johnson County.
And that's what Josh is referring to here right now. Very strong winds moving from north to south here, and we could be seeing those wind gusts perhaps up to 70 miles an hour coming right into Rio Vista. That's one of the nearest cameras that we have right now that we brought up. That's I-35W at FM 66. That's down in Itasca, down to the south of there in Hill County. Unfortunately, we don't have access to any cameras in the vicinity of this storm right now, but so that's probably about 12 to 13 miles away from the storm itself. You're in the clear at the present time there in northern Hill County, but we're going to watch with time because this storm is likely going to spin down into northern Hill County. That's Covington there. There's I-35W. That's the camera that we just showed you over here near the Itasca area, some 12 miles away.
Tightening up again now north of 916. You see the rotation. Right there. You got the greens close to the reds along County Road 1205 and County Road 1107. Tower Road. Eventually, that's going to be moving towards 1202 and 1204 along 916.
Right there is where we've got the tightening circulation once again here. You know, these things have a mind of their own sometimes, and they can spin up tornadoes very quickly. Those tornadoes may lift, but, you know, this is a storm that still has very, very well organized rotation just above the surface. And so it doesn't take much for a tornado to develop. When you have very strong rotation, literally within striking distance, just above the ground level itself, you can see the low-level rotation ramp up. We still have plenty of juice here, southeasterly winds feeding into these storms, feeding this one energy here. And yeah, that's, again, something okay, new tornado warning just issued here.
Yeah, and that's going to be Hill and Johnson County. Potentials there for baseball-size hail and a possible tornado. I'll read off the bulletin for you real quick. Tornado warning south central Johnson, northwestern Hill County till 8 p.m. At 7:12, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Rio Vista, or 8 miles south of Cleburne, moving southeast at 25 miles per hour. Potential hazards include a tornado and baseball-size hail.
So, Rio Vista, Parker, Covington, Itasca, all the way down almost to Hillsborough, but not quite. We've got all these communities here now under a tornado warning. So once again, we urge you to take shelter, because even if there's not a tornado in progress at the present time, literally one can develop at any moment just based on rotation that we're seeing, very well organized rotation with this storm, and the history that this storm has had with producing what appear to be tornadoes. It certainly still has some very large hail into it, up to the size of at least baseballs, which tells us it is still a very, very strong storm. And it's moving to the southeast here, so that's why Josh has drawn this here. Covington, your estimated arrival time from kind of the core of this storm, 7:24. It's 7:15 right now, so 8-9 minutes from now. Itasca, 7:37. Lovelace at 7:47, and Hillsborough, 7:58. So just a couple minutes before 8 o'clock. This is by far, widen out just real quickly here, Josh. I believe this is really kind of the one big player that we have going on right now. The storms off to our west have weakened. Nothing going on from Dallas and Fort Worth to the north. We've got heavy rain moving into Ellis County right now, but this is it. This is the main player right now that we are watching for the potential of a developing tornado here. So the new tornado warning, again, was just issued. So that warning now includes southern Johnson County down into northern Hill County, not quite as far as Hillsborough. That warning is in effect until 8 o'clock. In addition to the potential of a tornado, we could have up to baseball-sized hail. And we've had numerous reports, dozens and dozens of photos being sent in to us from anywhere from golf ball to baseball to occasionally up to softball-sized hail as this storm was moving through northern Johnson County there. So we look at the rotation signature here, and this is what pops out to me right there. You can see our green and pink colors there butting up right against each other. That's a tight circulation. Can't tell you 100% for sure if there's a tornado, but if there is one, it would likely be very close to County Road. I'll back off here so you can see that. 1104 and County Road 1204. Very close to the intersection of those two, north of 1102. But really, when we get down to this, if you live anywhere from County Road 1205 to the southwest, up towards County Road 1202 to the north, FM 916 to the south, 1102, that entire area is kind of within that rotation signature that we're seeing on radar here.
I hit the wrong button there, Dan, but you can see we have another little signature showing up on correlation very close to where we were looking. So
little drop off there, absolutely.
Could still be throwing some debris around.
Yep. And that would be right here. Notice how this sticks out here. We've got these very dark purple colors on either side, and where we're seeing that drop off in colors, that could be an indication to us perhaps of a little bit of debris that's being lofted into the air. Even if we don't have a tornado, certainly there's very high winds that can be suspending that, or it could still be debris that was left over and suspended in the air by the previous circulation. Tornado warning again continues for this storm here. all the way down into Hunt County, or into Hill County now until 8 o'clock. Baseball-sized hail also considerably possible with this storm. That is destructive hail. That hail is likely being driven by very strong winds as well. So it may not be coming down straight down. It may be blowing sideways in some locations, and that is going to increase the impact here to structures and really anything that's out in harm's way there with this storm.
It looks like the rotation, at least for now, has come down, which is good news. The storm still produces some very large hail. We have Hennig-size hail that fell at 7:15, about 5 miles west-southwest of Grandview. So that's going to be not far from Parker, where that occurred, probably very close to Friendship Baptist Church along 171. So that could be where that hail fell. And thankfully, it looks like the rotation has really decreased within this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can take that other weather source you're seeing. I'm seeing a photo from Stephen Vick of the supercell
Max
here.
2, if we can take Max 2.
Yes, 6:52 p.m. So this was a little bit earlier, but that's what it looked like there. That is a scary-looking storm. That's the Cleburne supercell that we continue to track now. It's moved south of Cleburne, heading down towards the Johnson County, Hill County line, but that's what it looked like about 20 minutes or so ago at 6:52. Our thanks to Stephen Vick for sharing that photo with us there.
Yeah, it looks like that was taken from Cleburne High School, just from the looks of it, Dan. I see the soccer field right there, so that was looking right into what is coming right down into the city of Cleburne.
Yeah, and that was about the time that the warning was issued, I believe. We go back to the radar now, and we'll show you what's going on. And Josh and I believe that perhaps the circulation is weakening a little bit. That said, that's the rotation right at ground level. There still is plenty of spin in this storm just above the surface, and we're going to continue to monitor that because it's very capable of spinning up another tornado as it continues to kind of move to the southeast here. The warning continues, the tornado warning, from Rio Vista, Parker, Covington, all the way down just about towards Carl's Corner, and on the north side of Hillsborough, that tornado warning in effect until 8 p.m. What about the hail? Can you bring the hail product back up?
I was just thinking.
Let's just see where that hail is right now. The hail size has come down, at least according to our algorithm here, which could be a sign that this storm is starting to cycle again with the hail size reducing. We'll likely, once again, see that hail pulse back up again in the next 10 or 15 minutes. But for now, it doesn't look like it's as large as what it was earlier. Certainly seeing at least quarters, half dollars, maybe even up to ping-pong-sized hail. Just noting the fact that our program has been underestimating the hail size for the most part, but I think right now it's kind of peaking at ping-pong-sized hail around the Parker area and west of Grandview. So that's lower than what it was literally just 10 or 15 minutes ago.
In addition, the reflectivity has come down. You aren't seeing the big pinks, the big blacks that we were seeing right over the city of Cleburne when it was dropping baseball to softball size hail. So I think I'm right there with you that the hail size has come down and the rotations come down. So maybe this storm got a little behind its boundary, and that may have come out ahead of it, and hopefully that'll continue to lead to weakening in the storm.
Yeah, and as we were talking about, it's that surge of very cool storm outflow. And what happens is as that surge of cool outflow cuts off the storm's updraft itself, it causes the demise of the tornado. It weakens the updraft, and it's all a function that's tied together. Then you see the hail size come down as well. And then what you watch for is redevelopment here as the storm starts to cycle again. So we're going to have to watch. This is just a natural part of the cycle of a supercell like this, a long-lived supercell that continues to have persistent rotation above the ground. And what we watch for is for that mid-level rotation to get closer to the ground itself. Still, plenty of energy to tap into here with this storm, with south-southeasterly winds feeding very, very high dew point, high moisture content air into the storm itself.
Yeah, and I just got a picture from a friend at 171 and 305 in Grandview, where it was a little bit more than golf balls, so close to hen egg size hail that was following there. So that is at 171 and 305, not too far from Parker's. So you still have some hen egg size hail within that hail core.
So again, that tells us once again that our program is underestimating the hail size just a little bit. So 2-inch in diameter hail likely coming down still with this storm. Got some more damage here that we can show you on Weather Source 2 here from Michael Beard. Look at the destruction here in Mineral Wells, and these look to me like to be 2-story homes where the top story was completely ripped off of these 2 homes in this neighborhood here in Mineral Wells. And widespread damage there. There are several injuries. We feel very confident, especially looking at that this was a tornado that caused this damage. Looking at that damage, that was probably an EF2 type of tornado there that led to that damage. Our thanks to Michael Beard for sharing that photo. Those are 2 well-built homes, too, that the top floor was completely removed. Not sure if there was any exterior wall damage, but pretty strong tornado there. Notice some of the trees there, too, down to the southwest look like they may have been partly sheared off. So that's a strong tornado that moved through the Mineral Wells area.
Yeah, and we just had a report from Parker of tennis ball size hail falling there. So there's now tennis balls still possible within this storm that continues to just stay strong as it moves into Hill County.
Yeah, tennis ball sized hail, that's about 2.5 inches in diameter, just a little bit smaller than a baseball. But we know when you've got a chunk of ice that's that big, it's hitting the ground with a lot of force, or hitting objects with a lot of force, likely coming down at 70, 80 miles an hour. And that's the type of hail that's going to cause a lot of damage. So regardless of whether or not this tornado is currently still in progress, we don't believe it is. We are still seeing some very damaging hail. And notice now we're starting to see some of those really high reflectivities showing right over Grandview right now. So you folks in Grandview are likely seeing some very large hail, probably at least the size of tennis balls, coming down there. That's I-35W. We hope that there's no traffic moving north and south along that. What I would tell you is that if you know somebody that's traveling, tell them to avoid I-35W here around the Grandview area. If they're north of there, stop. Don't go any farther south. If they're up north of there and also down towards the Hillsboro area, stop in Hillsboro. Do not travel north on I-35W in the direction of Itasca and up towards the Grandview area. And if you can slide up to the north just temporarily, Josh, again, I-35, so Alvarado, that's your stopping point. Do not go any farther south on I-35W from there. Your stopping point here, Itasca. Don't go any farther north on I-35. This is a very dangerous storm. Large destructive hail is falling in this eastern flank of the storm, and on the southwest appendage here, down towards the Covington area, northern Hill County. We continue to monitor this very closely for another possible tornado development.
Yeah, and they've shaved Johnson County off on the tornado warning, but they have mentioned that they do expect this storm to ramp back up as it moves down into Hill County. I've just checked the observation at the Hillsboro Airport, Dan, and we have wind gusts to about 20 miles per hour coming into that storm. So sustained winds close to 15, gust was around 17, 18, so roughly 20 mile per hour inflow coming into that.
Yeah, so again, and that inflow too is carrying plenty of moisture with dew points still likely in the 70s. So that's a lot of instability, a lot of energy for this storm to tap into. And these areas here down in Hill County have not seen any thunderstorm development. So again, this is undisturbed air. This is still very unstable air that is likely to allow this storm to continue its intensity as it generally moves in a southeasterly direction. But that is very, very impressive signatures on radar there over the Grandview area, likely indicating perhaps up to tennis ball to baseball sized hail there.
And I think the radar may be seeing a little bit of that inflow trying to come in, although that's also a lot of garbage right in front of it.
It is, yeah.
You can see the inflow, though, around Itasca and the green feeding up into it. So this is still wrapping, but it's broad. So the imminent tornado threat, at least right now, thankfully, is low.
Yeah, that's wind. As Josh said, there's our inflow. These are winds coming out of the south-southeast, blowing right through Itasca, feeding right into the storm. And then these are winds blowing in the opposite direction here out of the north and northeast on the back side of the circulation. These are still likely some very strong winds blowing across 171 on the north side of Covington through Parker down into the direction of FM 67 here. So at least 50, maybe up to 60 miles an hour, and very strong inflow still noted into this storm as we're showing you the Doppler winds blowing into that storm itself.
Yeah, and as we look at reflectivity, we'll go back to it, see what it's looking like, see if this storm is caught up to its boundary at all. It still looks like it's wrapping to me, Dan, even though it's broad. Notice how that last little churn, it started churning its notch a little bit more to the east, kind of towards the inflow that we were pointing at. And then look at the pinks and purples showing up right on the Johnson and Hill County line, where there's likely going to be the potential for softball or baseball-sized hail falling.
This is huge hail falling here right now, where you're seeing these purple colors here. So we're talking just on the south side of Grandview, literally coming right across I-35W right now. Hopefully nobody is on that stretch of the interstate right now, but if they are getting absolutely bombarded by huge hail, likely the size of baseballs, maybe even larger than that, maybe up to the size of softballs there. And this hail core, look at how wide it is. It is several miles wide right along the Johnson and Hill County line there, where we are seeing some destructive hail with this storm. And yeah, you notice there, look at how that's pinching there, Josh, as that RFD apparently is wrapping back around. So let's look at this. This is our, excuse me here, our traffic camera. This is I-35 in Itasca. And a good thing I can tell you is that I don't see a lot of traffic there on the interstates. Occasionally you still see some moving along. Notice also the traffic that's pulled over. Look at that. They've pulled over. I'm wondering if they're stopping traffic there up to the north. Everybody's getting off up there, it looks like, maybe, or are they just waiting it out? Anyways, that's just speculation on my part, but this is Itasca. This is a camera that's located just to the southeast of this menacing storm right now that's producing over baseball-sized hail and strong rotation. So we've kind of drawn from Itasca here. So the hail is literally, in fact, look at this, John. We're starting to see some hail spreading down to the south there. That hail core there is literally only a mile or so from Itasca, as the hail core itself is kind of spreading out a little bit with this storm.
Yeah, and I want to just take a peek at the velocity again just to see what's going on here. It does not look that strong. We'll go to storm relative, and I'm just not seeing. It's still broad, but certainly increasing inflow there on the right. So it wouldn't surprise me.
That is really impressive inflow here. These are really strong winds coming in. They're turning too. They're southeast here. So that's going to lend itself to more, perhaps, low-level rotation here, because you go up several hundred feet to 1,000 feet, we've got southerly winds. These right at the surface, this is really strong inflow out of the southeast right now. We're still really got to keep a close look at this. There's I-35W at FM 916, so that is very, very close to this storm. Could only see rain coming down here at the present time. I don't see any indications of hail.
They're just north of the hail core. They're in Grandview. Okay, gotcha. So that's on the north side. There was a lightning flash there. So obviously traffic moving along there, but that's on the safer side of the storm up in Grandview right now, if there is a safe side of this storm on the north side. But very, very large hail is falling. That's what we're denoting here as we bring up the hail core
You can clearly see it here, just on the east side of Covington right now. There's Highway 81. Here's I-35W here. Yeah, we're likely seeing at least billiard ball size hail, golf ball size. All of this is hail that's falling right now. When you get out here in the blue colors, the darker blues, that's likely ping pong sized hail. In the core of this, that's where you get up to the 3-inch in diameter, maybe larger hail size here, falling with this particular storm.
Yeah, we'll go back to reflectivity and check on our notch here on the southwest side of Itasca, and it's opened up again. Notice it's not, but that also means the storm is caught up to its boundary, so that could enhance rotation a little bit. You're already seeing the inflow come up, so it will be something we need to watch as this cell approaches Itasca.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this storm has had a history of producing damage. This is the same storm that worked its way down from Parker County, the Mineral Wells area. We believe we had a tornado in Mineral Wells just based on the heavy damage that we've seen around there. There were several injuries. This one here has been producing destructive hail as it's made its way down through Johnson County. Softball-sized hail at times falling out of this here. It's now moving down into northern Hill County, and the most pronounced area of hail is literally just on the north side of Itasca right now, right over I-35W. That's the view, and it looks to me like, yeah, that's hail coming down now.
Yeah, I believe
there's
it is.
Clearly hail coming down there now. All right, that's I-35W at FM 66 Itasca.
So that is going to be right just about a mile east of Itasca, because Itasca sits off the highway just a little bit. But this is going to be right where those gas stations are on I-35.
Notice the traffic up there. That looks to me like it's stalled traffic underneath the overpass there. So you got traffic in both directions stopping. Unfortunately, what happens there is you get traffic that's going to back up, and then they're going to be in this big hail falling down with this storm in Itasca. So that's I-35W in Itasca. Very, very large hail. We're getting signatures on radar that could be indicating to us up to baseball-sized hail falling with this storm. And in addition to that, we are continuing to keep a very, very close eye on this thing. There is still significant rotation associated with this storm, and we believe it might be in the progress of trying to get its act back together and perhaps develop a tornado. There's very strong inflow still feeding into this storm. This is all large hail that you're seeing here. We still have the tornado warning in effect from Covington down through Mayfield and about as far south as Carl's Corner and on the north side of Hillsborough there. Again, not a confirmed tornado, just radar indicated rotation that we could see a tornado once again develop out of this. Hail falling from Covington all the way east across I-35W over towards the Files Valley area. This is really it right now. This is the big storm that we're currently tracking up to the north of there. It's all quiet generally across the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but this is a long-lived supercell. It's been going for several hours now, and it's likely going to continue to keep going as it moves to the south and southeast here.
Dan, not to detract from that tornado warning, but we have another cell that's kind of ramping up a little bit.
Notice that, yeah.
Right at the Johnson-Bosque County line, so this is going to be very near Fisherman's Paradise and Ham Creek Park there. That's starting to show signs, at least, of rotating.
Little hail there showing up as well, but yeah, there's definitely some rotation evident around Brazos Point there, but you're absolutely right. Just west of the Brazos there, right along the Brazos, we are seeing north of Morgan. So we're talking about north of Morgan there. We'll watch that one very, very closely.
And check it out. This is actually going to be directly on our outflow boundary. So if I were to draw a front right here, I know it's a warm front, but imagine it's a cold front right here. Both of those supercells are riding right on the outflow boundary. So this may serve watching for folks near White Bluff and Whitney as that continues to work down to the south.
And so here's what's going on along this outflow boundary here. You got northerly winds that are blowing the thunderstorm cooled air down this way. You've got strong southerly winds blowing up on the south side of this. And so these winds are converging here. And this low-level convergence along this boundary is likely going to help enhance these storms. So they're literally running right along that low-level boundary, and that's what's also helping to feed some rotation into these storms.
So we will need to watch that cell too. I want to go back to the storm in Itasca, take a look at it on the hail size, because certainly still looks large as that's moving through. So we'll go to the hail size on this, and you can see the largest hail likely falling right now in Itasca. And that kind of corresponds with what we're seeing on the view here. I'm going to take Scam 1 and look at that view, and notice this is falling right in the city of Itasca. If you look closely, you can see those little white dots bouncing on the roadway there. That is hail. It's hard to tell how big from this view, but we do know that the potential is there for larger hail to mix in, potentially up to the size of baseballs. So we're watching that very closely as that's moving through. And on reflectivity, you can see that as well, that large hail moving through Itasca and Flies Valley as well as Covington. But thankfully, at least as of right now, it looks like that velocity just is not wrapping up as much. Granted, we are getting some very murky data in there, so it's tough to tell.
Yeah, it is. And for the time being, at least, we've got the tornado warning that does continue until 8 o'clock for Hill County from Covington all the way down to the south towards about to the north side of Hillsborough and Carl's Corner. That could be a transitionary period here with this storm where it's going through a transitional phase where that rotation is weakening, but has the potential to ramp back up again. We know it's still producing some very large hail at times, up to the size perhaps of tennis balls and baseballs. That is certainly some destructive hail, and that hail swath continues, especially across the northern flank of this particular storm itself. Surrounding this too, we've got a broader area that's under a severe thunderstorm warning. So you folks, even in Brandon, Mertens, Hillsborough, the Lake Whitney area are under a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's our yellow polygon, and then we've got the red polygon for the tornado warning. So Ellis Hill, Johnson counties under that severe thunderstorm warning until 8 o'clock, up to baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Not sure if we've had any additional reports of high wind gusts. I know we did get a measured wind gust probably about 20 minutes or so ago of about 65 miles an hour. I believe that was around the Godley area. But this thing, no doubt, is still capable of producing some very strong, possibly damaging wind gusts as it moves to the south-southeast.
Yeah, we'll go back to reflectivity here. There's one thing I want to check. I'm going to switch the velocity over to the Granger radar, which is south of Waco, just to get a look into the mid-levels of the storm and see if we're still kind of keeping that rotation around. It's not as tight as it was, but you can still see some reds and greens close to each other. So there is still mid-level rotation. It just has not worked down to the ground yet.
Yeah, and I do know that the Storm Prediction Center is kind of monitoring the situation. We've got the tornado watch that continues until 9 o'clock tonight. Let's just temporarily, Josh, expand the view here just to kind of show all of North Texas. And what we can tell you is that pretty much from Dallas and Tarrant counties up to the north, things look much better right now. The air is cooler, it's more stable. They still have not taken these counties out of the tornado watch in the metroplex, but that's something that they are contemplating right now. Certainly we see the highest threat of severe weather, I think, from this point through the remainder of this evening south of I-20. That's where we're really going to pay attention. The farther north, certainly you go of I-20, we think that the danger threat really is substantially lower. But that's not the case for these storms that are moving down to the southeast from Rio Vista into Covington, Itasca, Grandview. That is still a very healthy storm. And as Josh said, we're getting some additional development a little farther to the west as well that we'll continue to keep an eye on. It's certainly possible we could see this is more than likely another storm updraft that's going up, and we're seeing a storm that's trying to get its act together here to the northwest and west of Blum and west-southwest of the Rio Vista area. That one's not producing any big hail that I can see right now, but it's certainly something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and they're about to warn it. That's why I kind of moved to it, because they're going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out, and I imagine that will include Bosque and Hill County and probably the at least the northern half of Lake Whitney. So we'll see when that warning comes out, and that will be moving towards the Whitney area. So we can go ahead and there you go. There's the new warning, and they actually gave it more of a southeasterly track than a south-southeasterly track. So let me get the details on that warning there. We'll see if we can query it, and it looks like it's going to make me go a different way to query it, but that's okay. We'll pull the query right here and get the latest on that warning. That does include Hill and Johnson County for the potential of $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So nothing like the storm that was moving through Itasca, but it's still plenty strong, and it's also got access to all that warm, muggy air. So while Itasca may be losing the rotation, don't be surprised if this storm becomes more organized as it moves towards Blum, Huron, and eventually the north side of Whitney potentially as well. So we'll put a quick track on that storm. Let me get the details for it. I'll read them off to you. And
yeah, and as you do that, just want to quickly point out, you can see the cloud-to-ground lightning. We're doing the split screen right now. That's I-35W at FM 66. That's Itasca. Notice you've got traffic that is moving in one direction but is stalled out in the other. So what's going on here is you've got a lot of folks that are camped out underneath that overpass there. They're waiting for this storm. There was large hail falling on this camera view probably about 5 minutes or so ago. Don't quite see it right now, but you can see the traffic backing up as a result. They can't get through there right now, but hopefully we'll see that traffic start to move momentarily. It is moving in the opposite direction, obviously.
So I'm going to put this track, I'm going to track both cells kind of because they're both moving in the same direction. So that'll give you an idea of where it's going to be. Lovelace by 7:53. Blum is pretty much on top of you now. You probably hear the lightning and the thunder, as well as in Itasca and Grandview, the lightning, the thunder, and also some large hail falling. But the storm, the core of the storm, should be near Carl's Corner by 8 o'clock, Huron by 8:04. And Hillsborough could be rolling in there within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So be sure to watch out there in Hillsborough. You know, that's a pretty substantial town there in Hill County.
Yeah, a couple things that stick out to me. Lightning. I mean, hundreds of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes here over the last 15 to 20 minutes. Lightning strikes occurring well outside of the rain as well, down to as far south as Hillsborough right now. So a good, 5, 6, 7 miles at least outside of the heavy rain. And also, our hail signature is still clearly showing up here. So this hail core is still going strong, and we likely still have, I'd say, at least tennis balls that are falling out of that. The hail core itself appears to be now on the east side of Itasca, moving on the east side of I-35W. So I think this might be lagging a little bit behind. But at that time, we were getting at least one spot here where we could have seen up to baseball-sized hail. That little red dot there south of Itasca. Certainly tennis balls with those bright pink colors that were centered right over that's the tower. That's the camera that we just showed you here was on I-35. That's why you saw the traffic stop there, is as soon as that huge hail started to fall, they stopped. Now, I think the hail has decreased in size there a little bit. Notice once again, the traffic is moving in one direction. I don't know, is that southbound and stalled northbound? Hard to see. Don't know the orientation of this particular camera here, but certainly we know that we were stalled out in one direction with a lot of cars that are camped out under that overpass up there to the north. This is still a very dangerous storm. It's producing destructive hail. And notice we've got two hail cores now that we're watching. This is from Itasca heading over to the east on the east side of I-35W. And we've also got another hail core that's growing as this storm continues to intensify here.
Yeah, and the National Weather Service now says that hail core could produce up to tennis ball size hail as well. So that'll be right on top of Blum shortly.
So two different storms here that are going on. We've got one that's centered more towards north and northeastern Hill County, and then another one farther to the west around the Blum area, just south of Rio Vista right now, and south of Cleburne State Park. And that's both of these are carrying severe thunderstorm warnings, and they're also continuing that tornado warning with this storm here in Hill County that has demonstrated, periodically for the rotation to get better organized and for the ability to produce a tornado. Right now, we believe we're kind of in a holding pattern. We don't see an imminent tornado threat with that. The rotation is still there. It's still above ground level, but we don't see any indications close to the surface of a developing tornado at this point in time.
Yeah, thankfully we aren't seeing that. I want to check velocity, though. We want to make sure that, well, we could be seeing the inflow ramp up again on that cell. It's starting to get a better picture of that velocity now. We also have rotation intensifying a little bit there in that Blum storm,
Yep.
and the National Weather Service did just mention that it has a good hook evident on reflectivity, and they're monitoring it for tornado potential as well.
That's the area that we're going to have to watch real closely here, is to the southwest of Itasca. Also, that one there is going to bear close watching as well, west of Blum. But you can kind of see that the rotation appears to be trying to get better organized once again. And that's, though, clearly located within the tornado warning polygon still at this time. That tornado warning is still in effect until 8 o'clock. So please still take this very, very seriously if you live anywhere on the north side of Hillsborough. In fact, even in Hillsborough, because it is coming in your direction, and it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities at all if this rotation continues to ramp up, that we see another tornado warning issued that extends farther to the south and southeast.
Yeah, and we'll go back to velocity and make sure that we aren't seeing anything new coming across there. It does not look like it, which is good news. On the hail size, we still have large hail falling, and look how that core ramped up right on top of Blum. So that hail, even though it shows it to the north, it's likely going to be right on top of Blum right now. So the other hail core continuing down 35, that's going to be moving right towards Carl's Corner. The Buc-ee's on the north side of Hillsborough likely going to be impacted by that as well. And the second hail core is going to be moving towards Blum and probably the north side of White Bluff and potentially getting close to Whitney. I know that they drew the corner southeast, but I think if you continue to track the progression of this storm, it's going to go more south of where that warning is currently, because watch how this kind of tracks. You'll see that builds towards it. Does build east on there, but I think it's going to eventually shift a little bit more to the south. So northern Hill County getting slammed right now, southern Hill County not so much. Now look at this. We've got new development out here towards Hood and Erath County. We'll have to monitor that. If this storm flares up closer to Erath and Somerville County, that could bring a threat to areas near Walnut Springs, Morgan, and Meridian as well. And if something flares up a little bit more over there, then we'll have to watch that. National Weather Service says rotation is starting to ramp up on this tornado warning. And I'm going to switch to velocity, but step over here and see if we can't get a camera between Itasca and Hillsborough, see if one does exist real quick.
Yeah, this is the area that they're talking about right here. So it's kind of located between Mayfield and Lovelace. Again, there's a motion towards the radar and motion away. So there's our counterclockwise rotation here south of Itasca between Mayfield and Lovelace there. That's kind of on the southern end of our tornado warning right now, our tornado warning polygon. Here's Hillsborough right down here.
And they're going to issue another tornado warning for
that doesn't surprise me at all based on that. So this new tornado warning is likely going to include Carl's Corner and Hillsborough and points south of there. That tornado warning is, in fact, the circulation, Josh has circled it right there, just halfway between roughly Mayfield to the west, Lovelace to the east. But if you live anywhere from Lovelace over towards the Mayfield area, down through Hillsborough and Carl's Corner, we could have, once again, a tornado that's trying to develop here as the rotation signature is getting a little bit more impressive with time here as the storm drops to the south and east. So they are going to issue a new tornado warning, and as soon as that polygon shows up, we'll show you exactly who is in it.
one thing I'm noticing, Dan, if you look at the left side of the rotation, notice we've got the yellow, the kind of tan color coming back in there. There's the new warning, and this does include Hillsborough. It's pretty much making a beeline for the 35 east split and the north side of Hillsborough right now.
Yeah, you can see it there, and if we were to put this into motion, you're exactly right. It's going to be heading in this direction here, and that is right at the I-35 split there. I-35W going up that way, I-35E going that way. So yeah, oh yeah, exactly. This thing is heading eastward here, so we could see a developing tornado that is likely going to be moving off to the east, right in the direction of the interstate there.
Yeah, and I've got a camera over here on Scan 1, Dan. This is going to be from Carl's Corner looking south. So the rest of the cameras right there, 35E split, and also just to the north of 35E, all of those are pointing south. So, or pointing south. This is pointing south from the north. So on the right side is going to be where your tornadic supercell is. As that continues moving south, we should have a pretty good view at the wall cloud on the right side of the screen, given a few minutes or so.
Yeah, notice that camera shaking a lot a bit, which indicates to us that we still have some strong winds that are blowing out there. Strong inflow into these storms. So winds to the south of the storm are blowing out of the south and southeast, still feeding a lot of moisture into this storm. And here's our new tornado warning now. It goes until 8:15, Hill County, up to baseball-sized hail, and it includes Hillsborough and Carl's Corner, down through Chat, Bynum, Vaughn, and as far south as the Malone area. That rotation is evident there. It's starting to get better organized on radar as Josh has zoomed in there. I'm going to go ahead and read the very latest from the National Weather Service chat session with this new tornado warning. As of 7:50, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles north of Hillsborough, moving southeast at 25 miles an hour. Locations impacted include Hillsborough, Itasca, Bynum, Carl's Corner, Abbott, Malone, Lovelace, Woodbury, and Mayfield. So again, this includes I-35, the split there between mile markers, well, on 35 between mile markers 355 and 369, Interstate 35W between mile markers 1 and 7, and 35E between mile markers 371 and 374. Again, it's not a confirmed tornado. It's radar indicated rotation. The rotation starting to ramp back up again. Could be seeing a developing tornado, and Josh has circled the area there on radar, the area that we are most closely watching, very close to Lovelace right now, and just to the west of I-35W. And probably as the crow flies, we're probably only talking about 2 miles or so to the north-northwest of the I-35W split. So obviously a very, very heavily traveled corridor here. If you know folks that are traveling northbound on I-35, let's say from the Waco area, please tell them to not go any farther than Hillsborough. In fact, not even that far. Stay south. This storm is going to be moving right across I-35W. And same story, anybody on I-35W, especially on the north side of Itasca up towards Alvarado, tell them to stop right there. Don't go any farther south because it's a dangerous storm moving over I-35. It's going to impact I-35W. It's going to impact I-35E areas right along the split there. Some very strong winds wrapping on the backside of this, and a strong inflow here on this eastern flank, and kind of getting a little bit of bad reflectivity data there. And again, we're not showing you low-level rotation here. The radar is all the way up in southern Tarrant County, so we're talking about probably about 45, maybe 50 miles as the crow flies to the southeast. So that radar beam goes up with height, so we're showing you mid-level rotation here. that is strong. What we don't know is what's going on right at the surface right now. And really the only way to be able to tell with that is if we can catch this thing on one of our traffic cameras, or if there just happens to be a trained spotter located maybe down towards the Hillsborough area looking to the northwest at this to see if we've got anything, maybe a rotating wall cloud, funnel cloud, or potential of a tornado.
So this is Old Brandon Road at 35. That's basically where Prime Outlets is in Hillsborough, and you're looking north. And I want to show just how dark it is. I can't make out anything, but it'd be right there on the left above that plant where we'd be watching. And again, that should be enough right there to tell you, hey, don't continue forward on I-35 if it looks that dark and you're approaching it.
Yeah, and there still is definitely traffic moving up in the direction of that storm, and traffic moving in both directions there, despite the fact that we do have a tornado warning in effect for this area, this very area that we are showing you here on radar. There's our new polygon again. It extends now down through Hillsborough, Carl's Corner, down to about as far southeast as Malone. The circulation that we continue to watch right now is basically right over Highway 81, around the town of Lovelace here, just west of I-35W. That's the split right there. And so we're looking only a couple miles to the northwest of there. Large hail falling up here. This is all large hail where you're seeing these purple colors and very dark red colors. It's probably at least up to the size of ping pong balls, maybe even larger than that. So that's our hail core there on kind of the north side of the actual rotation itself with this supercell. And yeah, we're indicating that it could be even bigger than that, maybe up to the size of billiard balls, where you're seeing some of those bright pink colors. Is that storm, Josh, behaving itself to the west there, or is that thing still ramping up too?
Let's take a peek at it real quick.
Just a real quick peek. I know this is the one that...
It's wrapping up a bit too.
Yeah, it is.
Let's look at velocity with it, and it's tightening. It's still not near the same way as the storm there in northern Hill County, but in northwestern Hill County, certainly tightening there.
Yeah, we'll watch that one. But this is the one that really has most of our attention right now for good reason. That rotation continues to try to ramp up here just on the north side of Hillsborough. And it's moving generally in an easterly direction. So the rotation associated with it is approaching I-35 very, very quickly. So,
yeah, and speaking of which, we do have wind that's approaching 60 to potentially 70 miles per hour there coming out of the side of that. That's combined, just like it was with Cleveland, with baseball-size hail. So even if a tornado is not on the ground or is not occurring with this storm on the north side of Hillsborough, Hillsborough is about to get slammed with some wind and some hail that's going to be moving through. Where's that view from?
We're doing a split screen right now. You're looking at damage from Mineral Wells a little bit earlier today. Extensive damage there. This is a live look there driving through a neighborhood. We were showing you earlier a couple of well-built homes that literally had the top floors ripped off of them. The damage here not quite as pronounced. You can see a lot of debris. Now, you know, oftentimes with a tornado, the debris that you're seeing here on the ground may have been several miles away, carried by the storm itself, because I don't see any damage to the trees here. So that tornado debris can get lofted several thousand feet into the storm itself and blown several miles away from where the more intense circulation was. But we have a very, very strong belief that we had a tornado hit the Mineral Wells area based on the damage that we have been showing you. So that's a live look right now driving through the Mineral Wells area. This is our
report from a constable in Hill County, 81 and County Road 4247. They're seeing rotation. So that's between Itasca and Hillsborough. Matches up very well with what we see on radar. So there's confirmed rotation within this. And Dan, look at the curvature. You don't even have to look at the wind to look at this. That curvature, remember we were talking about
really,
this with the last storm.
Yep. And it's getting wrapped up once again. If this does have a tornado, it is located very closely to I-35W. Now, when they say rotation, that could mean a rotating wall cloud. It could mean a funnel cloud, or it could potentially mean a tornado. We don't know. That rotation, kind of a broad term there, but we do know that this thing has a distinct potential of producing a tornado here. It is literally located very close to Carl's Corner right now, and we're talking about, okay, there's a great view right now. That's at the I-35E. That's the split. There's your I-35 split, right? Look at that.
That's your wall cloud right there on the left, I believe.
That is torrential rain coming down, likely hail as well, where you're kind of seeing those white, milky colors off in the distance. But really got to watch this very closely here.
See the spinning right there on the left?
I do. Yeah, this thing is trying to produce a tornado. It really is. Tornado warning is in effect here. Tornado warning is in effect for this part of Hill County until at least 8:15. We continue to watch this with great concern. The rotation signature on radar has been getting better organized with time. We are, again, going to be challenged, too, by the time of the day now. We're getting close to sunset. We've got torrential downpours. We've got rain as well that's wrapping into this. And so it's very possible that we could see a rain-wrapped tornado develop, which would be nearly impossible to get any visibility at all. We have at least one report from our chat session that they are seeing the same rotation that we just showed you on radar. That's all our very large hail falling in the northern part of this storm here. But this is the area that we're going to watch very closely here. You can clearly see the rotation evident on radar there. And there's another look at the split there, the I-35 split.
I'm going to try to cue up a camera that's sitting a little further south, that camera that we saw that was looking right into it, because it looks to me like that rotation may have been increasing. So here's the view at Old Brandon Road. We'll see if we can get a good view from here. This is going to be looking north from the center of Hillsborough. Pardon, I took that for you. Let's go ahead and go back to there. There you go. On the right is Old Brandon Road, the city of Hillsborough. Looking north, there's traffic coming out of that. This is going to be looking in the direction of where our couplet, where we're seeing winds coming out of the storm and winds blowing into the storm, twisting on that edge of the storm, where we see that potential for a tornado. But as of right now, you don't have a view there of what may be going on. Look how the rain really starts to increase. So right where those people are throwing on the flashers, it doesn't matter if there's a tornado on the ground or not. You're going to get some very strong winds coming in here, and that's going to make it impossible to travel north on 35 through this. So if you're coming out of Hillsborough right now, you want to sit tight for at least about 20 minutes and let that move through.
Yeah, and that is torrential rain. We're talking about rainfall rates, probably 3 inches per hour coming down with that, which is going to limit visibility to maybe 100 feet or so when you're going through that type of storm. But we're watching this very closely here. We clearly do have some rotation on radar at this point in time. The National Weather Service kind of chiming in the chat session, and they don't believe currently that we've got a strong enough signature to indicate that, yes, absolutely, indeed, we've got a tornado. It's just potential still there. High potential, nevertheless. And so that's why the tornado warning continues for Hillsborough down to the southeast, as far down to the southeast as roughly the Malone area. But this is literally just south of the split now, really into the city of Hillsborough, where we're really looking closely at this storm here. This is very strong wind wrapping down this way. Here's our storm inflow coming up here out of the south and southeast. Torrential rain, hail, where you see the red and especially those purple colors. That's where we've got the largest hail. Could be up to the size of baseballs there, and that crossed over the interstate. So anybody that was traveling up I-35W from the south or down from the north may have gotten into that big hail, and that hail core continues to spread off to the east there.
Look at the rain curtains moving a little bit on the left side of your screen.
Ooh, yeah.
So there's some wind-blown rain within that at least.
Yep, you see that. You can see that's what Josh is talking about, those rain curtains moving down this way here, being driven by those very strong winds.
And that's going to be, I believe that's going to be wind coming in from the south or the west right there. So that's RFD winds potentially by that spot.
Yeah, that's on the back side of the circulation there. So those are going to be some very strong gusty wind. You can continue to see that. Those sheets of rain that are continuing to blow in that direction there. Boy, it certainly does look menacing there, and we'll continue to keep a very close eye on it as this thing continues moving south-southeast through the Hillsborough area.
So you've got really strong northbound winds coming in here right into the center of Hillsborough. That's going to be around 60 to potentially 65 mile per hour winds.
Strong inflow winds coming up this way, heading up towards Carl's Corner.
Yeah, so that's going to keep moving in there. I'm going to go over here and switch over to Old Brandon, see if we can get another view.
But you're right. These no doubt are going to be the stronger winds by far. And these are likely going to be, 50, 60 mile an hour winds blowing right into Hillsborough here out of the north on the backside of that storm.
And that's what that looks like at the ground.
Right at that same spot right there. Yeah, torrential downpours. A lot of vehicles got their flashers on right now. And they're making their way through the core of that really, really intense storm.
So at the very least, you've got high winds. You may have a tornado with this, and you may have hail that potentially could be up to the size of tennis balls as of the latest warning.
Yes.
Sorry, tennis balls is the west storm. This one is baseballs.
Yeah, that's really tough to see there now. The rain is really, really coming down. This is very, very humid air with dew points well in the 70s. So that is lending itself to these torrential downpours that we are currently witnessing here on I-35 at Old Brandon Road. That's what it looks like for these folks traveling at this point in time here in a tornado-warned area. Now, again, it's not a confirmed tornado, but there's certainly rotation there that could potentially have the possibility of developing a tornado.
Yeah, it looks to me like this is becoming more outflow dominant, which is good news. Watch how that wind core builds a little bit more, but that also means that Hillsborough is going to get lashed by some pretty strong winds and the potential for wind-blown hail in there as well.
Yeah, so that tells us that as these things become more outflow dominant like that, as that surge, this wind here associated with what we call this rear flank downdraft, as that surges quickly down to the south and east, what it tends to do is it cuts off the inflow of the storm, and it chokes off that inflow, and it weakens the circulation and the updraft itself. And so that's actually, it's good news, bad news. It's good news in that it tends to reduce the tornado threat. The bad news is that this is wind. This is very strong wind moving in from the north that's sweeping over Hillsborough as we speak right now, with the strongest wind being indicated by some of these yellow colors here, and that's likely in excess of 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, let's go check on our western storm real quick just to take a peek at it. I don't think it's near as impressive, but you can watch there through time. It tries to hook a little bit. I think it's turned outflow dominant as well. Yeah. Definitely has. So good news there. That means the rotation is decreasing on your western storm. It's still in place there on the storm right on 35, but that's mainly some gusty winds. Now, National Weather Service says they're getting reports of tennis ball to teacup size hail with this storm along I-35. So you've got the winds that are blowing close to 65, maybe 70, and that hail that could be reaching larger than baseballs moving right over the north side of Hillsborough currently. Yeah,
let's go ahead and pull that hail size back up again, Josh, if you will, just to show where that hail core is right now. Wind-driven, large hail here.
That's wrong.
It is. That's definitely. Let's show the reflectivity, I think. And even here, I think we're going to be underestimating the hail size here. Certainly, where you're seeing these bright red colors here, Lovelace, on the north side of Carl's Corner here, this is all very, very large hail. So it's ranging in size from golf balls up to the size of a teacup. So probably anywhere from about 1.75 inches in diameter to over 3 inches in diameter. Very, very large hail falling here with this storm at the present time in Hill County.
Well, and watch as we roll through time here. So you've got the pinks right there on the top of your screen at 7:55. Watch what happens as we go through time. That gets pulled into the RFD. So that tells me that hail is probably rotating around the thunderstorm and coming in right where those highest winds are. And that may be leading to a little bit of a misrepresentation of what the winds are, because that adds a little bit of stuff for the radar to pop off on, but certainly some wind-blown hail within that.
Yeah, damaging hail, especially when it's being driven sideways by the wind like that, because if you picture, even if you are under an overhang, if that hail is being driven sideways here, you're still going to get pelted by it. You've got at least some protection, but the fact that it's being blown sideways like that certainly increases the chances of you suffering hail damage, unless you are really under a huge awning that can stand up to it. There's once again a look at. That looks like it's
heavier than it was earlier.
35 at Old Brandon Road. Yeah, that is torrential rain coming down right now. We are, what, 10 minutes, 12 minutes after 8 o'clock. We still have the tornado warning in effect for Hill County for another few minutes. We don't believe we've got a tornado in progress here. We believe that this storm, the outflow with it, has surged ahead of that circulation and likely cut it off and weakened it. But still, that surge of wind is producing what you're seeing there. Notice how that camera is literally rocking back and forth. Strong, gusty winds. What you can see is this not only rain, but there is likely some hail in that rain itself. In some cases, that hail is quite large. Maybe not in this particular location here, but no doubt about it, this storm is still producing, in some cases, probably up to baseball-sized hail.
Yeah, and the National Weather Service says they're seeing signs on dual pole radar. Now, this is going to get a little scientific, but the shattering raindrops within that RFD surge, which is indicative of very strong winds crossing I-35. We can see that with our camera, but now that is verified by some of the radar imagery that's a little more advanced than what we show you here on TV, because it is a little complicated to show up on air.
Yeah, and that's this here, blowing right across like that. So, you know, rain and hail being kind of swept sideways by those really strong winds. And this is the largest hail that's showing up right now on radar. It's those purple colors that you see north of Carl's Corner and on the west side, kind of right in between the split here. There's I-35W to the west, I-35E off to the east. It's right in between that we're seeing the largest hail there.
And we could be seeing new rotation try to develop to the east of Hillsborough. This is where your high winds are. It looks like the highest wind, thankfully, is across I-35, but we still have winds potentially as high as, let me go ahead and query them, get you the latest correct reading there, close to 75 mile per hour winds that are possible within that.
And again, these aren't surface winds, though. So, you know, these are winds up maybe, 1,500 feet above the ground. But certainly there is the potential to mix down some of these very strong winds to the surface. And so these areas could likely be seeing wind gusts, we think, at the surface of at least 60 miles an hour. Sometimes you have to deduct a little bit, but wouldn't be surprised if a lot of that momentum is reaching the surface. So we certainly could see up to 70-mile-an-hour winds with that storm.
And this is also going to get interesting, because here was your main supercell. Now look what's happened with the other one. Basically, it's all turned into a little complex, and it could be that the other supercell ends up overtaking as this works down into southern Hill County and eventually out of our area. But that means this could last another hour or two, at least, with this continuing to stay a little stable. But that's also going to cut down the tornado potential with this first storm.
Exactly. And so Josh is referencing this storm here. This could, in the next 30 minutes to an hour, become the more dominant storm with the long-lived supercell here likely suffering as a consequence of that. But needless to say, we are still going to have active weather continuing over the next couple of hours across our southern counties. Another look there at I-35 and Old Brandon Road. Boy, it is coming down there. Torrential rain, constant lightning, likely some hail mixing in with there. As Josh said, very strong gusty winds, blowing the rain, blowing the hail sideways. That is a very, very precarious spot to be if you're traveling on the roadway. Fortunately, just judging by the headlights, and that's all that we can tell right now. Is if there's any traffic on the road, is those headlights. There doesn't appear to be a lot of traffic on the roads, and they've got their blinkers on too, because they are in the thick of it right now.
So let's go ahead and loop this through time, and thankfully that tornado warning has expired. We still have a couple of storms building. We'll have to watch that one in Bosque, and then the 2 storms there in Hill County will continue moving southeast. That's going to eventually take them into parts of Navarro, McLennan, and Limestone County, of which Navarro is the edge of North Texas. So this will get out of here quickly, which is good news.
And what we can tell you, too, is up here in Dallas and Tarrant counties and points north, we are on the much safer side of things right now, as the air has been cooled and stabilized by the. In fact, if you pan out here to the west, kind of giving an example of that, we did have an attempt of a storm to develop here in northern Erath County, and you can see how quickly that thing kind of faded away. So this is in the cooler, more stable air on the backside of these storms, where the severe weather threat continues to sharply decrease. It's really going to be areas to our south and southeast that continue to be under the gun here for severe weather, with large hail, damaging winds, and the potential for another developing tornado.
So the National Weather Service says they're letting the tornado warning expire. It looks like straight line winds and large hail have taken over the Hillsborough storm. That's good and bad news, because you don't want to deal with wind-blown hail, which is what you're dealing with in Hillsborough. But thankfully, that also lowers your tornado threat. So just these 2 warnings we're tracking, and they will eventually be working off to the southeast. Let me go ahead and put a track on basically this entire complex of storms from where it is, the core of it, and move it to the southeast to tell you where that's going to be heading. Whitney by around 8:23. Abbott by 8:35. Hubbard will be rolling in by 8:50. West 8:53, and Coolidge in northern Limestone County a little closer to 9:12. If we were to move this, say, a little bit further to the east, that could take it into parts of Navarro County, Dawson by 8:45, and then eventually Oak Valley potentially by 8:31. But likely in Oak Valley, you aren't going to be dealing with the core of this storm. That's likely going to miss you to the west. We'll watch that new development in Bosque County, but that's likely going to affect areas from Meridian to Clifton, and eventually work into McLennan County and head towards the Waco area. So thankfully that should start to lessen the severe threat for our immediate North Texas counties.
Yeah. Exactly. And these severe storms again continue to move to the southeast. Excuse me. The dominant storm continues to be the one here in Hill County. We're watching the one over in Bosque County right now, but the 2 warnings in effect are for Hill County, for also southern and southwestern portions of Ellis County, and a small portion of Navarro County under the severe thunderstorm warning. So no tornado warnings at the present time. If you're just joining us, we've been on the air for quite some time following these storms. Sadly, what we can tell you is that there was significant damage in Mineral Wells. We believe we had a tornado there with injuries, a lot of damage there from an apparent tornado earlier today. Strong indications there was a tornado just based on the damage that we've seen and some of the photos. These storms, at least right now, don't have an immediate tornado threat. The rotation, fortunately, has weakened in those, but they still are carrying a considerable threat of very strong gusty winds and some large hail. That hail still potentially could be up to the size of baseballs there, as indicated, and 60-mile-an-hour winds, I think, at least. There's the hail cores with these. And again, we may be underdoing the hail size here. That seems to be kind of a common theme here as we've been tracking these storms. Our hail program really underestimating the hail size, but very large hail falling here. This would be just a few miles to the northwest of Hillsborough. I think that's likely at least the size of golf balls there. This hail core doesn't look quite as impressive here to the east of Carl's Corner, but certainly some perhaps ping-pong-sized hail at least falling from that one.
I bet one thing you'll also see is the lightning has come down a little bit. It's still intense, but look how clustery it was up towards Itasca. You're really starting to lose that closer to the core of the updraft. So that means this storm is likely weakening, and hopefully the severe weather threat is going down for it as it's continuing to work through southern Hill County. So I think we're going to see things really start to clear up here in North Texas soon.
Yeah, storms are definitely on a downward trend here a little bit, and we can tell you that again, north of these storms, we don't really see any more severe weather threats. So that's good news there. The severe weather threat is going to continue south and southeast of the metroplex. They are still putting on quite a light show. That is hundreds of cloud-to-ground lightning strikes every 10 to 15 minutes. That one is very lightning active as well in northern Bosque County. Not severe at the present time, just torrential rain, probably at least some small hail, gusty winds in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range around Walnut Springs over towards the Morgan area. Once again, this is continuing to be our more dominant storm here. It's had a history of producing tornadoes, extremely large hail, at times up to the size of softballs. Don't think it's that big right now, which tends to indicate to us that this storm is at least on a weakening trend. Still severe, but not as strong as it was over the past hour or so. Very heavy rain falling farther east of there, Blooming Grove up into southern Ellis County, where we are not currently under a severe thunderstorm warning, say in Ennis, down towards Blooming Grove, M House. You are not under the warning. The warning is just off to your west and southwest as you head into the Italy area, Mertens, down through Bynum, Malone, and over towards Carl's Corner and Hillsborough. All those areas still under a severe thunderstorm warning. And you can see the movement here is down to the south and east. This storm here we'll continue to watch. With time, though, it's likely going to get in the cooler, more stable air with the boundary out ahead of it. So that's why I think for the present time we're really not seeing that one become severe there.
Yeah, and we're continuing to watch these showers and thunderstorms move down to the south, Dan. Thankfully, though, the risk really decreasing. In fact, we'll probably be able to leave it pretty soon, thankfully, as these storms continue to move down the southeast. Have not seen any new reports come across the chat. I will check to see if anything does here soon.
All right, we are just to get into recap here quickly. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings that continue for Hill County, a little farther east into the Mertens area. These storms are overall on a weakening trend, though. The rotation associated with them has weakened substantially, so there are no tornado warnings in effect any longer. Still producing plenty of hail, but the hail sizes are even coming down as well. So these are all encouraging signs. We're going to take a break from our extended coverage. We've been on the air for several hours now, but based on the fact that the severe weather threat is going down, we're going to take a break from doing continuous coverage here on Fox 4. If these things, though, ramp back up again, we'll jump back on the air. Of course, keep in mind we do have Fox 4 News at 9 o'clock coming up. Thank you to everyone working behind the scenes, our chasers on the ground that have provided us some very valuable ground truth information. We did have just a warning here. We just want to tell you that is a severe thunderstorm warning likely coming for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Actually, they've increased the hail size there a little bit. No, it is. It is quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds there from Walnut Springs, Morgan, down through the Meridian area. We're going to continue to keep a very close eye on these storms here. We will keep you up to date with crawls in the bottom of your screen, frequent updates on our social media channels, Facebook and Twitter. And once again, if the tornado threat starts to ramp back up again, we will jump back on the air with more coverage. Thank you for staying with Fox 4. We'll continue to keep you forewarned.
This has been a Fox 4 Warn Weather Alert. Stay connected at fox4news.com, on the web, Fox 4's free weather app, and live streaming on Fox Local. Thank you for depending on Fox 4.
Serious cool. Those of you watching this stream on Fox Local, thank you for staying with Fox 4 for your weather coverage today. We've had a line of severe storms move through the area, doing damage to multiple locations. We're awaiting a news conference out of one of those locations that was damaged, Mineral Wells. You can see video from Mineral Wells taken earlier today. Roofs lifted off of buildings, windows shattered. That same line brought large hail to several parts of our area. Again, we're awaiting a press conference from leaders in Mineral Wells. We'll bring that to you live as soon as it happens.
welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us this evening. My name is Brittany Brown. I'm the Marketing and Communications Manager for the City of Mineral Wells. That is BRITTANY BROWN. As you all are aware, tonight around 5 o'clock p.m. we receive reports of a potential tornado touching down northeast of Mineral Wells. Our first responders have been absolutely incredible today, and all of our partner agencies as well have been on scene assessing the damage and really kind of figuring out what we're working with here. So I'm joined today by our Fire Chief Ryan Dunn and our Police Chief Tim Dennison. I'm going to turn it over to these two gentlemen, and they're going to give you some more details about what occurred today here in Mineral Wells and kind of our next steps. Chief?
All right, Ryan Dunn, Fire Chief, RYAN FIRECHIEF. 5 o'clock today, there was a report of a tornado warning in the area. We set off the communication center, set off the emergency warning system, try to get people back inside. Shortly after that event, we started receiving numerous 911 calls, which alerted us to the east side, which we had significant damage, major damage, in different parts of the area of the northeast sector of Mineral Wells. We've had a lot of support from many neighboring agencies, and I just want to go ahead and announce who these people are. Palo Pinto County ESD number 1, Parker County ESD number 1 and Fire Marshal's Office, the City of Mineral Wells, and every aspect of the city, TDM, Parker County ESD 8, Palo Pinto Emergency Management, and again, Mineral Wells Communication Center. At this time, we've only had reported 2 people that have been transported to the hospital and several injuries that were treated on the scene, minor in nature. We still have a lot to look at and see that the damage is going to be. In the morning hours, we're going to come back together and we're going to see what we can do for volunteer support. At this time, we do not need any volunteer support from the citizens. We're very thankful for the outpouring support that you've already given us and the donations that you're bringing in. And I think the only other thing I want to say, in the industrial area, we do have major damage and major hazards that are all across the road. So staying out of that area is going to be very detrimental to people not getting injured. And with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and turn this back over to the Police Chief, Tim Dennison.
My name is Tim Dennison. It's TIMDENISON. I am the Police Chief for Mineral Wells Police Department. So currently also with some injuries, and we've had multiple homes severely damaged and some people are displaced. The Mineral Wells ISD has opened up the cafeteria at the high school, and the American Red Cross is currently on scene, and if anybody needs any assistance or help with somewhere to stay for the night, they can go to the high school, to the cafeteria, and there's some assistance there for you. Also, currently the Palo Pinto County Judge and the Parker County Judge are both working on declaring the area a disaster, and also going to put in a curfew for the night. It's going to start about 10 p.m. and we're going to lift it about daylight in the morning. So once we get some daylight and can get back into the area. We've had an outpouring of support from surrounding communities as well. We've had Boyd Police Department, Springtown Police Department. We've had the Texas DPS that has been here. Sheriff Patterson has been on site along with most of his team as well. The game wardens, the state park police. So we've had an outpouring of support from all the local jurisdictions around here as well. And again, please stay out of the affected areas. That definitely still a hazard for the community to be in these areas. And we really want to wait till in the morning until we can get back in these areas and assess the damage and start the real cleanup.
I want to ask, because we have other reporters elsewhere, and they're hearing from folks, not officials, that some people may have died near the Country Club Estates. Are you guys seeing any reports of deaths at this time because of the storm?
No, sir. We have not had any reports of any fatalities with this storm at this time.
I do have a question about the scope. Can you give us an idea on the numbers, how wide the damage is, the number of homes that are damaged, the number of families that might be displaced?
So,
might be able to help in that situation. So we were reported that there was about 2,000 gas customers in that area. It kind of gives you an idea of how many residential and industrial commercial businesses that could be. At this time, we're not really positive of how many people are displaced. That's why we have set up the assistance at the Mineral Wells High School, at the cafeteria, and family count population. But we can say that it happened from the northeast side of Energy into that community, which we call Country Club Estates, and it made its path basically southeast to the Vietnam War Museum. That's kind of the damage path that we've seen around with the drone footage that we've been collecting.
And that 10 p.m. curfew is for non-essential workers, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we will be out here all night. Law enforcement will be in the affected areas all night. And so, yeah, non-essential first responders, it will be in place for them, and they cannot go into those affected areas.
And why the curfew? Why did you all feel that was necessary?
Because the amount of homes that are damaged and a lot of people that are being displaced, that we can just make sure that we keep people out of the areas, and also try to help these victims out and keep their personal belongings safe.
Any idea of the condition of the people taken to the hospital?
I can't speak on that, on how bad they were severely or they weren't hurt. Just at this time, I know that we had 2 people transported to the hospital.
Everyone accounted for? No one missing at this time? Or?
So through the commercial businesses, we've talked with the owners and some of the managers, and so far they've stated that everybody was accounted for. We're still going to receive calls as some people start checking on loved ones, and we're going to go out and check and make sure everybody's okay. But so far we have not had any reports of anyone missing.
I'm curious about the high school situation. Are there cots set up? I mean, sort of logistically, what does that look like?
Yeah, I mean, right now I do have officers up there along with school staff and the Red Cross, and so I think right now they're just I haven't been in contact with them since they've set it up, but I'm assuming that if they have anybody coming in, that we'll be able to provide hotels, or something like that. I don't think they're going to be setting cots up there. I don't know if we have that vast number, but if it comes to it, absolutely we'll definitely move in that direction.
I'm assuming gas power off and out.
Yes, gas power in the affected areas is out.
What is your message to the people? Obviously, they went through something just gut-wrenching. I mean, we had the opportunity to speak with the gentleman earlier, and I gave him a hug, and he started breaking down crying. Just what do you want people to hold on tonight to, just with your work?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, hopefully there's a lot of hope out there, and we've had an outpouring of support from, not only all the first responding agencies, but the community. And we will definitely, we're going to get through this, and whatever we can do to assist them and help them. And I know that our city manager is all about people and helping these people, and so whatever we can do as a city to help anybody that may need it, we're going to be there for them.
Thank you. Wallace, I don't know about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, no. This is
Those were officials from Mineral Wells giving an update on the storms that happened in the city earlier today. Officials saying 2 people were injured. Thank you for watching Fox 4's digital coverage of these storms. We're going to go to a break. Of course, Fox 4 News starts at 9 p.m. We'll have live reports from Mineral Wells, other areas affected by the storms, as well as meteorology.
A lot of times this will be like a decaying line of thunderstorms, meaning the thunderstorms themselves aren't really kicking anymore and they're on their last breaths and the storms are basically dying down. And then the other thing you need to have is some sunshine on the back side of that dying area of precipitation. So here's what actually it looked like on the visible satellite. Take this back a little bit. So here was your area of rain, right? And it's actually tough to see because they're not well put together thunderstorms. It's not like you're seeing these big bubbly things all over the place like when we have the bigger thunderstorms. So here's what was going on. This was the dying batch of rain that was moving through. And then on the back side of it, look at this. There was actually some clearing. There was some clearing there. So what actually happens here? What creates this wake low? What is a wake low? So within that dying band of rain, you're getting a lot of cold rain from the top of the storm that's just dumping down to the ground. And then because the storm is dying, the updraft is also dying. So you don't have that much rising air. When you have rising air, generally that's low pressure. When you have sinking air, that will create high pressure. So underneath where all this stuff is falling, you've got like developing high pressure. Let me move this forward a little bit. And then out behind this dying line of storms, you've got some clearing out here, which creates some warm air at the surface. Warm air rises. So that creates a little area of low pressure. Basically, that's the wake low, but what causes the wind is this really tight gradient that happens right in between the low and the high. Anytime you feel wind outside, it's because of a difference between low pressure and high pressure. Usually it's on a much bigger scale. You know, usually you'd have like, okay, you got your low out here and you got your high that's down here and they happen to be big and strong, so you're going to have a big wind field in between them. This is the same idea, it's just a different process and it's happening on a much smaller level, size-wise. But the wind that's created, pretty darn strong. Let me draw it on here. I'll take off all the storm reports so we can see this. So again, just to review here. Cold rain drops down to the ground. Sinking air, high pressure. On the backside, we get clearing, warm air. Warm air at the surface rises, you get low pressure. So basically, long story short, the cliff notes are you get a strong but small high, close to a strong but small low, and then in between the two, and it usually manifests itself like on the backside of the precipitation, you get that huge gust of wind. And actually, when I put the storm reports back on here, you'll be able to see when they pop up. See? They're all popping up like on the backside of the precip. Really interesting stuff. And it did create a lot of wind damage even over into parts of Michigan. These are notoriously hard to predict. So there's still research being done on wake lows, but that's the general idea. It's a once-in-a-while kind of thing. And obviously, it was a very big deal for a lot of you guys. A lot of people up in southeast Wisconsin were without power, and of course, you know, some of the Chicago suburbs also dealt with that. Some of the latest power outages here, I think Milwaukee's gotten things back under control. Same deal near Chicago. Still have some power outages not far from Kalamazoo and west of South Bend, and that's all from that wake low that we had yesterday. So not thunderstorm wind, non-thunderstorm wind, but also not large-scale synoptic wind. Kind of a mesoscale process, but interesting one either way. Okay, let's talk about the fires that have been going on down in Georgia. A lot of people have been displaced. This was the fire that started in Brantley County. It's called the Highway 82 fire, and it's gotten pretty darn big. They've got up to 32% containment on it. It's burned 22,500 acres approximately, and there's been a lot of smoke. Obviously, you can tell from the video there where they're close to the fire, but the smoke plume itself has been, just depending on which direction the wind is blowing, you know, blowing a lot of smoke into areas, and you can smell it from pretty darn far away. I was trying to see if you could see these on visible satellite today, and I couldn't see anything today because there were too many clouds around. But if you look closely at yesterday, this was Sunday. This is southeast Georgia. Look at this. That's where the origin of the fire is. And you can see like the bubbly clouds. Those are all just regular clouds. And then you see that plume right there. See, it's kind of like lighter gray, kind of almost see-through. There you go. You can see the plume of smoke. That's a plume of smoke. These are cirrus clouds. And then here you have like your bubbly cumulus clouds that are a little bit closer to the surface. So, just seeing the smoke plume like that, obviously an indication that the fire is still kicking. Now, the good news is we have a lot of rain coming in over the next several days, so that's going to help. I'll show you that in a second. But, it's no surprise we've had big fires that have been going on down in this part of the country with all the drought that has been basically around. I mean, we've got exceptional drought. It's been an outrageously dry period, even up toward places